Yo legends, welcome back to the channel. Grab your headphones and lock in because today's story is on another level. Want the next chapter? Drop a comment below, and if the legend continues, I'm bringing it straight to you. Disclaimer, I do not claim ownership of this story. All rights belong to the original creators. Note, I'm constantly tweaking the settings to make it as immersive as possible. Demon Slayer. I'm a beacon of light in the Demon Slayer core. Demon Slayer. I'm a beacon of light in the Demon Slayer core. Demon Slayer. I'm a beacon of light in the Demon Slayer core. Author WTR Scraper. Chapter 1, The Battle for Sunlight. The courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion in the Demon Slayer core seemed to be specifically favored by the spring. Sunlight poured down without reservation, making the white sand covering the ground dazzle, while the warm scent of freshly sun-dried bedding and a faint, bitter trace of medicinal herbs floated in the air. In the corner of the courtyard, the wisteria trellis cast a patch of cool shade. But outside the shade, an old bamboo chair was bathing in the abundant light. A man with black hair lay on the chair, his eyes half closed, his posture relaxed, as if he had sunk into a long afternoon nap. His skin tone was striking. It was not a sickly pallor, but a nearly translucent, gentle, snowy white. As the sunlight fell upon him, it did not seem like it was merely shining on him, but rather as if it were being quietly absorbed by his skin, creating a hazy, pearl-like halo around his body. A few petals blown by the wind clung to his hair tips and shoulders, making that tranquility seem even less like something of the mortal world, possessing something of the air of a deity taking a nap on a shrine mural. Lord Terazuki, you are indeed here again. A crisp, anxious shout broke this tranquil picture. Kanzaki AI, with her ear-length hair and serious expression, trotted across the corridor, holding a wooden tray filled with medicine bottles. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her gaze fell disapprovingly on the man. Hearing the sound, Haitru Terayuki on the bamboo chair slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of peculiar eyes. The irises were not the common dark brown, but a clear, bright gold, like a mixture of melted honey and sunlight, swirling with a warm luster in the light. He turned his head and gave AI a slightly lazy smile. Ah, it's AI. His voice also carried the slight hoarseness of just waking up. I've told you many times, let me soak up the sun, and my wounds will heal faster. Sunlight is very precious, you know. Using that excuse again. AI walked up to him, placed the tray on a stone lantern nearby, put her hands on her hips, and said with a tone full of helplessness, "Ever since the day you could get out of bed and walk to the courtyard, I've heard this no less than 10 times. Lady Kachu Shinobu has instructed that in your current physical condition, excessive exposure will instead drain your energy. If she finds out you've snuck out to sunbathe again, she will definitely be angry." Upon hearing the words Lady Kachu Shinobu, the leisurely smile on Terayuki's face froze for a moment. It was as if he had been hit in his weak spot. He sheepishly raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, his soft black hair becoming even more disheveled from his rubbing. Sigh, what a bummer, truly a bummer. While sighing slowly, as if he had suffered some great grievance, his movements were surprisingly nimble. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had stood up from the bamboo chair, snatched up the thin blanket cushioning the back of the chair, and folded it neatly in a few swift motions. I finally felt like my wounds weren't hurting as much. Although he was grumbling under his breath, his movements as he shifted the bamboo chair back under the corridor showed no hesitation, even revealing a practiced, well-trained efficiency. He looked exactly like a child who knew they would be scolded, but couldn't help sneaking out to play, only to obediently surrender in the end. It was just that behind this obedience, he had clearly accumulated quite a bit of experience in dealing with that Lady Kachu Shinobu. Watching his insincere yet perfectly cooperative behavior, AI was both annoyed and amused. In the end, she just shook her head and picked up the tray. "As long as you understand. Hurry back to your room, I'll go see if your medicine is brewed." Terayuki obediently acknowledged her, took one last lingering look at the brilliant sunlight filling the courtyard, then turned and stepped into the slightly dimmer corridor, walking toward his patient room. That retreating figure, no matter how one looked at it, carried a bit of knowing awe regarding the imminent lecture. Haitru Terayuki lay listlessly on the tatami mat in the Butterfly Mansion infirmary, his gaze passing through the gap in the paper door, chasing the brilliant, somewhat blinding sunlight outside. He could feel every inch of his skin craving that warm solace, just like parched land craving rain. But at the thought of Kachu Shinobu's gentle yet unquestionable instructions, he could only sigh and force himself to turn over, with his back to the tempting sliver of light. In the silence, his thoughts drifted back to the past. Having arrived in this world 16 years ago, from a clueless infant to a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, everything felt like a dream. His initial fear, when he first truly faced a man-eating demon, had transformed into a kind of cold, instinctive rage. This rage drove him to grip his sword tight and also led him to meet the person who changed his fate, a water-breathing trainer living in seclusion deep in the mountains. That trainer discovered Terayuki's aptitude and taught him everything he had learned about water breathing. The training was grueling. Every time he collapsed from exhaustion, every time he was covered in wounds, Terayuki thought he couldn't go on. However, it was also during those difficult days that he inadvertently discovered his unique trait. When he was exhausted or injured, as long as he bathed in sunlight, his stamina recovery speed would significantly increase, and some minor wounds could even heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was not healing, but more like a process of being recharged by sunlight. He told the trainer about this discovery. The silent old man observed him for a long time and finally only told him, "Follow your body's instincts, but the foundation of water breathing must not be neglected." After solidly mastering the 10 forms of water breathing, Terayuki successfully passed the final selection. However, he was not satisfied. That affinity for sunlight was like a seed, constantly growing in his heart. He began to try to incorporate the light he usually stored in his body into his breathing style and sword techniques. After countless failures and adjustments, a brand new breathing style exclusive to him, Breath of Light, finally began to take shape. Although only 3 forms were perfected so far, the strikes containing solar energy held an extraordinary deterrent power against demons. The real test occurred last month. An apparently routine demon-slaying mission unexpectedly drew out a lower-rank demon from the 12 Kazuki. The battle was exceptionally brutal from the very beginning. Terayuki's water breathing was completely suppressed by the opponent. His usual sword techniques seemed to have been seen through long ago. New wounds were constantly being added to his body, and the situation was in imminent danger. Just when he was about to be forced into a desperate situation, that lower-rank demon revealed a contemptuous and cruel smile, believing victory was in its grasp. At that very moment, Terayuki captured the fleeting opportunity. He realized that all of the opponent's judgments about him were based on water breathing, and it knew nothing about his hidden trump card. When the demon launched its final strike with certainty of success, Terayuki suddenly changed his move, and the power of light accumulated in his body erupted. Breath of Light second form, Setting Sun. A dazzling light like the scorching sun burst forth from the blade, far exceeding the effect of a normal Nichiren sword. The lower-rank demon was caught off guard, hit head-on by this sudden intense light and slash. Accompanied by a shrill scream, its arms were severed at the shoulders. What terrified it even more was that the scorching power of light was wrapped around the severed sections, greatly delaying its powerful regenerative ability. Now, taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was stiff from severe pain and hindered regeneration, Terayuki gathered his final strength, and the Nichiren sword carved out a perfect arc. Under the sunlight, the demon's head flew high into the air, with an expression of unbelievable shock still frozen on its face. And the exhausted Terayuki also fell to one knee, panting heavily. The report of this battle, where the weak overcame the strong, as well as the unique breathing style he displayed, soon reached the ears of Kaguya Yubayashiki. Not long after, a Kasugai crow brought a new appointment. A new Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps was born. His name was Light Hashira Haitru Terayuki. The scent of medicinal herbs in the Butterfly Mansion grew even richer under the steaming afternoon sun. Terayuki lay on the tatami mat in the infirmary, his golden eyes staring unfocused at the ceiling. The joy of becoming a Hashira had long since worn off during the tedious period of recuperation, replaced by a kind of lack of freedom from being meticulously cared for. He still clearly remembered the day he first met Kachu Shinobu. Wisteria branches hung down from the eaves, and when she walked over carrying a medical kit, the butterfly wing hair accessory at the tips of her hair trembled slightly in the light. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Terayuki. I am Kachu Shinobu, and I will be responsible for your treatment from now on." The arc of her smile was precisely calculated. Her bandaging movements were as fluid as flowing water, and the tightness of the bandages revealed an unquestionable professionalism. That detailed recovery plan was written on 3 whole scrolls, with even the temperature of his daily drinking water clearly marked. What truly made him feel intimidated was that dusk 7 days ago. He took advantage of the shift change of the nursing staff and quietly moved the bamboo chair into the last afterglow of the setting sun in the courtyard. As the wounds felt a soothing itch in the warmth, he had just relaxed his shoulder blades. The sunlight at this hour, contains a high amount of ultraviolet rays. Kachu Shinobu's voice drifted from the shadows of the corridor, as gentle as if she were discussing the side dishes for dinner. She did not even step out of the corridor, but merely tapped the back of his chair, which he was about to lean back on, with the sheath of her slender Nikkeirin sword. "Shinobu-san, my constitution is indeed special." Terayuki tried to maintain the composure of a Hashira, but his fingers unconsciously tightened around the thin blanket. "Sunlight accelerates the healing of my wounds. This is something I have verified countless times since I was a child." Shinobu tilted her head slightly, her purple pupils settling into the color of some deep pool in the twilight. She took half a step forward, the hem of her haori brushing against Terayuki's ankles, which were stiff with tension. "I have studied 73 cases of photosensitive reactions in human skin while in an injured state." Her voice remained soft and slow, yet every word pierced like a silver needle. "Excessive exposure will lead to increased loss of moisture in the epidermis, and ultraviolet rays will damage the new granulation tissue. Terayuki-san." She leaned down suddenly, the faint fragrance of wisteria in her hair blending with the scent of medicinal herbs. "Are you doubting the professional judgment of the Butterfly Mansion?" Terayuki's Adam's apple bobbed. He wanted to say that his power of light had nothing to do with common medical knowledge, and wanted to speak of those nights when his scars were smoothed away by the sunlight. But the way Shinobu looked at him was gentle yet profound, like a spiderweb woven from honey. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he only dejectedly loosened his grip on the thin blanket. "I understand." "Very good." Shinobu straightened up, her sword sheath disappearing into her sleeve without a trace. "Tonight's medicinal soup will have an extra pinch of licorice to compensate for the sunset you missed." Watching her retreating figure melt into the thickening twilight, Terayuki slowly dragged his bamboo chair back indoors. From then on, a fixed routine was added to the daily life of the Butterfly Mansion. Under the old maple tree in the northwest corner of the courtyard, Terayuki had secretly moved a stone with a flat surface, positioning it directly in the path of the most abundant sunlight of the day. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight kissed the surface of the stone, one could always see a white figure dart out from the corridor with astonishing agility, sit upright on the stone, and close his eyes to take a deep breath. However, that shadow carrying the faint scent of wisteria would always arrive at just the right moment, neither too early nor too late. Kachu Shinobu would sometimes carry a medicine tray, other times a roll of bandages, always finding an impeccably legitimate reason to appear in the courtyard. "Terayuki-san, the humidity is at its heaviest when the morning dew has not yet dispersed, which is not conducive to bone recovery." She handed the warm medicine bowl to him, her voice softer than the steam rising from the bowl. "Please drink. Then, we should return to the room to take your temperature." A flash of unwillingness would cross Terayuki's golden eyes, but he would usually obediently take the medicine bowl and drain it in one gulp. When he stood up, the stone he had warmed with his body would quickly return to a cool state under Shinobu's calm gaze. The tactics were constantly escalating. One afternoon, Terayuki claimed he needed to check the maintenance of his Nikkeirin sword. After disassembling it, He laid the parts out neatly in the sunniest spot under the corridor. He sat cross-legged in the shadows, earnestly wiping the sword guard, while only a few rays of blinding sunlight, reflected at deliberately adjusted angles, fell quietly onto the wounds on his rolled-up sleeves. No one noticed when Shinobu had appeared by the pillar behind him. She merely gave a soft ah, and lightly tapped those reflective sword parts with a fingertip painted with henna. The focal point of the light reflected by the blade can reach temperatures as high as the boiling point. She crouched down with a smile, naturally moving a few of the brightest parts into the shade. It would be such a pity if you burned your new skin and left a scar, right? Terayuki's fingers, clutching the polishing cloth, stiffened, and in the end he gave a sullen. The most intense confrontation occurred on a clear afternoon. Terayuki did not know what method he used to persuade Kanzaki AI, who was in charge of changing dressings, to expose his entire back under the south window of the infirmary. Sunlight poured like a waterfall onto the gradually fading purple scars on his back, bringing a comfortable warmth. He was almost about to let out a satisfied sigh. The paper door was pulled open silently. Kachu Shinobu did not walk in, but simply leaned against the door frame, holding a freshly picked hydrangea that was still covered in dew. She watched quietly for a few seconds, then used the flower to gently point at a white haori hanging on the clothes rack by the window. Terayuki-san, her tone was tainted with a hint of genuine helplessness for the first time, as if she were teaching a child who refused to change his ways. Ultraviolet rays will accelerate the fading of the fabric. Don't you intend to wear your newly made Hashira-patterned haori for a while longer? Terayuki sprang up from the floor instantly and grabbed the haori to drape it over himself, moving so quickly that he tugged at his wounds, wincing in pain. The corners of Shinobu's mouth curled up slightly. She placed the hydrangea into an empty vase by the window, and before turning to leave, she left a remark. "Dinner will feature the salt-grilled sea bream you like. Please be sure to be on time." Naho, who was peeking from under the corridor, Kanzaki AI, who was carrying clothes, and even Kano, who was passing through the courtyard, were all accustomed to this. The young girl would occasionally stop, her glazed eyes quietly following the silent chase, and then continue with her own affairs. After all, when it came to matters between Hashira, especially disagreements involving treatment plans, others had no say. They could only watch that dazzling light Hashira, within the cage, gently woven by the insect Hashira, make his prison break attempts that he never tired of. This gentle tug-of-war finally reached a subtle turning point one afternoon. The sunlight was exceptionally generous that day. After successfully stealing a total of about an hour of sunbathing over 3 consecutive days, Terayuki's courage had grown significantly. He even set out a small tea set under the old maple tree, a pot of clear water, an empty cup, calling it necessary water replenishment for photosynthesis. Kachu Shinobu appeared a little later than usual. Today, she was not wearing her usual sedge hat, and her long purple hair was loosely tied up. The lacquer tray she was carrying did not hold the usual medicine bowl, but a pottery pot with a rustic design and a pair of matching teacups. "Terayuki-san, you certainly have refined tastes." She knelt gracefully opposite Terayuki and elegantly set out the tea set. "As it happens, I have recently developed a herbal tea that helps to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. It is a rare opportunity. Would you care to taste it?" Her smile was brighter than usual, the curve of her eyes perfect. Terayuki felt a chill for no reason, but the words of refusal turned on the tip of his tongue and ultimately could not be spoken. After all, it was just a cup of tea. The tea soup presented a murky color between dark green and ochre. As the steam rose, it emitted an indescribably complex scent. At first sniff, it was a bitter herbal smell, but upon closer inspection, it was mixed with a choking sensation similar to aged lime. Terayuki bit the bullet and took a sip, his whole face instantly scrunching up. The taste was as if 10 of the bitterest medicinal herbs had been mixed with a pinch of burnt feathers and diluted with rusty water. Even worse, long after swallowing, a stubborn numbness and sourness still lingered deep in his throat. The taste is very unique. Terayuki managed to maintain his composure, though his voice was slightly distorted. Is that so? Shinobu personally refilled half a cup for him, her purple eyes appearing hazy and pleased behind the tea steam. I am glad it suits your taste. I have been adjusting this tea recipe for a long time. It seems the calming effect should be quite good. The so-called calming effect was that Terayuki tossed and turned all night, the strange taste in his mouth lingering for a long time, and even in his dreams, he was being chased by a sea of bitter tea. At lunchtime the next day, the punishment escalated. In Terayuki's rice dish, mixed among the glistening rice and normal side dishes, were a few pieces of grilled fish of suspicious color, the surface covered with fine dark green powder. He took a tentative bite, and an extreme sourness and bitterness, like chewing raw Coptes chinensis mixed with unripe persimmons, exploded instantly, making him almost unable to control his expression. Looking up, Shinobu was sitting at a table not far away, eating her portion in a leisurely manner. Occasionally, she would cast a glance, her eyes as gentle as ever, yet it made Terayuki silently push those specially prepared grilled fish to the edge of his bowl, not daring to touch them again. When Kanzaki AI was clearing the bowls and chopsticks, she looked at the almost untouched grilled fish, then at Shinobu, who was softly instructing Kanao in pharmacology in the distance, and sighed helplessly. Kanao followed her gaze, the coin between her fingers flipping silently, finally settling on the reverse side. She blinked, lowered her head, and continued eating quietly. Chapter 2 Escort Mission. It was a rare, peaceful afternoon. After confirming that Kachu Shinobu had urgent business and wouldn't be returning to the butterfly mansion for a while, Haitru Terayuki moved with a near-joyful skip in his step. He repositioned his beloved bamboo chair to the most perfect sunlit spot beneath the old maple tree. The other girls of the butterfly mansion saw him from afar and simply smiled to themselves, none stepping forward to disturb the light Hashira, who was enjoying a rare moment of dignity. The sunlight was like a warm waterfall, soaking through his entire being. He let out a comfortable sigh, his golden eyes trembling contentedly beneath his eyelids as he nearly drifted into a worry-free slumber. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into sleep, a cool shadow suddenly enveloped his face, perfectly blocking out the drowsy warmth of the sun. Terayuki frowned slightly with reluctance and slowly opened his eyes. Directly above his field of vision was Kachu Shinobu's exquisite, flawless face. She leaned over slightly, backlit by the sun so her features were somewhat blurred, but the perfectly arched, impeccable smile on her lips was crystal clear. Her purple pupils reflected his stunned expression. She was so close that Terayuki could see the faint shadows her eyelashes cast under her eyes, and he could smell the ever-present scent of bitter, yet peaceful wisteria and herbs lingering in her hair. Terayuki's heart skipped a beat, then suddenly accelerated. Oh no, caught red-handed. In an instant, the memory of those unique-tasting teas and side dishes seemed to well up in his throat again. He could almost foresee an even more creative punishment coming next. He instinctively tried to prop himself up to explain, but he heard Shinobu's soft voice speak first, remaining steady and gentle without a hint of anger. Ara, it seems Terayuki-san's energy has recovered quite well. That is truly heartening. Her gaze slowly swept over the bamboo chair beneath him, which had clearly been meticulously adjusted for the perfect angle, and her smile deepened. Since you're so restless, it just so happens. A batch of rare medicinal herbs purchased from a western town needs an urgent escort back. I shouldn't have troubled an injured person, but we are truly short-handed right now. She paused, her gaze falling back onto Terayuki's suddenly brightened golden eyes. Her tone carried a perfectly measured amount of difficulty and testing, although letting someone who hasn't fully recovered go on field duty doesn't fit the rules of the butterfly mansion. Well, who told Terayuki-san to be so active? Surely, for a newly appointed Hashira like yourself, a simple escort mission like this is just a piece of cake. Terayuki's brain began to work at high speed. Escorting medicinal herbs. It sounded completely harmless, practically one of the lowest difficulty missions in the Demon Slayer Corps. Most importantly, he could leave the butterfly mansion legitimately, get out of Shinobu's sight, and embrace the sunlight to his heart's content on the long escort route. The frustration of being imprisoned for days and his longing for freedom instantly overrode his reason. Almost impatiently, he snapped upright from the lounge chair. The movement was so sudden that the distance between him and Shinobu, who was still leaning over slightly, shortened to a near-dangerous degree. His face was almost touching hers. His golden pupils, glowing with excitement, looked like molten solar gold at this close range, pure and blazing. The warm scent he radiated, like he'd been baked in the sun, washed over her without any barrier. "Leave it to me, Shinobu-sama." He responded loudly, his voice filled with a youth-like exuberance and drive. That heartfelt, bright smile and vigorous vitality seemed to instantly dispel all the surrounding shadows. Kachu Shinobu's flawless smile froze for a rare moment. Too close. So close she could clearly see the dancing specks of light in his eyes and feel that scent, different from the bitterness of herbs, carrying the warmth of sunlight. On that face that usually carried a hint of laziness or helplessness, the cloudless, brilliant smile blooming now was like midday sun hitting ice, bringing a faint, imperceptible, and unfamiliar sting of heat. She even forgot to immediately step back and create distance. After a moment's daze, Shinobu straightened up inconspicuously and pulled back slightly, her fingers inside her sleeve lightly twitching. She put on her impeccable mask of gentleness again, though her gaze drifted for a split second. "Then I'll leave it to you, Terayuki-san." Her voice remained steady, yet it was a fraction faster than usual. "AI will give you the detailed route and handover information. Please, stay safe." With that, she didn't even look at his overly brilliant golden eyes again before turning toward the house. Her pace was slightly more hurried than usual, leaving Terayuki sitting there alone, facing the brilliant clear sky with a wide, triumphant grin. When he left the butterfly mansion, Terayuki was practically skipping. His bulging rucksack was stuffed with rice balls, pickles, and clean bandages prepared by AI and the others. His steps were so light he felt like he could fly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone at the butterfly mansion, he waved even more vigorously than usual, his golden pupils sparkling in the sunlight. AI watched that white back that was almost bouncing away and couldn't help but lean toward Kachu Shinobu, whispering, "Shinobu-sama isn't Terayuki-sama." A bit too happy. Kachu Shinobu still wore her perfect smile. She watched Terayuki's figure disappear beyond the wisteria hedge before responding softly, her tone carrying a sense of understanding. After all, by leaving the butterfly mansion, Terayuki-san can bask in the sun freely. Sunlight fell on her butterfly wing hair ornament, reflecting tiny fragments of light, but it couldn't reach into the depths of her dark purple eyes. The mountain air was fresh and free. Terayuki no longer needed to calculate his daily quota of sunbathing. He drank in the sunlight greedily. During the day's journey, he specifically chose to walk in open areas with plenty of light. When camping at night, he tried to choose cliffs where he could greet the first rays of the morning sun. The power of light flowed joyfully through his meridians, nourishing the last of his unhealed internal injuries. It made his entire being radiate a warm, vigorous aura, making him seem like a completely different person from the light Hashira, rumored to be cruel and heartless toward demons. At noon 3 days later, following the instructions, he found the Kakashi Corps temporary base hidden at the end of a rugged mountain path, disguised as an abandoned mountain shrine. A Kakashi member with a face showing signs of fatigue and travel hurriedly came out to meet him. Upon seeing him, the member immediately bowed deeply, his tone respectful yet apologetic. "1,000 apologies, Light Hashira-sama, to have troubled you to make this trip personally. It is truly because this batch of medicine is too vital, and this mountain road has been unsettled lately with frequent bandit activity. We feared an ordinary escort might fail, so we had to." Terayuki waved it off, a cloudless, hearty smile on his face. Having basked in the sun for days, his complexion was excellent. "It's fine. I've been quite bored lately anyway. It's good to stretch my limbs. Is the medicine ready?" His attitude was natural and easygoing, even friendly. The Kakashi member was clearly stunned for a moment. It wasn't that he hadn't met the Hashira-level lords before, but whether it was the taciturn water Hashira, or the majestic and fierce flame Hashira, or the others, all of them carried the powerful pressure or unique aura of battle-hardened veterans. But this new light Hashira before him, his smile was warm, his tone peaceful, and he was even surrounded by a relaxing warmth. This was a far cry from the rumored image of a killing god who extremely loathes demons, is cold and ruthless when slaying them, and even insists on completely purifying every trace of a demon's remains after battle. The Kakashi member couldn't help but recall the evaluations circulating among colleagues, supposedly from slayers who had fought alongside Terayuki. When Terayuki-sama kills demons, his eyes are as cold as ice, and his movements are as fast as lightning. Moreover, it seems he doesn't do it to complete a mission, but because he loathes those things to his very core. When the battle ends, he always uses that special light to burn everything the demon left behind to a crisp, as if it were the filthiest impurity in the world, a sin to leave for even a moment longer. Looking at the smiling light Hashira, who was inquiring about the medicine, and even reached out to straighten a tilted water bucket by the door. A strange feeling welled up in the Kakashi member's heart. He composed himself and replied respectfully, "Yes, everything has been properly packaged and is ready for departure at any time. The route and handover signals are here." He handed over a slip of paper and couldn't help but steal another glance at Terayuki. Under the sunlight, the light Hashira's golden eyes were clear and bright. It was truly difficult to connect them with the rumored eyes that burned with the cold fire of purification. Part Gemini 3-1 flashlight. The convoy moved slowly along the winding mountain road, the carriages, fully loaded with medicinal herbs, creaking as they went. Terayuki sat cross-legged on the roof of the lead carriage, facing the sun as if performing some solemn ritual, his eyes slightly closed, his golden pupils seemingly absorbing the light beneath his eyelids. He was certainly in no hurry. The ample sunlight over the past few days had dissipated the last traces of fatigue and lingering pain within his body, leaving his power of light brimming, which in turn kept his mood bright. By the afternoon of the fourth day, they were nearly halfway through their journey, the terrain rising and the air growing chilly. Terayuki was calculating how much longer it would take to return to the butterfly mansion, and how he should continue his sunlight battle once he got back, when a rapid flapping of wings suddenly came from the sky. A Kasugai crow swooped down like an arrow, landing on his shoulder, and let out a sharp, clear cry from its beak. Support, emergency support, snowy mountain region, traces of demons discovered, suspected activity of the 12 Kazuki, immediate assistance from nearby combatants required. It was the Kasugai crow responsible for delivering messages. Terayuki frowned slightly, opening his eyes, a hint of confusion and gravity flashing in his golden pupils. He raised his hand to steady the Kasugai crow and asked in a low voice, "The snowy mountains? What is the specific location? Also, why was this distress signal sent to me? I am currently on an escort mission, and I am not the closest Hashira." The Kasugai crow flapped its wings urgently, its voice sounding like metal scraping. "Ka!" It was originally scheduled for Water Hashira Jiyu Tomioka to handle it, but after Jiyu entered the snowy mountain area, he has not sent back a message as agreed for over 12 hours. The Kasugai crow also cannot locate his exact position. "Ka, the situation is critical. A wide area distress signal has been sent to all nearby Hashira and members of Kino rank and above. Light Hashira, you are currently the closest Hashira-level combatant to have received the signal." Terayuki's heart sank abruptly. The northwest snowy mountains, Jiyu Tomioka. At this point in time, the loss of contact must be because Jiyu's Kasugai crow led him the wrong way. Various clues connected instantly in his mind. This was by no means a simple demon infestation. It was the beginning of the original story. The moment the Kamato family was attacked, Nezuko turned into a demon, and Tanjiro set off on his journey with his sister on his back. Jiyu Tomioka was on his way to handle this very matter when he temporarily lost his way due to his Kasugai crow's mistake. Terayuki stood by the carriage, having heard the Kasugai crow's urgent report, his golden pupils contracting slightly in the sunset glow, but he did not act immediately. The mountain wind stirred his white hair tips, also bringing the deep chill of the distant mountain forest. He certainly knew what was happening in the northwest snowy mountains. Muzan Kibitsuji, this name had weighed on his heart for 16 years, a shadow more real than any nightmare. To run into him now would mean certain death. He squeezed his eyes, shut tightly, his fingertips unconsciously gripping the hilt of the Nichiren sword at his waist. The messenger Kasugai Crow paced its claws anxiously on his shoulder and rasped, "Light Hashira, please make a decision quickly." "How long has Jiyu been out of contact?" Terayuki asked suddenly. "It has been over 12 hours. Terayuki rubbed his chin, a faint, imperceptible hint of interest curling the corners of his mouth. He was not worried about Tanjiro or Nezuko. After all, according to the plot, Jiyu would eventually arrive and handle everything properly. He was purely driven by a curiosity to witness history. He wanted to see with his own eyes what the future head Hashira Tanjiro looked like when he was just starting out, and perhaps he even had a little desire to see how this commotion would unfold. He turned to the leader of the Kakashi Corps, a young man with a still childish face, and said, "You all continue along the main road, do not stop, I will catch up with you." "But, Light Hashira." The young leader panicked, instinctively trying to reach out and grab Terayuki's sleeve. In these deep mountains and old forests, if there happens to be a demon or bandits. His words were cut short, because Terayuki's figure had already disappeared. It was not the kind of disappearance caused by rushing away, but rather as if he had melted into the last rays of the sunset, leaving behind only a few withered leaves stirred up by the air current, swirling down at the feet of the bewildered Kakashi member. The torchlight flickered violently. The leader's hand froze in midair, then slowly lowered. He looked around. The pitch-black mountain forest was like the closing maw of a giant beast, and the cry of an unknown night bird came from the distance. Several young Kakashi members had already clutched the medicine chests in their arms tightly, their teeth beginning to chatter. "See, Captain," a trembling voice came from behind the carriage. Should we continue moving?" The leader opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He looked down at his slightly trembling hand, then looked up again in the direction where Terayuki had disappeared. There was nothing there but the increasingly thick darkness. The mountain wind whined through the forest, making the torches crackle. 5 carriages, over a dozen people, were thus left behind in the deepening night of the deep mountains. Terayuki did not travel at full speed. He moved like a leisurely beam of light, traveling unhurriedly through the moonlit mountain forest and the snow-covered mountain paths. The Kasugai Crow's urgent cause rang out occasionally, but he only waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush," he whispered to himself, his golden pupils scanning the cold, moonlit mountain forest. If that boss decides on a whim to take a stroll nearby, running into him would be no joke. Although slaying Muzan was the ultimate goal buried deep in his heart, he knew his own limitations. With his current strength as a weak Hashira, it was only thanks to the uniqueness of the breath of light that he could barely defeat a lower moon. If he were to truly face that progenitor of demons, he feared he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Thinking of this, he adjusted his breathing, concealing his presence even more thoroughly, and crept toward the direction from which the sounds of fighting were coming. The sounds of fighting became clearer, the sharp whistle of blades cutting through the wind, and the boys' roars mixed with anger and determination. Terayuki landed silently on a snow-covered pine branch and looked down, just in time to see that classic scene. A black-haired young man with a cold expression, his Nichiren sword held steadily against the neck of the demonized girl kneeling on the ground. And the boy wearing a checkered haori, with Hanafuda earrings hanging from his earlobes, was letting out a beast-like roar, holding the resolve to die, and suddenly threw the axe hidden behind him. While his own body collided toward the blade tip like an arrow released from a bow, he was actually using himself as bait to trade for that one glimmer of a slim chance to perish together. The water Hashira seemed to be stunned for a moment by this determined and pure attack. In that split second, a figure reacted faster than him. Swish! A slight sound of breaking air rang out, and the axe spinning toward the water Hashira did not hit its target as expected, nor did it miss. A gloved hand, steady and nimble, grasped the axe handle in midair, neutralizing all its force. Under the light of the moon and the snow, Terayuki's figure had appeared some distance to the side of the two of them before anyone knew it. He weighed the axe in his hand, a nearly leisurely smile on his face, breaking the frozen killing intent and tragic atmosphere of the snowy night. "Good evening," he said in a relaxed tone, his gaze falling on the black-haired young man. "This must be Water Hashira Tomioka, right?" Tomioka slowly turned his head, those deep blue eyes lacking highlights looking at Terayuki, his face expressionless, just remaining silent, seemingly confirming the newcomer's identity, or perhaps simply reacting. Terayuki waited for a moment, and seeing the other party had no intention of replying, he had no choice but to rub his nose and continue introducing himself, while pointing to the rising sun-like pattern in the center of his haori. "Nice to meet you. I am Haitru Terayuki, and thanks to the master's favor, I am currently serving as the Light Hashira." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the fainted Tanjiro and Nezuko, whom Jiyu was holding at bay with his sword, and finally landed back on Jiyu's calm face, his smile tinged with a bit of inquiry and helplessness. "So, Jiyu, if it's convenient, could you explain to me what is going on here? I was called here from far away by the Kasugai Crow, told it was an emergency rescue, Water Hashira out of contact, and yet what I see is..." He raised the axe in his hand, such a lively rescue scene. Chapter 4, when you make a mistake, you must stand up straight. Terayuki shivered, pricked by the chill hidden within that gentle gaze. His brain raced, and he blurted out, "It's like this, Miss Kachu. I received an emergency distress signal midway, stating that Water Hashira Tomioka had lost contact in the snowy mountain region, and the situation was critical. Worried about the loss of a Hashira-level combatant, I had no choice but to divert my course to investigate." He tried his best to make his expression look sincere and grave. His golden eyes filled with the message of there was a reason for this. The smile on Kachu Shinobu's face didn't change in the slightest, perhaps even deepening, but her purple pupils narrowed slightly, as if she were examining a plant with unknown medicinal properties. "Oh my, Jiyu-san, lost contact." Her tone lifted slightly at the end, carrying a hint of perfectly measured doubt. "I am somewhat aware of Jiyu-san's strength. It is unlikely that ordinary circumstances would land him in a situation requiring an emergency rescue. And besides..." She paused, her tone remaining soft. "Even if support were truly needed, Terayuki-san, you were burdened with the vital duty of escorting the convoy. It seems you should have prioritized your mission, or at the very least, sent word back first, rather than heading off alone and leaving the convoy completely unattended." Terayuki felt a faint bead of sweat on his temple. He knew he couldn't bluff his way out of this, so he had to bite the bullet, simplifying the process as much as possible while carefully skirting around the key details. "Yes, you are right. Actually, by the time I arrived, Jiyu-san had already handled the scene. He had encountered a rather special demon and a surviving boy. The matter was already resolved, and that demon had already been slain by Jiyu-san." He omitted the details about Nezuko's survival and release, focusing instead on the outcome. "We just waited for the injured boy to wake up, confirmed he was unharmed, and gave him some guidance. Jiyu-san left first, and then I hurried back." He felt this explanation was reasonable and logical, as it explained his whereabouts while indicating that the matter was settled and not much time was wasted. However, just as he finished speaking, "So," Kachu Shinobu's voice cut his narrative short. She took another small step forward, the distance between them closing until Terayuki could clearly see his own flustered reflection in her eyes. The smile on her face remained perfect, but the soft aura surrounding her suddenly became sharp and dangerous. "So what you mean is," she said, enunciating every word, her voice as soft as a whisper yet perfectly clear, "that when you arrived, Jiyu-san had already solved all the problems on his own, including slaying the demon and handling the scene. And then, you two Hashira," she emphasized the words two Hashira specifically, "just stayed together in that frozen wilderness, doing nothing, just waiting for a mere unconscious, ordinary boy to wake up on his own." Her purple eyes stared unblinkingly at Terayuki, as if her gaze could pierce through any pretense. "And during this waiting period, you completely forgot that a convoy carrying medicinal herbs urgently needed by the Butterfly Mansion, escorted by Kakashi members with no self-defense capabilities, was traveling alone on a dangerous mountain road in the middle of the night, waiting for their temporarily departed guard to return. Kachu Shinobu sighed softly, a sound full of disappointment that made Terayuki's scalp prickle far more than direct anger ever could. Terayuki-san, she tilted her head slightly, the butterfly ornament in her hair shimmering under the moonlight. I hope that when you attempt to explain your misjudgment, you could at least find a reason. That is slightly more favorable to yourself. The current explanation sounds almost like an admission that you simply, out of curiosity, or something else, completely cast aside the mission entrusted to you by the Master and the Butterfly Mansion, along with the safety of the members. Seeing the aura beneath Kachu Shinobu's gentle smile becoming increasingly dangerous, Terayuki knew that any defense would be pale and powerless in the face of the facts and the insight of the insect Hashira. Moreover, the truth involved the secret of releasing the demon, which absolutely could not be leaked. He made a swift decision, took a deep breath, lowered those golden eyes that usually shone with sun-like warmth, and let his shoulders slump slightly. Using an unprecedented, almost boyishly sincere tone, he said, "I'm sorry, Miss Kachu. This time, I was wrong. I was inconsiderate and abandoned my post, causing the convoy and the members to bear unnecessary risks. Regardless of the reason, this is not behavior befitting a Hashira. I am very sorry." He apologized so crisply, and with such an exceptionally proper attitude that it actually caught Kachu Shinobu, who was prepared to continue her gentle questioning, slightly off guard. She looked at the young light Hashira before her, who had suddenly become like a student who had made a mistake. The sharp scrutiny in her purple eyes softened slightly, though the displeasure caused by the disregard for his duties had not completely dissipated. However, the subsequent developments gave this admonishment a subtle visual contrast. Terayuki's stature was considered tall even among the Hashira, more than a head taller than Kachu Shinobu. At this moment, to express his sincerity, he subconsciously hunched his back slightly and lowered his head, which was covered in soft black hair, causing the petite Kachu to be almost completely enveloped in the shadow he cast. He tried hard to meet her gaze, but due to the height difference, his golden pupils had to look down at a distinct angle, which made him look more like a large, bewildered dog being scolded. Kachu Shinobu had to tilt her head slightly to see every subtle change in his expression. She began her lesson in her usual steady and gentle voice, but the scene, the tall, handsome light Hashira hanging his head like a child who had made a mistake, listening to the earnest teachings of the slender insect Hashira, held a strange sense of contrast in itself. The nursing staff occasionally passing by the corridor would cover their mouths and giggle at the sight, but not daring to look for long, they would hurriedly walk away. Recognizing your mistake is the first step, Terayuki-san. Kachu Shinobu's tone returned to its usual gentleness, yet it carried an unquestionable weight. Then, please make amends for this oversight properly. Regarding the judgment of mission priorities, the awareness of team responsibilities, and the code of conduct as a Hashira, I believe we need to have some in-depth communication. This communication was far longer and more detailed than Terayuki had anticipated. Kachu Shinobu did not scold him loudly, but instead took him to a quiet pharmacy room in the Butterfly Mansion. The room was filled with the complex scent of mixed herbs. She first leisurely brewed a pot of medicinal tea and handed a cup to Terayuki. The tea was suspicious in color, and its taste was bitter with a strange sour and numbing sensation, clearly another form of minor punishment. Terayuki drank it without changing his expression, silently enduring the torture on his tongue. Then, using her profound medical knowledge and logical, meticulous thinking, Kachu Shinobu conducted a thought education session on him from multiple angles, citing various examples, which lasted for nearly an hour. She started with the most basic rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, analyzing one by one the clauses Terayuki's behavior might have violated, as well as the lessons behind each one, paid for with the blood of countless members. Her tone was steady, even gentle, but the cases she cited were increasingly tragic, making Terayuki clearly realize how terrifying the chain reaction of his one act of joining in the fun could be. Then, she shifted the topic and began to elaborate in detail on the responsibilities borne as a Hashira. Terayuki-san, do you know what the title Hashira means? Her purple eyes gazed at Terayuki, her voice soft yet heavy with significance. It is not just a recognition of strength, it means that you are the barrier and reliance for other members. A single decision of yours can affect the lives and deaths of countless people. Leaving a convoy with no self-defense capabilities alone on a mountain road in the middle of the night. How is this different from pushing fledglings out of their nest with your own hands and exposing them to vipers? She even listed several historical incidents of major casualties caused by the misjudgment or dereliction of duty by Hashira-level members, and every number made Terayuki feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. Throughout the process, Kachu Shinobu's face always wore that impeccable smile, but the disappointment and severity in her words were like a cold tide, crashing against Terayuki in waves. Occasionally, she would ask questions, requiring Terayuki to analyze the consequences himself. At other times, she would fall silent, leaving only the rustling sound of a mortar and pestle in the room, a sound that seemed to be grinding away at Terayuki's wishful thinking. Terayuki sat upright the entire time, not daring to be the least bit negligent, and could only repeatedly and sincerely admit his mistake. After the thought education ended, the punishment was not over. Kachu Shinobu stood up, her smile still gentle. It seems the theoretical knowledge has been fully conveyed. Now, the next part is the practical portion. I hope it will help you more deeply experience the weight of responsibility. The physical labor she assigned to Terayuki was extremely tedious and mentally draining. She required Terayuki to take an entire new batch of medicinal herbs, numbering over 20 types, and grind them by hand using the most traditional pestle and mortar into specified, varying degrees of fineness, strictly adhering to medicinal properties and dosage requirements. The medicine at the Butterfly Mansion concerns the lives of every member, and there cannot be the slightest error. She supervised from the side, occasionally pinching a bit of powder to rub between her fingertips, using her professional gaze to check if it met the standard, and if there was the slightest flaw, she would demand it be redone. In addition, Terayuki was required to clean and disinfect all empty patient rooms in the Butterfly Mansion, including wiping every paper door, every tatami mat, and even disinfecting every corner. This work was dull and required patience. Kachu Shinobu would appear from time to time, gently running her fingertips over the tops of cabinets or door frames to check for any residual dust. That silent scrutiny was more stressful than any scolding. Finally, he also had to re-examine and reinforce the support poles for all the wisteria trellises in the courtyard. These wisterias are an important barrier protecting the Butterfly Mansion. Their stability symbolizes the security of the Demon Slayer Corps rearguard. Please be sure to put your heart into it. Terayuki swung his tools under the scorching sun, sweat soaking his clothes, while Kachu Shinobu would occasionally stand on the corridor, watching him work quietly. That gaze made him not dare to slack off in the slightest. Kachu Shinobu really hadn't expected that Terayuki would admit his mistake so readily and truly accept all the punishments she assigned without a single complaint. One must know that they were both Hashira, the highest combat power in the Demon Slayer Corps with equal status. According to common sense, even if Terayuki's behavior this time was indeed suspected of violating rules and dereliction of duty, it was not for a colleague like her to impose such specific lectures and labor punishments. This was more like discipline from a superior to a subordinate, or at least from a trainer to a member. She had assumed Terayuki would argue, emphasize his own judgment as a Hashira, or simply express his dissatisfaction through silence or leaving, like some of their colleagues. If it were Shinizugawa-san, he would probably have already retorted irritably or even slammed the door and left, right? Even Jiwoo-san would likely express his disapproval with his characteristic silence. Kachu Shinobu thought silently to herself. She had long been accustomed to the strong personalities and pride of the Hashira, which was a necessary dignity that supported them in their battles against demons. But Terayuki did not. He not only admitted his mistake, but even when she was stating the stakes, such a tall man hunched his back slightly to accommodate her height, bowing his head, with not a shred of displeasure or resistance in his golden eyes, only complete sincerity and acceptance. This attitude of complete cooperation, which could even be called docile, instead left the anger that had originally risen in Kachu Shinobu due to his dereliction of duty with nowhere to land. gradually transforming into a subtle confusion and a trace of a faint, barely perceptible stirring that she herself was unwilling to admit. Did he really realize his mistake and feel that my punishment was justified? Or is there some other reason he is so compliant? Kachu Shinobu's fingertips unconsciously brushed over the edge of the butterfly pattern on her haori. She recalled that during the time Terayuki was recovering from his injuries at the butterfly mansion, although he always tried to sneak out to bask in the sun, every time she invited him back, he mostly had this sheepish look, not really arguing back. This really differed somewhat from the rumors of him being cold and ruthless toward demons, and his image as a decisive and sharp-light Hashira on the battlefield. This unexpected cooperation made the follow-up educational plan she had originally prepared seem somewhat superfluous. Watching his departing back, a ripple couldn't help but stir in Kachu Shinobu's heart. This newly appointed light Hashira seemed more special than she had anticipated. At the very least, his attitude toward her was completely different from the other Hashira. This, in addition to her helplessness, also sparked a trace of imperceptible curiosity about this colleague. Terayuki-san, she suddenly spoke, her tone peaceful. How did you and Jiyu-san get along this time? Upon hearing this, Terayuki turned his head, a smile appearing on his face that, while tired, was still bright. Jiyu-san? Oh, it was all right. I think he's a pretty good person, quite easy to talk to. Easy to talk to? Kachu Shinobu's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. This evaluation was quite novel. Yeah, Terayuki nodded. His tone natural, no matter what I said, he didn't argue, nor did he say I was wrong. Isn't that considered easy to talk to? Kachu Shinobu looked at him, acting so serious as if he truly believed it, and was silent for a moment. Then, a rare smile, not out of etiquette or habit, but carrying helplessness and understanding, gently appeared at the corners of her mouth. She shook her head, looking at the setting sun sinking into the horizon, and sighed softly as if to herself, as expected. Jiyu-san is still as difficult to get along with as ever. Chapter 5: Ideals and Mission. The night air was cool, and a bright full moon hung high in the sky, drenching the courtyard and eaves of the butterfly mansion in its clear radiance. Terayuki sat alone on the upturned eaves of the main house, leaning against the cold tiles. He spread his palms, letting the silver, veil-like moonlight flow across his fingertips. The moon's disk was reflected in his golden eyes. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this moonlight is clearly a reflection of sunlight, so why is the power of light within it so thin and weak, almost impossible for his body to absorb and store? As he was lost in thought, a very light set of footsteps, accompanied by the faint scent of wisteria, approached from behind. Good evening, Terayuki-san. Kachu Shinobu's voice rang out softly. She had arrived on the roof at some unknown point, her steps as light as a feather. Terayuki withdrew his hand. Without turning back, he simply relaxed his posture and replied in his usual tone, Shinobu-san, what a coincidence. Shinobu sat down about a step away from him, her hands tucked into her sleeves. Her purple eyes quietly gazed up at the full moon. The moonlight cast a soft silver edge on her delicate profile, yet it also caused her habitual smile to fade into the shadows, revealing a rare, quiet sense of detachment. The night breeze brushed past, causing the strands of hair at her temples to flutter slightly. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Terayuki wasn't used to this kind of quiet, especially when alone with this always smiling insect Hashira. He cleared his throat and asked tentatively, Are you unable to sleep as well, Shinobu-san? Shinobu nodded gently, her gaze still fixed on the moon, as if there were something captivating there. Terayuki hesitated for a moment before continuing, Is something bothering you? This time, Shinobu remained silent for a while before slowly nodding. The eternally perfect, mask-like smile on her face completely vanished, replaced by a deep, slightly bewildered exhaustion. Seeing this expression on the face of someone who was always so composed was particularly surprising. Terayuki didn't press her, he just waited quietly. Sometimes I wonder, Shinobu finally spoke, her voice lower and lighter than usual, as if afraid of disturbing the moonlight, if I can truly fulfill my sister's wish. She turned her head slightly to look at Terayuki, her purple pupils appearing deep under the moonlight. I cannot understand demons or live in peace with them, as my sister once hoped. Her fingertips curled unconsciously. Because I cannot forgive them. She said this very softly, yet it carried a heavy, long-suppressed power. I have been angry all this time. I feel a heartfelt, unquenchable rage toward everything demons have done. Can someone like me really achieve my sister's dream? Teruyuki listened quietly, watching her curl up and hug her knees. It was a posture completely different from the usual gentle, firm, and seemingly omnipotent mistress of the butterfly mansion. She looked somewhat fragile and lonely. Is that so? Teruyuki's voice sounded steady and gentle in the night breeze. He turned his head and looked seriously at Shinobu's profile. But the Shinobu-san I see is always smiling, whether treating the wounded, guiding juniors, or even. He paused, a slight curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Even when you are educating me, your smile is always so beautiful and composed, it puts people at ease. Shinobu was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to say that. Teruyuki turned his gaze back to the vast night sky, his tone carrying a pure, almost naive curiosity, however, if possible. I actually want to see what you look like when you are truly angry, Shinobu-san. He turned his face, his golden eyes clear and bright in the moonlight, containing no hint of mockery or flippancy, only sincere inquiry. It would probably be quite cute, wouldn't it? Teruyuki's unexpected words were like a small pebble thrown into the center of a calm lake, creating a ripple of strange, unfamiliar emotion in the perfect state of mind Shinobu usually maintained. She buried her cheek softly in the crook of her arm, revealing only those purple eyes reflecting the moonlight and filled with a slight daze. She didn't speak for a long time. The night breeze seemed to grow much softer, as if afraid to disturb this sudden silence and subtle awkwardness. After a long while, Shinobu slowly raised her head. Her expression had returned to its usual calm, though that perfect smile had not yet returned. She turned her face, her investigative gaze falling on Teruyuki's well-defined profile. The moonlight cast a soft silver edge on his fair skin and golden eyelashes. Teruyuki-san, she spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible doubt and deeper probing. Don't you find it strange? Hearing someone say, they want to live in peace with demons, especially coming from the mouth of a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. She specifically emphasized the word Hashira, her gaze locked tightly onto Teruyuki's reaction. Upon hearing this, Teruyuki did not answer immediately. He continued to gaze up at the starry sky. A moment later, he slowly shook his head, the clear radiance of the moonlight flowing in his golden pupils, reflecting a clarity that transcended his age. Everyone has their own reason for fighting, Shinobu-san. His voice was steady and clear. Some for revenge, some for protection, some for conviction, and some for the wish of someone important to them. Paused, his gaze finally turning toward Shinobu. The Demon Slayer Corps is like a collection of various necessities and attachments. Everyone gathers here because their lives were cruelly rewritten by demons, carrying their own unhealable scars and objectives that must be achieved. Therefore, any wish born from that, whether it's swinging a blade to kill or seeking another possibility, doesn't seem strange to me. Those are just different flowers blooming from different scars. Some are blood-stained, while others perhaps yearn for the moonlight. Shinobu listened quietly, the light in her purple eyes flickering slightly. She hadn't expected to hear such words. There was no easy agreement, nor any arbitrary denial, but rather a kind of nearly all-encompassing understanding. This caused the faint thought in her heart to resurface. Her sister's wish, which seemed almost naive or even heterodox to others, was something the person before her didn't seem to reject understanding the roots of. She slightly tightened her hand tucked in her sleeve and asked a more critical question, her voice lower and more serious than before. Then, what about yourself, Teruyuki-san? Can you accept the possibility of living in peace with demons? As she asked this, there was a hint of expectation in her heart that even she hadn't fully realized. She looked at Teruyuki. Under the moonlight, a pure and warm aura seemed to surround him, completely different from her cold rage toward demons. Perhaps her sister's too gentle, even illusory dream wasn't entirely without a place to rest. Perhaps, in the heart of this new light Hashira, whose foundation was a special power of light, and who held an extreme attitude of purification toward demons, There was instead room to contemplate another possibility. Terayuki did not immediately respond to that kind, yet heavy ideal. He simply leaned back slightly, his hands propped on the cool tiles, his golden eyes appearing clear and firm under the moonlight. "I cannot, Shinobu-san." He shook his head gently, his voice steady but carrying an unquestionable decisiveness, as if stating an innate fact. "You've probably heard about some of my past deeds. I respect you and the precious wish of your late sister. It is beautiful, truly. However, I also have a mission I must fulfill." He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the night before him, looking toward some more distant depth. "From the moment I first truly encountered a demon, I understood. The meaning of my existence is to exterminate all the evil demons in this world. There is no compromise on this path, only life or death. Either I kill them all, or I fall halfway to that goal. Only one side can survive." He specifically emphasized the words evil demons. This subtle phrasing was like a faint light, quietly flashing through Shinobu's mind. She immediately thought of his merciless attitude toward demons in previous missions, but she also vaguely sensed that his words seemed to leave an indescribable gap for some kind of exception. However, Terayuki did not mention any specific existence. At this moment, he was merely stating his absolute principle. The faint hope that had just risen in Kachu Shinobu due to his previous understanding flickered out like a candle in the wind. A flash of complex disappointment crossed her purple eyes, but it was mostly a sense of relief, as if thinking, as expected. She was already used to the Hashira's deep-seated hatred for demons. It was just that Terayuki's previous gentleness had given her a momentary illusion. Terayuki caught the emotion that flashed through her eyes. He turned his head, but a nearly radiant smile appeared on his face, one completely different from the cold hardness of his words, carrying a sun-like warmth and an almost arrogant confidence. "So, there's no need to worry about it anymore, Shinobu-san." His tone became lighthearted, as if speaking of a natural and inevitable future. "Look at it from another perspective. If there are no more demons in this world, if the very source of that sadness and anger disappears, then wouldn't the problem of whether we can live in peace that you're struggling with and the burden of your sister's unfulfilled dream naturally cease to exist?" He stood up and stretched on the ridge of the roof, the moonlight outlining his tall and straight silhouette. Terayuki looked down, his golden eyes gazing at Shinobu. There was no hint of confusion in them, only a pure goal and absolute conviction like a blazing flame. Rest assured, he made a promise, his voice not loud but carrying a resolute power. "Sooner or later, I will purge all the evil demons from this world." And then, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as if he had already locked onto the ultimate culprit in the darkness. "I will personally take Musen Kibutsuji's head." The night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. Shinobu remained sitting there, hugging her knees, looking up at Terayuki standing in the moonlight. He was neither a successor to her sister's philosophy, nor a simple killer. He chose the most thorough and extreme way to end all conflict and sadness. This blood-stained path was far from the peace her sister had hoped for, yet its ultimate destination strangely pointed to the same end, a world where demons no longer ran rampant. The disappointment in her heart hadn't completely dissipated, but a new, more complex emotion, a mix of slight helplessness, a hint of understanding, and even a bit of shock at being touched by this almost reckless determination, quietly sprouted. She lowered her eyelids slightly. Her habitual smile seemed tinged with a faint, indescribable bitterness, and perhaps a weak glimmer of hope that even she hadn't noticed. Chapter 6: Pillars Daily Life. The next morning, the butterfly mansion was filled with the slightly bitter scent of boiling herbs and the freshness of morning dew. Inside the routine examination room, sunlight filtered through the paper lattice windows, casting neat patches of light onto the floor. Kachu Shinobu finished her final detailed palpation and inquiry, put away her stethoscope, and wore her usual, impeccable clinical smile on her face. "Well, your recovery is much better than expected." Her voice was calm and professional, her purple eyes scanning the medical records. "The wounds have healed well, and the internal congestion has mostly dissipated. Congratulations, Terayuki-san. From a medical perspective, your body has basically recovered and you can resume normal missions. With a tacit understanding, neither of them mentioned a word about their conversation on the roof last night, as if it were merely a gust of wind that had accidentally brushed past under the moonlight. The only sounds in the air were the slight clinking of medical instruments and the faint chirping of birds from outside the window. Hearing this declaration of regained freedom, Terayuki felt an inexplicable stagnation that even he couldn't understand. He froze for a moment, then subconsciously moved his shoulders, which indeed felt much lighter. Yes, he could leave now. He was no longer grounded, and he could fully embrace every ray of sunlight he craved. But why did the expected elation not rise in his heart? Instead, it felt as if something soft yet heavy was holding him back. He quickly suppressed this strange emotion, stood up, and bowed solemnly to Shinobu. "Thank you, Shinobu-san. I've truly been a bother during this time. If it weren't for your professional treatment and strict supervision, my injuries wouldn't have healed so thoroughly." His gratitude was sincere, though the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but twitch slightly when he thought of certain supervision methods. Kachu Shinobu closed the record book and folded her hands elegantly in front of her, her smile deepening a bit, the curve so perfect it was beyond reproach. Not at all. This is the duty of the Butterfly Mansion. However, if Terayuki-san could have been more obedient in following doctor's orders from the start, your recovery might have been even faster. Terayuki could almost hear his heart skip a beat. He knew perfectly well that if he had truly listened to her from the beginning and stayed cooped up indoors all day, his unique constitution, which relied on sunlight to accelerate healing, would have actually caused the recovery process to take much longer. But this truth could never be spoken aloud, especially in front of this gentle smiling healer. That would be no different from directly questioning her professional judgment or even a blatant provocation. He could already see even more bitter herbal tea, side dishes with even weirder flavors, and endless physical labor to deeply realize his responsibility beckoning him. Thus, his smile remained unchanged, even appearing more sincere as he followed her lead. "Shinobu-san is right. I was too willful this time. I will certainly be more careful in the future." His tone was so submissive, and his attitude so upright that he truly seemed like a wayward patient who had suddenly seen the light. Shinobu nodded with a smile and said no more, though her gaze seemed to see through his unspoken complaints. She merely chose not to expose them out of consideration. "Then, please take care, Terayuki-san. May your fortune in battle be great." Terayuki thanked her once more and turned to walk out of the examination room. Outside the corridor, the sunlight was just right, spilling over him without obstruction, and warmth instantly enveloped him. He took a deep breath of the free air, suppressing that lingering, subtle reluctance toward this house that always restricted his sunbathing, along with the sighs under last night's moonlight, deep into his heart. On the day he left the Butterfly Mansion, the weather was exceptionally fine, and sunlight generously covered the courtyard. Terayuki did not leave without saying goodbye. He specifically took the time to bid farewell to everyone at the Butterfly Mansion he had become acquainted with. He found Kanzaki AI in the pharmacy, her head buried in sorting medicinal materials, and solemnly thanked her for the food boxes and her meticulous care. This made AI's eyes redden slightly, yet she still forced herself to insist, "Please make sure not to get such heavy injuries again." Finally, at the corner of the corridor, he encountered Kanao Tsuyuri standing quietly. The girl's long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her glass-like eyes gazed at him silently. She still said nothing, but the corners of her mouth pulled into a very faint smile that was clearer than usual, like a petal quietly landing on a calm water surface. Terayuki stopped and looked at her, remembering the quiet gazes she occasionally cast his way, and that coin that was always flipping between her fingers. For some reason, that slight stagnation of parting welled up in his heart again. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out and gently ruffled Kanao's soft hair. The movement was natural and gentle, like an older brother treating a younger sister. "Take care, Kanao," he said softly, his golden eyes reflecting the sunlight and her quiet face. Kanao did not dodge. She only blinked, her smile seeming a bit warmer, and then gave an extremely slight nod. After doing all this, Terayuki finally stepped out of the wisteria fence of the butterfly mansion. The Kasugai crow on his shoulder flapped its wings and pointed out the direction. He needed to head to the area he had been assigned to oversee. As the highest combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Hashira each guarded a region, patrolling their jurisdictions, purging any demons that appeared, and executing higher difficulty missions when receiving special orders. As the new Light Hashira, the area he was assigned wasn't vast, but it was enough to keep a Hashira-level combatant constantly alert. After several days of travel, he arrived near the center of his jurisdiction. Although he was in charge, Hashira rarely had fixed residences. They mostly lived under the stars, moving according to missions and demon tracks. However, Terayuki thought about it and decided to set up a simple foothold, at least a place where he could recharge in peace. He stopped at the edge of a mountain forest near a water source with plenty of sunlight. The terrain here was flat and the view was open. Most importantly, from sunrise to sunset, sunlight could envelop this land almost without obstruction. He did the work himself, felling timber. Relying on the rudimentary skills he had learned in the past and his strength and precision as a swordsman, he spent 2 or 3 days building a small wooden hut. The structure of the wooden hut was extremely simple, even primitive. The 4 walls were made of unpolished logs joined by mortise and tenon, with the gaps filled with mud mixed with hay, emitting the most primal scent of wood and earth. The roof was covered with a thick layer of dry reeds, enough to withstand ordinary wind and rain. The interior space was visible at a glance. The floor was packed earth, and near the window lay a simple cattail mat, which served as the sleeping area. In the corner, a simple stove pit was built with stones, and next to it were piled some basic cooking utensils and clay pots purchased along the way. Other than that, there was nothing else. Sunlight poured in through the south window, which was intentionally made wide, baking the entire interior of the small hut dry and bright. Every speck of floating dust was clearly visible in the beams of light, which was the point Terayuki was most satisfied with. Once everything was settled, he carefully took out a small parcel wrapped in soft washi paper from the bottom of his traveling bag. Untying the string, inside was a small handful of plump sunflower seeds, gleaming with a healthy grayish-white luster in the sunlight. These were given to him by Kachu Shinobu before he left. At that time, she still had that impeccable smile as she placed the seeds in his palm and said in a light tone, "Ara, let me give these to Terayuki-san. This flower is very much like you, always facing the sun." Terayuki had only thanked her and accepted them at the time, but looking at these seeds now, the glimmer that had flashed in those purple eyes when Shinobu said those words, which perhaps wasn't entirely teasing, seemed to reappear before him. He walked outside with the seeds, chose a corner with the most abundant sunlight and relatively soft soil, dug into the earth with a short knife, carefully buried the seeds one by one, and then mindfully watered them. "There, I'll have some company from now on." He brushed the dirt off his hands and spoke softly to the patch of land where the seeds were buried, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turning up slightly. Back inside, he arranged his few belongings, hanging his Nichiren sword in the most accessible spot. Having finished all this, he sat on the cattail mat, leaning against the wall, letting the warm sunlight envelop his entire body. He slowly adjusted his breathing, and the power of light circulated and replenished within his body like a quiet stream. Time passed in silence until the sun dipped westward, and the brilliant goldenred was gradually replaced by a quiet indigo, as stars began to faintly emerge in the deep canopy of the sky. Terayuki opened his eyes, his golden pupils still clear in the thickening twilight. He stood up and walked outside. The night wind blew with the characteristic chill of the mountain forest, completely different from the warmth of the daytime sun. He took a deep breath of the cool air, taking one last look at the small wooden hut blurred in the darkness and the patch of newly turned earth beside it, waiting to sprout. Then he straightened his collar, gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword, and with a movement, silently merged into the deepening night. The moonlight was cold, and the winding dirt road stretched beneath his feet, flanked by sleeping fields, with scattered farmhouses in the distance showing no signs of light. Terayuki's figure was the only moving thing in this vast and lonely expanse. He wore the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, covered by that slightly oversized white haori, the hem of which brushed gently and rhythmically with his steps. He subconsciously raised his hand to tighten the collar of his uniform and the buttons at his chest. The night chill was more piercing than expected. At his waist, the Nichiren sword forged from special scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet crimson ore hung quietly. The scabbard's lines were smooth, occasionally catching a dull glint under the hazy moonlight, and the resolve to destroy all evil demons was engraved upon the blade. He looked up and exhaled, watching the cloud of white mist quickly form and dissipate in the cold night. His golden eyes reflected the sparse but distant stars, and a hint of faint helplessness flitted across them. As expected, he whispered to himself, his voice so soft it was nearly scattered by the wind, "It's not that easy to run into a demon." This sentiment did not come from laziness, but from a realization based on facts. Although the demons created by Musen Kibitsuji were ferocious, their numbers were indeed scarce relative to the massive human population, and most were adept at hiding, their movements secretive. Even in an area that required a hashira to guard and patrol, it was often peaceful for long periods, with no trace of evil demons to be found. It had been some time since he took over this territory after becoming the light hashira, and most nights were spent alone like this. However, this did not cause his steps to hesitate for even a moment. He retracted that fleeting sigh, his gaze becoming calm and focused once more, scanning every clump of shadow by the road and every corner where filth might hide. The patrol had to continue, day after day, night after night. For if that minuscule possibility ever became a reality, for ordinary people without strength, it would mean an instantaneous catastrophe of family ruin and death. This responsibility, heavy as a mountain, had long been engraved into his every breath and heartbeat. He spoke no more, only drawing his haori a bit tighter, his hand on the sword hilt steady and dry, as he walked steadily alone toward the deeper depths of the night. Chapter 6: Patrols and Missions. That night, the moonlight was turbid, and the dirt road through the mountains and forests was shrouded in hazy shadows. A middle-aged carpenter, carrying his tool bag, muttered incessantly to himself. If it weren't for the generous pay offered by his employer, he would never have worked so late before heading home. The night wind whistled through the woods, causing a rustling sound that reminded him of the common saying his family often recited: "Walk the night path long enough, and you'll eventually meet a ghost." A trace of unease welled up in his heart, and he subconsciously quickened his pace. Just as he rounded a bend, the dense bushes by the roadside suddenly shook. A dark shadow pounced out like an arrow released from a bowstring, charging straight at him with a cold, fishy stench. The carpenter was scared out of his wits. Relying on the agile reflexes he had honed from years of manual labor, he subconsciously rolled to the side. The dark shadow brushed past his coarse cloth clothing, the wind stirred by its sharp claws stinging his skin. Because it missed, the shadow couldn't stop its momentum and crashed heavily into an abandoned adobe, woodshed by the road like a cannonball out of control. With a loud boom, the dilapidated mud wall was smashed into a large hole, and broken dirt and rotten wood fell with a rustle. Dust filled the air, and moonlight barely penetrated the flying dust to shine into the hole. The carpenter looked on with lingering fear, only to see a twisted humanoid monster lying in the ruins. It mostly retained a human outline, but its limbs were twisted at extremely unnatural angles, and its skin presented a deathly gray-white color, shimmering with an unsettling luster in the dim light. Most chilling was its head. On a face covered in filth, its eyes were hollow and lifeless, yet flashed with a beast-like ferocity. Its mouth was split open, revealing two pale, sharp fangs from which thick, viscous saliva was dripping. It seemed not to feel the pain of the collision, merely supporting its body weirdly with its limbs. A hee-hee sound of mindless panting came from its throat, locking onto the carpenter as the only living thing, and it prepared to pounce again. The carpenter collapsed to the ground, a broken scream squeezed from his throat. Even the strength to scramble away had dissipated under the extreme terror. The twisted humanoid demon made an excited he sound in its throat, fangs dripping with sticky saliva, and using all four limbs, it pounced toward the easy prey before it with speed far exceeding that of a human. A gust of wind hit his face, and the carpenter closed his eyes in despair. However, the expected tearing pain did not come. He only felt a gentle yet irresistible force instantly envelop him. The scenery before his eyes blurred for a moment, and the next instant, his back touched the hard, cold ground. He had been moved to the side of the road, more than 10 meters away. The demon's sharp claws slashed through the air, but only tore through the carpenter's lingering afterimage and the raised dust. Having missed, it fell clumsily to the ground, then looked up in confusion, its hollow beast-like pupils scanning around blankly, searching for the vanished prey. "Ara ara." A male voice, calm yet tinged with a lazy, teasing tone, sounded from not far behind it. The demon jerked its uncoordinated body around. Under the moonlight, a tall young man stood silently in the center of the road. He wore the black, high-collared uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, covered by a spotless white haori. The hem of the haori fluttered slightly in the night wind, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. He had a head of unique, silky black hair, the tips appearing to have a naturally faint, pale gold shimmer. It was not tied up at the moment, and a few stray locks hung casually over his forehead. Most striking were his golden eyes, which still flowed with a distinct luster in the dim light. At this moment, they were watching the demon before him calmly, and the corners of his mouth even held a faint, slightly playful curve. "I haven't heard any intelligence about demons attacking people in this vicinity," Terayuki said in a relaxed tone, as if stating a trivial matter unrelated to himself. "Looks like this is your first time killing, right?" He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the fangs at the corner of the demon's mouth and the fresh dust on its body. Beneath that seemingly casual smile, a cold, bone-chilling, and undisguised pure killing intent suddenly condensed deep within his golden eyes. "I really don't know if you're unlucky," he added softly, his right hand already resting casually on the hilt of his Nichiren sword, "or if I'm lucky." That killing intent was not born of hatred or anger, but something closer to instinct, a deeper, bone-marrow-level natural rejection and disgust. It was as if the absolute opposition of light and dark, the incompatibility of warmth and filth. This was Terayuki's innate trait, and also the clear price that accompanied his special power of light, an endless, unyielding urge to purify such existences as demons. Regarding this, Terayuki never felt anything amiss. Instead, he viewed it as a matter-of-course mission. That demon, having just transformed and possessing no rationality, could not perceive the restrained, yet extremely dangerous aura surrounding the person before it. Driven only by the instinct to devour living things, it let out a vague roar from its throat, kicked off the ground, and pounced again with a fishy stench, its gray-white claws aiming straight for Terayuki's heart. Seeing this, Terayuki just laughed very lightly. There was no tension in that laugh, but rather a sense of as expected. His wrist holding the sword turned slightly, the movement as fluid as if practiced thousands of times. "Water breathing, first form." As he whispered, his body tilted slightly, and his Nichiren sword drew a clear blue arc in the moonlight, like ripples stirred by a breeze on a calm lake, meeting the demon's pouncing trajectory gently yet precisely. Water surface slash. The blade flashed, silent and soundless. The demon's forward momentum suddenly froze. A tiny line of blood appeared between its twisted head and neck, and then, in its own dazed eyes, it slowly slid off and rolled into the dust with a thud. The headless body swayed for a moment before collapsing powerlessly to the ground, beginning to disintegrate rapidly. Clang! Terayuki sheathed his sword cleanly, as if he had just done a trivial thing. He turned around and looked at the carpenter who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, pale as a sheet. A reassuring, gentle smile returned to his face, and his golden eyes shone exceptionally bright in the night. "Are you hurt?" he asked in a calm tone. The carpenter widened his eyes, staring blankly at the monster's remains turning to ash on the ground, then looked at the young man before him who seemed like the embodiment of moonlight. He subconsciously shook his head desperately, but no sound came from his throat, only the chattering of his teeth. "You're lucky, too." Terayuki stepped closer, still using that calm tone, trying to alleviate the other's fear. This was a lowest-level demon, not even having developed rationality, acting entirely on instinct. Otherwise, with a demon's usual speed and strength, you would have been eaten on the first strike and wouldn't have lasted until I arrived. He paused, then added, however, "It's best not to walk long distances alone at night in the future." The carpenter was clearly still in extreme shock and bewilderment and had no reaction to Terayuki's words, just clutching his tool bag, his body trembling uncontrollably. Terayuki did not urge him, just stayed quietly by his side. Not long after, several Kakashi members in uniform, moving with efficiency, arrived silently at the scene, clearly having received the message from a Kasugai crow or other means. They quickly inspected the scene, began to skillfully handle the remaining ashes, and comforted the frightened civilian. Terayuki explained the general situation to the leader of the Kakashi team, then pointed to the dazed carpenter. "Please take care of this gentleman and send him home. He has been quite frightened." The leading Kakashi member immediately bowed, his tone full of awe. "Yes, Light Hashira-sama, please leave it to us. The subsequent comforting and memory handling will be properly completed." Terayuki nodded and said politely, "I'll leave it to you." "It is our honor." The Kakashi members responded in unison, their attitude extremely respectful. To them, a Hashira was not only top-tier combat power, but also an existence to be looked up to. Being able to receive such a calm instruction from a Hashira was enough to make them feel honored. Terayuki said no more, took one last look at the street that was gradually returning to calm, moved slightly, and merged into the night again to continue his unfinished patrol. The second half of the night passed without waves. Terayuki walked through the quiet countryside and mountains, his steps steady and his breathing long. He did not waste this time, but deliberately adjusted the rhythm of his breathing, letting the power of light circulate within his body according to a specific cadence. It was both nourishment and unceasing training. The horizon gradually turned a pale white, the night retreated, the morning light dawned, and bird calls began to ring out sporadically. When the first ray of true golden-red morning sun leaped over the horizon, he happened to step onto the familiar path, returning to his small wooden house. Pushing open the simple wooden door, the familiar air mixed with the scent of wood and hay rushed to meet him. He closed the door behind him, shutting the cool morning air outside. First, he untied his white haori, took it off, carefully shook off the non-existent dew and dust, and hung it on a wooden nail by the door. Then, he unbuckled his Nichiren sword, his fingertips brushing over the end of the hilt, feeling the material property within that faintly resonated with sunlight, and solemnly hung it on a wooden wedge specifically inserted into the wall next to the haori. After doing this, he walked to a corner of the room, picked up a coarse pottery kettle, and went to the small stream outside the door to fill it with clear, cold morning water. He did not rush to return to the room to rest, but carried the kettle to the side of the wooden house. There, in the place he had personally tilled and sown seeds, a few tender green seedlings had broken through the soil, stretching out two thick cotyledons, stubbornly facing the rising sun. Although they hadn't grown their iconic flower heads yet, their vitality was clearly visible. Golden morning light poured down unreservedly, gilding the outlines of the emerald seedlings with a warm halo, and the dew on the leaves refracted tiny, fragmented rainbows. Terayuki squatted down, poured the water from the kettle finely and evenly onto the soil at the roots of the seedlings, watching the dark water stains slowly seep out. The sunlight also fell on him, making his white hair tips appear almost transparent, and those golden eyes looked exceptionally bright and gentle in the daylight, as if they had merged with the sunlight. The fatigue seemed to be quietly dispelled by this morning light and vitality, and the corners of his mouth relaxed involuntarily, revealing a trace of a peaceful curve. Just then, the sound of flapping wings came from near to far. His Kasugai crow, the messenger with feathers as black as ink, which he called and accurately passed through the brightening sky and landed on his shoulder. Its bird beak opened and closed, making a hurried and clear sound. "Urgent report. In the southeast direction, in Numame town and surrounding villages, there have been continuous disappearances over the past 3 days, suspected to be the work of a demon. 2 Grade Kinno members who went to investigate have lost contact, and no message has been sent back for over 24 hours. The situation is critical. Headquarters orders Light Hashira Haitru Terayuki-sama to immediately proceed to the area to investigate the situation and eliminate the threat. Repeat, proceed immediately. Terayuki's motion of watering stopped. He maintained his squatting posture, closed his eyes, and a helpless, bitter smile appeared on his face. He whispered to the Kasugai crow on his shoulder, as if talking to himself, "I just finished my patrol, and I haven't even touched my bed yet. Are they not even going to let me sleep?" "Ka, the situation is urgent. Please depart immediately," the Kasugai crowin urged. I know. Terayuki sighed and placed the kettle gently next to the seedlings. He stood up, and although there was a trace of weariness between his brows, his movements were without any hesitation. He turned and returned to the room, took down the white haori he had just hung up, put it on cleanly, and tightened the ties. Then, he reached out to wear the Nikkairen's sword on his waist again, his fingers habitually confirming the position of the tsuba. Although he was complaining about the lack of sleep, his body was unusually honest. The moment his fingers gripped the hilt, a sharp spirit quietly replaced the fatigue in his eyes. Clearing out evil demons, especially in cases where members had already encountered danger, was, for him, a priority far higher than personal rest. He took one last look at the sunflower seedlings trembling in the morning light, pushed open the wooden door, and strode into the increasingly brilliant sunshine. "Let's go in, lead the way." He exerted force with his feet. His figure turned into a swift stream of light, and he sped away toward the southeast direction indicated by the Kasugai crow. After all, when it came to killing evil demons, he was never absent and never felt tired of it. Chapter 7, Blood Demon Art. One day later, a travel-worn Terayuki arrived at an area called Numame Town. As the intelligence suggested, the population here was quite dense, with plenty of pedestrians moving through the streets, and the houses were much more crowded than the rural areas he had patrolled previously. In an environment like this, the occasional disappearance of 1 or 2 people could easily be drowned out by the daily hustle and bustle in the beginning, making it difficult to raise widespread alarm. Terayuki suppressed the ominous premonition in his heart. 2 members had been out of contact for over 24 hours, and given the possibility of having encountered a demon, the hope of their survival was already slim. He steadied himself. The urgent priority was to confirm their whereabouts and what they had encountered. Terayuki reigned in the sharp aura peculiar to a Hashira-level swordsman, making himself appear more like an ordinary traveler or someone searching for a lost person, and began to carefully make inquiries within the town and surrounding villages. "Excuse me, have you recently seen anyone wearing black clothes similar to mine, with a sword at their waist?" He showed the features of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and asked the tea stall owner, the inn staff, and the elderly people sitting by the roadside in a calm tone. After spending an entire day traveling to various places, he finally managed to piece together some fragmented information. Indeed, 2 young men dressed according to the description had arrived here successively, about a day or 2 apart. The first was a taciturn youth, while the second seemed more cheerful and had asked the grocery store owner if there were any rumors of abnormalities nearby. However, the strange thing was that each of them seemed to have stayed in the town or nearby villages for only 1 day, and by the next day, they had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Terayuki stood at the road junction outside the town as twilight deepened, his brow furrowed. The message delivered by the Kasugai crow was that the 2 were out of contact, not lost contact after completing the mission and leaving. By common sense, members accepting an investigation mission, even if they had no gains on the first day, would continue to lie in wait and investigate nearby, or at least leave marks or messages for subsequent actions. This pattern of staying 1 day and then disappearing pointed almost directly to the worst possibility. They had encountered the target the very night they arrived, and had not survived until the next day. So they ran into it that very night? Terayuki muttered to himself, a coldness growing in his golden eyes within the vast twilight. If that was truly the case, then this demon hiding here was acting quite arrogantly. It was not cautiously hunting stragglers in desolate places, but rather acting repeatedly in relatively densely populated areas, and might have even proactively attacked the Demon Slayer Corps members who came to investigate. This unscrupulousness was a blatant provocation to human order and a contempt for the Demon Slayer Corps. A cold anger slowly rose from the bottom of his heart, dispelling the fatigue brought by days of traveling and investigation. He could almost imagine those two perhaps very young members, their astonishment and struggle when suddenly attacked in the darkness, and yet in the end. He gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist, his knuckles turning slightly white. An intense sense of urgency, carrying a biting killing intent, occupied his mind. He looked up as the last glimmer of twilight on the horizon was swallowed by the night. The scattered lights in the town lit up one by one, casting patches of dim yellow halos, which only accentuated the deep darkness of the distant mountains, forests, and street corners. Arrogant bastard. Terayuki's voice was very soft, yet carried a metallic texture. I want to see what you actually look like. He no longer waited, his figure moving like a phantom blending into the night, actively searching toward those dark corners that the lights could not reach, where filth was most easily hidden. The long investigation during the day had ended. Now, it was time for the hunt. The night was like ink, and the alleyways on the edge of New Mame Town were even dimmer than the main street, with only a few scattered houses letting out a faint light through their window gaps. Terayuki did not deliberately hide his figure, but he reigned in his aura until it was almost non-existent, like a quiet shadow under the moonlight, moving silently between the houses and alleyways. His intuition was like a taut string, clearly transmitting the premonition of danger to him. That audacious fellow, who had been committing evil acts one after another, would certainly not be quiet tonight. Sure enough, a short, shrill female scream suddenly pierced the silence of the night, coming from a narrow alley piled with debris not far away. Terayuki's golden eyes narrowed, his figure instantly turning into a stream of light that was difficult to capture. And almost before the sound had fully dissipated, he had already swept to the source. Deep in the alley, the scene was horrifying. A tall, thin demon with unhealthy gray-green skin was tightly clutching the neck of a young girl with a hand that had abnormally protruding knuckles, lifting her entire body off the ground. The girl kicked her feet in vain, her hands frantically scratching at the demon's arm, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Her face was flushed red and purple from lack of oxygen, her eyes wide, her pupils gradually dilating, and her consciousness was being rapidly stripped away. And that demon had a cruel, twisted grin on its face, like a cat playing with a mouse, its scarlet tongue licking its equally sharp fangs, seemingly extremely enjoying the death throes of its prey. Water-breathing, second form. A clear, crisp male voice cut into this cruel scene without warning. Water wheel. A full and swift arc of water blue sword light flashed out of thin air, like a half-moon suddenly unfolding in the night sky. Precisely cutting across the joint of the arm the demon was using to clutch the girl. Pache. The dull sound of a blade cutting through flesh came. The twisted grin on the demon's face froze instantly, replaced by a look of shock. It hadn't even felt pain, only seeing its forearm abruptly separate from its body, with black blood then spurting out. At the same time, the figure who had unleashed the sword light had already closed in like a ghost, the other hand gently yet firmly catching the girl's falling body, toes tapping the ground, and then drifting back several meters with the girl, placing her steadily against the wall at the relatively safe alley entrance. Terayuki knelt on one knee, quickly checking the girl's condition. There were clear black-purple finger marks on her neck, and she was coughing violently and greedily breathing in the air. Although she was overly terrified, she was temporarily out of danger of suffocation. He lowered his voice, asking as calmly as possible, "Are you okay? Can you breathe? Don't be afraid, you're safe for now." The girl looked with tear-blurred eyes at the black-haired youth before her, who seemed to have descended from the heavens and was surrounded by a faint halo of water vapor, only able to nod subconsciously, a gasping sound coming from her throat, unable to say a word. The flesh at the demon's severed arm wriggled, regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It stared at Terayuki's back, especially at that familiar Demon Slayer Corps uniform. A flash of disbelief caused by the sharp pain appearing in its single eye, which was immediately replaced by a frenzy of having discovered new prey. The demon swung its newly regenerated arm, its frenzied laughter echoing in the narrow alley. "Ha ha ha, this outfit of yours. I remember it too well." It pointed its sharp claws at Terayuki, its single eye filled with cruel triumph. "A few days ago, there were 2 other idiots who didn't know when to die, wearing the same black clothes as you, running here to die with their swords. One kid, his sword swings were continuous like a stream. The other, his attacks were fierce, like trying to stir up waves. What a pity, a real pity. The stances were good, but neither could take a hit. Their swords couldn't even cut through my skin before I tore them to shreds. Ha ha ha." Terayuki slowly turned around, the night breeze brushing through his short black hair. There was no expression on his face, only those golden eyes, coldly reflecting the arrogant image of the demon, like a frozen lake. "It seems," he spoke, his voice calm but carrying a heavy pressure, "that you did indeed kill 2 of my colleagues." Before the words had even faded, Terayuki's figure had already vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared at the side of the demon like a rushing current, his Nichiren sword drawn. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a clear water-blue trail, like a spring being cut open. It was water-breathing, first form, water surface slash. In shock, the demon hurriedly used its sharp claws to block. However, this slash was far beyond what could be compared to before. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and the demon's hard claw blades were actually severed at the root. It howled in pain and retreated, looking at the sword in Terayuki's hand in disbelief. At this moment, under the reflection of the cold moonlight, the Nichiren sword in Terayuki's hand revealed extraordinary qualities. The blade did not look like ordinary iron. The whole body presented a crystal-clear white jade texture, smooth and flowing, with a faint, indistinct halo visible inside. The water-blue light flowed and gathered inside the jade-like blade like living water, making it look not like a weapon of slaughter, but rather like a work of art condensed from moonlight and flowing water, emitting a pure and solemn aura. Terayuki twisted his wrist slightly, the jade-like tip of the blade pointing towards the demon, coldly declaring, "I will bring the final curtain down on your evil deeds." Just as the Nichiren sword, with its jade-like luster and water-blue halo, was about to sever the demon's head, a sudden change occurred. The demon's frantic laughter stopped abruptly, and in its scarlet single eye, a glimmer of death-defying ferocity and craftiness erupted. It violently crossed its incomplete hands in front of its chest in a strange posture, and the cold, sinister aura rising around its body instantly surged and twisted. Blood demon art, shadow corrosive swamp. It hissed and roared, its voice shrill and piercing. In an instant, with it as the center, the bricks, stones, and dust on the alley floor seemed to be eroded and softened by an invisible darkness, turning into a strange mud pool churning with thick black mud and ominous bubbles, its range rapidly expanding. Countless pitch-black arms condensed from shadows and filth stretched out from the swamp, frantically grabbing at Terayuki's ankles and calves, and a mountain-like suction came, attempting to drag him into that bottomless darkness. A pungent stench and a suffocating sense of oppression permeated the air. Terayuki's slashing motion was forcibly interrupted by this sudden, eerie technique. His eyes sharpened, his toes tapped the ground, and his figure retreated rapidly like a startled swallow, narrowly avoiding several shadow arms reaching out to grab him, but his soles were already stained with a few strands of stubbornly clinging black mud, transmitting a burning pain and a feeling of sluggishness. "Ki, do you see? This is my true power." The demon hovered in the center of the swamp, its body seemingly merging with the darkness, its single eye full of triumph and cruelty. Those 2 idiots in black clothes from before were swallowed by this swamp. They couldn't even struggle before turning into pus and blood. "You're no exception. Obediently become." Breath of light, first form. Terayuki's cool, cold voice interrupted the demon's clamor without warning. He no longer tried to shake off the thick black mud beneath his feet. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and gripped the crystal-clear, jade-like Nichiren sword with both hands. The water-blue halo originally flowing inside the blade was instantly replaced by a purer, more blazing golden light. Flash! As the name of the form was shouted out, Terayuki's wrist violently shook. It was not a forward slash, but rather the blade was instantly held vertically in front of him like a mirror. Hum! A strange humming sound, not a metallic vibration, but more like the soft sound of light suddenly focusing. The next instant, a beam of light, condensed to the extreme and shining with pure gold through the blazing white, like the first ray of sunlight tearing through the darkness at dawn, shot out from the center of that jade-like blade. This beam was not thick, but it carried unparalleled penetrating power and a purifying aura, shooting straight into the demon's mouth, which was wide open in laughter and filled with fangs, and its scarlet single eye behind it. Arg! The demon's arrogant words turned into a shrill, agonizing wail. The blazing white golden light seemed to ignore the churning shadow corrosive swamp, passing straight through the filthy shadow barrier it had hastily condensed in front of it, hitting its eyes with pinpoint accuracy. There was no physical explosion or cutting, but wherever the golden light reached, the demon's eyeballs quickly melted and vaporized, like ice cubes thrown into the blazing sun, leaving behind two charred, hollow sockets. What was even more terrifying was that the light aura contained within the radiance, which was like a deadly poison to demons, frantically invaded its skull along the wounds, bringing the extreme pain of having its soul scorched under the blazing sun. It instantly lost its vision, clutching its head and rolling and wailing frantically in the swamp, and the maintenance of its blood demon art also experienced violent fluctuations. It's not over yet. Terayuki's voice was bone-chilling, and the thick black mud beneath his feet, under the illumination of the faint golden glow around his body, actually began to emit a hissing sound and started to evaporate and dissipate. He bent his knees slightly, leaning his center of gravity forward, his whole body and the long sword in his hand seemingly becoming one, enveloped in a layer of more intense, flowing golden flames. Instant. The moment the last syllable fell, Terayuki's figure vanished. No, not vanished, but turned into a straight, sharp, golden ray of light, fast enough to transcend the limits of visual capture. This ray of light ignored the shadow corrosive swamp ahead, which was churning and weakening due to the demon's loss of control, but still dangerous, and like a sharp sword forged from light, pierced through with unstoppable momentum. Wherever it passed, the churning black mud and shadow arms boiled and dissolved violently as if encountering their nemesis, emitting a dense sizzle sound, forcibly carving out a pure path. The golden ray of light crossed the distance of several meters in an instant, appearing behind the demon that was still rolling in pain, and recondensed into the figure of Terayuki standing with his sword. The demon's frantic movement stopped abruptly. A very thin golden line slowly appeared at the connection between its eyeless head and neck. The next moment, the head slid off, the painful, twisted expression on its face permanently frozen, still retaining a trace of disbelieving confusion. It never understood until death why the blood demon art it relied on was so easily broken and pierced through from the front. The headless body and the falling head began to disintegrate rapidly, turning into fly ash. However, Terayuki's movements did not stop. He twisted his wrist, holding the Nichiren sword in a reverse grip, the tip pointing downwards, aiming at the demon's head that had not yet fully dissipated and whose expression was still frozen. The remaining golden light on the blade gathered and condensed into a single point once again, forming a tiny but dazzling, almost tangible point of light at the tip, emitting terrifying high temperatures and purifying ripples. Terayuki's eyes were cold, and without the slightest hesitation, he thrust his arm down swiftly. Hiss! Condensed to the extreme, the edge of light instantly pierced into the head that was turning into fly ash, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The head didn't even have time to let out a final soul-piercing scream or curse before. Under this extreme purification of light, it accelerated its vaporization and dissipation by hundreds or thousands of times, leaving not even the finest residue, as if it had never existed in this world. The alley returned to silence, with only the night breeze passing through, carrying away the last trace of burnt stench. The shadow corrosive swamp also disappeared completely with the total annihilation of its caster, leaving only a few traces of corrosion on the ground. Terayuki slowly straightened up and sheathed his sword. There was no joy of victory on his face, only a calm like a deep pool, and the eternal, cold loathing for the existence of demons deep in his eyes. Chapter 8 Pillar Meeting. Time flew by. Several months had passed since Terayuki officially took on the responsibilities of the Light Hashira. The life of a Hashira-level swordsman was far from the earth-shattering duels others imagined. It was more a life of repetitive and lonely vigilance. He spent the vast majority of his time patrolling his assigned area, passing through mountains, rivers, and villages like a silent shadow of light. Occasionally, receiving an emergency call for help from his Kasugai crow, he would have to rush long distances to handle the situation. However, perhaps because his jurisdiction was relatively peaceful, or perhaps because his power of light aura had a natural deterrent and purifying effect on low-level demons, most of the demons he encountered during these months were of mediocre strength. Only a few demons who had awakened strange or troublesome blood demon arts could make him slightly serious, requiring a move or two to dismantle and break through, finally ending them with the purifying power of the breath of light. In most cases, facing ordinary demons who pounced based on sheer instinct, he didn't even need to use a breathing style. With his proficient swordsmanship and the sharpness of the Nichiren sword itself, he could cleanly and efficiently decapitate them with a single strike. This didn't make Terayuki relax in the slightest. On the contrary, he devoted even more effort to his daytime training. Sunlight was the source of his power, and also an excellent forge. Every day at dawn, he would begin his training without fail. The forms of the breath of light became increasingly smooth and well integrated through repeated tempering, and his synchronization with his body grew higher and higher. The more significant change was within his body, the power of light, which originated from sunlight and was constantly accumulated and transformed. As his physical strength steadily improved, and through day after day of guided tempering, it not only filled him in quantity, surging like a great river, but its quality also became more refined and condensed, carrying increasingly scorching and purifying characteristics, as if the essence of concentrated sunlight was rushing through his veins. One morning, the sunlight was just right, pouring unreservedly onto the small wooden cabin at the edge of the mountain forest. Terayuki was performing his daily basic swordsmanship practice. He didn't use a breathing style, but simply swung the Nichiren sword in his hand over and over with the most standard and rigorous posture. Cleaving, slashing, stabbing, lifting, every movement strove for precision, carrying a sense of calm and focused beauty. The sunlight falling on him not only dispelled the morning chill, but also turned into a continuous warm current flowing into his limbs and bones. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, glistening in the sun, but his breathing remained steady and long, as if forming a wonderful resonance with the brilliance of the world. While his physical strength was being consumed, it was also being rapidly replenished by the sunlight, allowing him to undergo prolonged tempering far beyond that of ordinary people. Just then, the familiar sound of flapping wings arrived. His Kasugai crow, cut through the golden sunlight and landed steadily on his shoulder. Its beak opened and closed, its voice clear. A message from Oyakata-sama. The Hashira meeting will be held at headquarters tomorrow at the hour of the snake. All Hashira-level swordsmen must attend on time. Repeat, Light Hashira Haitru Terayuki-sama, please depart for headquarters immediately. Terayuki slowly finished his form, holding the Nichiren sword vertically at his side, with the tip lightly touching the ground. He raised his hand, brushing the sweat from his brow with his fingertips, an expected yet curious smile appearing on his face. The Hashira meeting, huh? He repeated softly, his golden eyes exceptionally bright in the sunlight. Speaking of which, besides Ms. Shinobu and Mr. Jiyuo, most of my other colleagues are only known by reputation and haven't been met yet. Famous titles and rumors quickly flashed through his mind, and a hint of curiosity and anticipation couldn't help but rise in his heart. As demon hunters standing at the peak of the Demon Slayer Corps, each carrying a different past and conviction, the scene of them gathering together would surely be quite interesting. Understood, he said to the Kasugai crow on his shoulder, then turned toward the wooden cabin. I'm leaving now. He briefly packed his belongings, checked his handguard and scabbard, and carefully put on that iconic white haori. Pushing open the wooden door, he took one last look at the sunflower seedlings thriving in the sun, which had already grown tall stalks, their golden flower heads following the direction of the sun. He no longer lingered. With a movement, he turned into a swift golden stream of light, racing toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Halfway to the headquarters, Terayuki was speeding along the mountain path. His golden light-like speed didn't make him ignore the changes in the surrounding scenery. As he passed the edge of a relatively prosperous town, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He tapped his toe lightly on a protruding mountain rock, and his figure, as if pulled by an invisible rope, shifted from extreme motion to extreme stillness, landing steadily on a horizontal branch of an old pine tree by the road. He crouched on the branch, his short black hair blowing slightly in the mountain wind. His golden eyes looked toward the faint outline of the town in the distance, and he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Speaking of which, last time I was injured, it was thanks to Ms. Shinobu and the others' best efforts to treat and meticulous care for me. Recalling those unforgettable experiences at the Butterfly Mansion, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, but what appeared in his eyes was sincere gratitude. Going back to headquarters this time, it's right on the way. It's not good to show up empty-handed. I should bring some gifts. His mind made up, he adjusted his direction slightly, and his light-like figure turned toward the small town. The town wasn't large, but it was the morning market, so it was quite lively. Terayuki restrained his aura and strolled through the bustling streets like an ordinary traveler. His gaze swept over the stalls selling various goods as he calculated what to choose. The gift for Kachu Shinobu required the most thought. Ordinary thank you gifts didn't seem to befit that clever and knowledgeable insect Hashira. He passed several flower shops and finally stopped in front of a herbal stall that also sold rare plants and flowers. The stall owner was an old man with white hair and a white beard, carefully tending to several pots of plants of different shapes. Terayuki's gaze was drawn to a unique plant. It was planted in a simple green ceramic pot. The plant wasn't tall, with long, narrow leaves that showed a lustrous grayish-green color. Most peculiar were the edges and veins of the leaves, which faintly flowed with fine silver luster under natural light, as if starlight were sealed within. Although it wasn't blooming yet, several small silver flower buds dotted the leaves. "Boss, what plant is this?" Terayuki asked, pointing at it. The old man looked up at him and said with a smile, "You have a good eye, guest. This is Moonlight Star, a rare variety. Despite having moon in its name, it actually loves the first light of dawn the most. Calling it Morning Star Greeter would be more appropriate. Its fragrance is very elegant, having the effect of calming the mind and aiding sleep. Many doctors like to keep a pot in their pharmacies or bedrooms. Love's morning light calms the mind." Terayuki repeated softly, finding these characteristics unexpectedly suited to Shinobu. She had a cool and rational exterior and methods like moonlight, but inside she might also need some peace. And the love's morning light part reminded him of his clashes with her over sunbathing, causing him to smile knowingly. "This is the one. Please wrap it up for me and be careful." Next, he chose a sturdy and practical plain silver hairpin for Kanzaki AI, with a simple pattern suitable for tying her hair during her daily busy work. For Kanotsuyuri, he chose a small and exquisite glass hair ornament in the shape of a butterfly orchid. Its translucent purple matched her hair color well, quiet yet beautiful. Thinking of the 3 button-eyed nursing girls at the Butterfly Mansion who were always lively and a bit clumsy, he chose 3 portions of Kanpedo wrapped in oil paper from the best-reputed shop in town, each in a different color, which he figured would make them happy for a while. Carrying the wrapped gifts out of the town, Terayuki was in a good mood. Imagining the slight expression Shinobu might make when she saw the moonlight star and the reactions of AI and the others when they received their gifts, even his journey seemed a bit lighter. He carefully put away the gifts, ensuring they wouldn't be damaged during high-speed movement, and then looked toward the headquarters again. All right, gifts are ready. Next, it's time to meet those legendary colleagues. He took a deep breath, a golden light flashing in his eyes. His figure turned into a stream of light once more, breaking the silence of the mountain forest as he sped toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, though his route first detoured toward the Butterfly Mansion. In the Butterfly Mansion courtyard, the sunlight was just right. Kanzaki AI was standing on her tiptoes, struggling to shake out a washed plain bedsheet and hang it on a high clothesline. A breeze blew through, carrying the fresh scent of soap and the faint bitterness of herbs in the courtyard, making the stray hairs on her forehead flutter slightly. Need some help? A gentle, smiling voice suddenly came from not far behind her. AI was startled, nearly losing her grip on the bedsheet. She quickly turned around, her hands still clutching the wet fabric, only to see Haitru Terayuki standing under the porch at some point, smiling at her. He was still wearing his iconic black uniform and white heiari, looking travel-worn, but his golden eyes appeared exceptionally clear and bright in the sunlight, and his whole being seemed soaked in a warm halo. Terayuki-sama, AI sighed in relief, then looked a bit surprised. When did you get here? You didn't make a sound. Just arrived. Terayuki stepped forward, naturally taking the other end of the heavy bedsheet from her hand. With a light toss, he draped it flat over the clothesline. I happened to be passing by and brought some small gifts for everyone. He brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and took out a small box carefully wrapped in elegant washi paper from his bag, handing it to AI. AI felt a bit embarrassed, but under Terayuki's encouraging gaze, she took it. It felt slightly heavy and was exquisitely packaged. She carefully opened it to find a plain silver hairpin, simple in design but solid in craftsmanship. The head of the pin featured a simple flowing cloud pattern, reflecting a soft luster in the sunlight. It's so beautiful, thank you, Terayuki-sama. A happy blush appeared on her face as she held the hairpin in her hands, looking at it repeatedly. I'm glad you like it, Terayuki smiled. His gaze swept around the tidy but quiet courtyard before he asked, I looked around the Butterfly Mansion just now but didn't see Ms. Shinobu. Where did she go? Out picking herbs again. AI's attention was still on the new hairpin. Hearing this, she looked up and replied, Shinobu-sama, she didn't go to pick herbs. She already left for headquarters to attend the Hashira meeting. Calculating the time, she should be arriving soon. Terayuki-sama, you're also going to the meeting, right? Hearing this, the relaxed smile on Terayuki's face stiffened slightly. He then raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead, revealing a helpless just as I thought expression. Ah, yes, I'm also going to the meeting. I thought I could travel with her for a bit. He shook his head, his tone taking on a bit of urgency. Since Ms. Shinobu has already gone ahead, I must depart immediately as well. For my first formal meeting with the other Hashira, it wouldn't be good to be late and leave a lazy impression. He put his bag back on and adjusted his collar and sword. Seeing this, AI also quickly put away the hairpin carefully and nodded vigorously to urge him on. Then please go quickly, Terayuki-sama. The Hashira meeting is very important. Being late is not good. Please be careful on the way. I'm off then. Give my regards to the others. Terayuki didn't delay any longer. He nodded to AI, and with a movement, he swept through the courtyard like a stream of light, disappearing beyond the wisteria fence of the Butterfly Mansion in an instant, leaving only the breeze stirred by his movement to gently flutter the drying bedsheets and the hair by the girl's cheeks. AI looked in the direction he disappeared, then looked down at the warm silver hairpin in her palm. A warm smile appeared on her face, but she quickly collected herself and continued with her laundry work. Chapter 9 Colleagues. The courtyard deep within the Yubayashiki estate was surrounded by meticulously pruned pine and cypress trees and bubbling streams, creating an atmosphere that was both solemn and tranquil. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground. With the exception of the yet-to-arrive Haitru Terayuki, all the current Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered. They were scattered throughout the courtyard, some leaning against pillars, others standing quietly by the pond. The air was thick with a silent, subtle tension and mutual scrutiny characteristic of top-tier warriors. Tenjin Yuzui stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his flamboyant headpiece and robust physique making him stand out amongst the group. His sharp gaze swept across the area as he raised an eyebrow, his booming voice breaking the silence. "Oh, it seems we are still missing one. That newly appointed Light Hashira. Haitru Terayuki, if I recall correctly. I have never met him before. I am truly looking forward to his flamboyant entrance." Leaning in the shadows of a distant pillar, Iguro Obanai, who seemed to be wrapped in an invisible aura of coldness, heard this and shifted his narrow, serpentine eyes. His raspy voice sounded, "Light Hashira, HMPH. I have heard some rumors. They say he is an individual who strikes with extreme ruthlessness and leaves no room for mercy. His hatred for demons runs deep into his marrow, and he always thoroughly purifies the remains after slaying them. His methods can be described as brutal." Kaburamaru, which he held, also raised its head slightly and flicked its tongue. Seinmi Shinazugawa, leaning against a thick tree trunk, scoffed at these words, his mouth curling into a wild arc as his white, spiky hair shifted slightly with his movement. "Is that so? That sounds right up my alley. To kill demons, you must have the demeanor of a demon slayer. Being wishy-washy just won't do." Mitsuri Kenroji was standing somewhat nervously beside Kachu Shinobu, her pink and green hair tied into a cute ponytail. Hearing the group's discussion, she couldn't help but tug on Shinobu's sleeve. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked in a small, curious voice, "Shinobu, Miss Shinobu, weren't you responsible for treating the Light Hashira? What kind of person is he? He sounds amazing, but also a bit scary." Kachu Shinobu had been standing quietly beside a wisteria tree, wearing her usual, gentle, and perfect smile. Upon hearing Mitsuri's question, her purple eyelashes drooped slightly as many images flashed rapidly through her mind. The figure who always wanted to sneak out to bask in the sun and would slightly hunch his tall frame to apologize when she lectured him. The pure determination burning in his eyes while on the roof under the moonlight as he spoke of eradicating evil demons, mixed with the occasional flashes of peculiar gentleness. And that unexpected tolerance and understanding he showed when he mentioned his wish. She raised her eyelids to look at the curious Mitsuri, also noticing the gazes cast by several other Hashira, and the smile on her lips deepened as she said in a soft yet clear voice, "Terayuki-san." She paused slightly, as if searching for the most appropriate description. He is, in fact, a very gentle person. This assessment was clearly unexpected for many present. Mitsuri Kenroji widened her beautiful cherry-colored eyes in surprise. Gentle. But I heard that this Light Hashira is extremely cold and heartless when fighting, never soft-handed when killing demons, and even has a somewhat overly obsessive tendency towards purification. Shinobu's smile remained unchanged, though a trace of understanding and hidden meaning, imperceptible to others, flashed through her amethyst-like eyes. One's demeanor in battle is not always the same as how they are in daily life, Mitsuri. She explained gently, without offering further elaboration. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. With their expressions varying, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of speculation and curiosity regarding this new colleague, whose name they had only heard but whom they had not yet met, and whose reputation seemed so contradictory. Kachu Shinobu's lips carried that signature gentle smile as her purple eyes shifted, and she continued in her unique, unhurried tone. "Actually, I am not the only one who has met Terayuki-san." Her gaze drifted to the other side of the courtyard, to the figure who was almost blending into the shadow of a pillar. "Jiyu-san, you should have met him at least once, right?" As her voice faded, several gazes turned in unison toward Jiyu Tomioka. He was still wearing that half-red, half-white haori, leaning quietly against the pillar. His deep blue eyes were fixed on the pond in the courtyard, as if he were completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to the sudden focus of attention. His face bore its usual, ripple-free calmness, perfectly embodying the definition of expressionless and aloof. Seinmi Shinazugawa, who couldn't stand this look of his, knitted his brows and spoke with an aggressive tone. "Hey, Water Hashira, don't play deaf and dumb. Have you met that guy?" That guy he referred to was, of course, the yet-to-appear Light Hashira. Kaburamaru, which Aguro Obanai held, flicked its tongue, and Aguro himself let out a raspy voice tinged with sarcasm. Yeah, Tomioka. Since you've met him, you should have some opinion, right? Or are you saying that you don't think the light Hashira is worth your words either? Being targeted by both of them in succession, Jiu Tomioka finally reacted. He slowly turned his head, his dull eyes sweeping calmly over Seinmi and Obanai. His lips moved slightly, spitting out a few words that were as brief as possible. During a mission, I met him. Then he fell silent again, clearly not intending to say another word. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant for a moment. A vein throbbed on Seinmi's forehead, and he looked ready to explode again. Kachu Shinobu chuckled at the right moment and spoke again, her voice soft as she broke the deadlock. Ara, everyone, there is no need to be impatient. Terayuki-san should be here very soon. She paused, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her purple eyes, and mentioned it as if by chance. However, Terayuki-san's assessment of Jiwoo-san is actually quite interesting. This sentence successfully captured everyone's attention. Even Jaiomai Haimjima, who had been resting with his eyes closed, lifted his head slightly. Terayuki-san said. Shinobu tilted her head slightly, acting as if she were recalling, her smile growing even more gentle and harmless. Jiwoo-san is a very easy-to-talk-to person. Huh? What? Easy to talk to. Almost at the same time, several sounds of disbelief or exclamation rang out from different directions. Even the usually composed Kyojuru Rengoku widened his bright, golden red eyes, and Mitsuri Kenroji covered her mouth, her pink and green eyes filled with disbelief. Tenjin Yuzui raised an eyebrow, and Aguro Obanai let out an ambiguous huff. Even Seinmi Shinizugawa, who had been about to explode, seemed to have been hit with a pause button, his expression frozen between astonishment and skepticism. And this time, even Jiu Tomioka himself, who had always remained aloof, finally had a more noticeable reaction. He turned his head slightly, and his calm, ripple-free deep blue eyes looked directly at Kachu Shinobu, as if confirming whether he had heard correctly. Shinobu seemed quite satisfied with everyone's reaction. She gently covered her mouth with her sleeve and let out a melodious chuckle before adding unhurriedly, "This is what Terayuki-san said. No matter what I say to Jiwoo-san, Jiwoo-san never objects. Isn't that what it means to be easy to talk to?" The courtyard fell into a brief silence. Immediately after, Seinmi Shinizugawa burst into unreserved laughter. "Ha ha ha, never objects. That's because that guy can't be bothered to pay attention to you, and you call that easy to talk to." Aguro Obanai chimed in slyly. "I'm afraid it's more likely that he just doesn't know how to respond." Mitsuri Kenroji muttered softly, "So in the light Hashira's eyes. Jiwoo-san is considered easy to talk to. WH, what a unique perspective." Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist prayer in a low voice, seemingly trying to digest this strange assessment. Kyojuru Rengoku stroked his chin and said loudly, It sounds like this light Hashira has a very positive and optimistic perspective. It is commendable." As for the center of the incident, Jiu Tomioka, after his initial moment of confusion, quickly returned to his expressionless state, simply silently turning his gaze back to the pond, as if the person who had just been the topic of conversation was not himself. Only if one observed closely might they notice that his shoulders under his haori seemed to stiffen, almost imperceptibly and extremely slightly, for a brief moment. Kachu Shinobu watched all this with a smile, light dancing in her deep purple eyes. It's not bad to liven up the atmosphere a bit before the main guest arrives. Just as the atmosphere in the courtyard became somewhat subtle due to Kachu Shinobu's strange comment about Jiwoo being easy to talk to. And while everyone's expressions varied, a steady, unhurried sound of footsteps came from the entrance connecting to the outer corridor. Everyone's gazes subconsciously followed the sound. They saw a figure walking slowly into the courtyard, against the faint light filtering through the corridor. When he fully stepped into the courtyard and stood in the bright sunlight, his appearance was clearly revealed before all the Hashira. It was a young man with a tall, upright posture, wearing a well-fitted black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, covered by a pristine, flawless white haori. the material of which shimmered with a soft luster in the light. He had short, jet-black hair, with a few stray locks hanging naturally over his forehead. Most striking of all were his clear, translucent golden eyes, as if formed from condensed molten sunlight, shimmering with a warm and peculiar luster. His skin was even fairer, almost translucent like fine mutton-fat jade, seeming to carry a soft halo under the sunlight, causing even Tenjin Yuzui, who prided himself on his beauty, to raise an eyebrow in secret. A gentle smile, perfectly measured, played on his face. As his gaze swept over the people in the courtyard, those golden pupils appeared exceptionally bright in the sunlight, yet they held no sense of sharpness. He spoke, his voice clear and pleasant, carrying a soothing rhythm that put others at ease. "It seems everyone is in a good mood. I hope I am not late." For a moment, silence fell over the courtyard. All eyes were focused on the newcomer, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and inquiry. Tenjin Yuzui was the first to break the silence. He stepped forward with his flamboyant presence, unabashedly looking Terayuki up and down, especially focusing on those golden eyes and jade-white skin. His booming voice carried his signature exaggerated tone. "Oh, this is truly quite a flamboyant pair of golden eyes, and skin of a fairness I have never seen before. You are the new light Hashira, Haitru Terayuki." Standing slightly behind Tenjin, Mitsuri Kenroji felt her cheeks flush slightly. Her pink-green eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Ah, this light Hashira, he is really so handsome up close, and he feels so gentle, completely different from the rumors." Kachu Shinobu stepped forward at the right moment, her signature, impeccable, gentle smile on her face. She took over the conversation naturally, as if she had been waiting for some time. There is still some time before the meeting personally presided over by Master Yubayashiki officially begins, Terayuki-san. However, as a junior, it would be best to try to arrive earlier in the future, don't you think? After all, making one's colleagues wait is one thing, but we must never make Master Yubayashiki wait. Her tone was soft, yet carried an undeniable hint of a warning. Upon hearing this, Haitru Terayuki raised a hand to scratch his black hair, looking a bit embarrassed. This gesture made him look less like a stern Hashira and more like a shy youth. He bowed slightly to Kachu and the others present. "My apologies, Kachu-san and everyone else. I was slightly delayed on the way due to some trivial matters. I will be sure to be more careful next time." His sincere and apologetic attitude formed a strange contrast with his overly outstanding, almost otherworldly exquisite appearance, and was vastly different from the rumors of him being extremely cold to demons and ruthless in his strikes. Looking at the young man before them, with his gentle smile, sincere tone, and seemingly easygoing nature, all the other Hashira, save for Kachu Shinobu and Jiyu Tomioka, who already knew him, began to unconsciously reevaluate and reposition this newly joined colleague in their minds. Seinmi Shinizugawa's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. A hint of indiscernible interest flashed through Aguro Obanai's narrow, snake-like pupils, and while Jaiomai Haimjima's eyes remained closed, he seemed to perceive something, tilting his head slightly. A new, subtle atmosphere, mixed with confusion and a touch of acceptance, began to permeate the air. Kachu Shinobu still wore that impeccable, gentle smile. She stepped forward and began to introduce the other Hashira present to Terayuki. With each introduction, Terayuki wore a polite smile and nodded earnestly, his golden eyes revealing just the right amount of curiosity and respect, while he quickly sketched out the images of these long-renowned colleagues in his mind. She first pointed to the most striking man, whose presence was the most unique. "This is Tenjin Yuzui-sama, the Sound Hashira. He is responsible for intelligence and explosives-related matters, and is a very flamboyant swordsman." Tenjin Yuzui lifted his jewel-encrusted headpiece at the right moment, flashing a confident, dazzling smile. His flamboyant attire and sturdy physique truly lived up to the word flamboyant, and Terayuki noticed the faint scent of gunpowder on his fingertips and person. "This is Seinmi Shinizugawa-sama, the Wind Hashira." Shinobu's voice turned to another. It was a young man with white hair standing up like a hedgehog, scars both new and old on his face, and eyes as fierce as a beast's, radiating an irritable aura that warned others to stay away. He just scanned Terayuki up and down with those bloodshot, sharp eyes and let out an ambiguous grunt from his nose, which served as his greeting. Terayuki could clearly feel the almost tangible killing intent and extreme hatred for demons radiating from him, just as the rumors described. Iguro Obanai-sama, the serpent Hashira. The man leaning in the shadows nodded slightly, his narrow, snake-like eyes looking over coldly, while the small white snake, Kaburamaru, wrapped around his neck, flicked its tongue. The cold, damp aura around him formed a stark contrast to Tenjin's flamboyant ostentation, giving him an elusive and dangerous air. Mitsuri Kenroji-san, the love Hashira. The pinkin green-haired girl who was called out immediately flushed, waved her hand somewhat nervously, and said in a sweet, soft voice, hello, I am Mitsuri Kenroji, please take care of me. Her petite frame formed an interesting contrast with her rumored unparalleled super strength, and Terayuki responded with a smile. Jaiomai Haimjima-sama, the stone Hashira. This monk, the tallest and most burly of them all, blind yet seemingly able to perceive everything, pressed his palms together. His deep voice carried compassion. Namu Amida Butsu, welcome, young Hashira. His powerful presence and steady, mountain-like temperament were reassuring. Kyojiro Rengoku, the flame Hashira. The young man with yellow-red hair, whose voice was booming and spirit as full as a burning flame, strode forward and slapped Terayuki's shoulder hard, his gold-red eyes shining brightly. Umu, I have long heard of the new light Hashira's deeds. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. I look forward to slaying demons alongside you. His enthusiasm was highly infectious. Next was Miyukairo Takido-sama, the mist Hashira. He was a youth who looked extremely young, with peculiar hair color and an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about anything around him. He just glanced at Terayuki indifferently and then looked away, as if immersed in his own world. Finally, Shinobu's gaze fell back to the figure with the peculiar presence who had been standing quietly in the corner, and the smile on her lips seemed to deepen slightly. And this is Jiyu Tomioka-san, the water Hashira. You two have already met during a mission, so I suppose I do not need to introduce him further, right? Terayuki looked at Jiyu Tomioka, following her gaze. The man was still wearing that half-red, half-white haori, standing there expressionless. His deep blue eyes were calm and waveless, as if he were out of place amidst the hustle and bustle around him. Hearing Shinobu's introduction, he just moved his eyes imperceptibly toward Terayuki, which served as an acknowledgement. Terayuki's smile remained unchanged. He nodded at Jiyu as well, his tone natural. Yes, I had the pleasure of handling an incident with Jiyu-san previously. Jiyu-san leaves a deep impression. Outwardly, he was calm, but inwardly. Met. More than that, we teamed up to do something that violated the core rules. We let a demon go and even pointed her toward a bright path. If this were exposed, both of us would be in deep trouble. But looking at Jiyu-san's composed demeanor, his mental fortitude is truly top tier. Aren't you going to introduce yourself, Kachu-san? Taken aback by Terayuki's sudden question, the perfect smile on Kachu Shinobu's face did indeed freeze for a fleeting moment, and her purple eyes widened slightly, clearly not having expected him to ask such a thing at this moment, in this place. But this lapse was gone in an instant. She quickly returned to normal, the curve of her lips even deepening slightly, and her tone became even softer, yet carried a clear sense of counterattack. Oh my, Shinobu tilted her head slightly, making an expression of surprise mixed with a hint of trouble. Terayuki-san, do you not know what I do? That is truly heartbreaking. Or is it that you are dissatisfied with my previous treatment and care? We can discuss it in depth. Terayuki's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly cursed. He had only meant to make a casual joke to liven up the atmosphere, but he had forgotten the sharpness and keenness beneath the insect Hashira's gentle exterior. She was like a wisteria flower covered in invisible thorns. One would get pricked if not careful. He hurriedly waved his hands, a pleading smile on his face, his golden eyes conveying the message. It was my mistake for speaking out of turn. No, I am absolutely not dissatisfied. Kachu-san's medical skills and care are truly perfect. I have benefited greatly and will keep it in mind. He quickly clarified, not wanting to be discussed in depth right before the Hashira meeting. Chapter 10 Miracles. At the veranda leading from the courtyard to the inner residence, a figure appeared, supported by 2 daughters. "Master is here." All the Hashira, including Terayuki and Kachu, who had been clashing, instantly suppressed all emotions. With solemn expressions, they moved in perfect unison, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads to express their highest respect to the leader who supported the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice was like a stream after the spring snowmelt, gentle, clear, and carrying a power that could soothe the heart. "Everyone, please rise. I am very glad to see that you are all safe and sound." The Hashira rose as instructed, standing solemnly with their hands at their sides. The meeting got to the point. Under Yubayashiki's guidance, each Hashira began to report in turn on the demon activity in their respective jurisdictions, the status of their team members, and matters requiring coordination. The atmosphere was solemn and efficient. Subsequently, Yubayashiki also shared some rumors and fragmented clues collected by the Kakashi unit and special channels regarding the 12 Kazuki, especially the upper ranks, and the whereabouts of Muzan Kibutsuji. However, just like many previous Hashira meetings, core intelligence regarding the upper ranks and Muzan remained like flowers in a mirror and the moon in the water, mostly remaining at the level of suspected appearance, possible traces of activity, or local legends, lacking concrete evidence and trackable, substantial information. Although this news was important, reminding everyone that formidable enemies were still lurking in the shadows, it was difficult to immediately translate it into concrete action targets. When it was Terayuki's turn, he truthfully reported that his jurisdiction was relatively calm. The demons he had encountered recently were of average strength, and he had successfully dealt with the Numame Town incident. However, regarding intelligence on the upper ranks or Muzan, he indeed had no new, valuable findings. His report was concise and truthful, but also slightly thin. Seinmi Shinazugawa seemed to click his tongue impatiently, but he did not say anything more. Kachu Shinobu remained smiling, as if she were not at all surprised by Terayuki's lack of findings, and a subtle look of as expected even flashed in her eyes. Master's gentle voice echoed in the courtyard. First, he expressed a formal welcome to the new companion, and then he introduced Terayuki's unique power system to the Hashira present. The power Terayuki possesses originates from the same source as the breathing style we are familiar with, but due to his special constitution, it has derived a unique breath of light. Its core lies in guiding and harnessing the power of light, which can produce an additional purification effect on demons far exceeding that of an ordinary Nichiren sword. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the originally quiet courtyard changed significantly. Except for Kachu Shinobu, who already knew some of the inside story, the gazes of the other Hashira instantly became sharp and full of inquiry, focusing collectively on Terayuki. Those gazes were mixed with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of indescribable shock. Harnessing sunlight, these 4 short words and the meaning behind them were truly too shocking for the Demon Slayer Corps, who spent their years fighting demons that feared sunlight. Able to harness sunlight, an incredible power. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together and whispered a Buddhist chant. His massive body trembled slightly. Even though he was blind, he seemed to be able to see that latent power of light. Kyojiro Rengoku's eyes lit up, and he praised without reservation. Utilizing the power of the sun, this is truly blood-boiling. Seinmi Shinazugawa had the most impatient temperament. He lunged forward, almost getting right in front of Terayuki. His white spiky hair seemed even more unruly due to his excitement. He asked directly, "Hey, Haitru, you guy, how on earth do you manage this ability to utilize sunlight?" His question was direct and reckless, breaking the subtle atmosphere of shock. Kachu Shinobu lightly knitted her beautiful brows, and a hint of disapproval flashed in her purple eyes. She spoke immediately, her voice still gentle but carrying unquestionable firmness. "Seinmi-san, inquiring about the origin of others' power, especially such a unique ability, is a matter of personal privacy. You should not ask Terayuki-san this question so directly in front of everyone." She tried to defend Terayuki, to avoid him falling into embarrassment. However, Iguro Obanai's hoarse voice followed immediately, carrying his usual coldness and realistic sharpness. Kachu, that may be true, but this matter is of great importance concerning the ultimate goal of killing demons. If this power can be understood, or even replicated or learned, it would be of extraordinary significance to the entire Demon Slayer Corps. His words caused some, who originally thought Seinmi was excessive, to also fall into deep thought. Just then, Kaguya Yubayashiki, who was sitting above, also spoke softly. Although his voice was weak, it carried a power to soothe the heart and represented the attitude of the highest level. Terayuki, I understand that this may be your personal secret. However, if it is possible, in order to finally defeat Musen Kibitsuji, could you please tell everyone the method? Of course, we completely respect your wishes. Since even Master had said so, everyone's gazes focused on Terayuki once again, waiting for his answer. As Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice faded, the courtyard fell into a subtle silence. All the Hashira's gazes focused on Haitru Terayuki, mixed with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of imperceptible anticipation. For this unprecedented power that directly touched the root weakness of demons, no one could help but be curious. Terayuki felt these gazes. He did not show a troubled or guarded expression, but instead nodded calmly. He first bowed respectfully towards Master's direction. Master, excuse me. After receiving a gentle nod of permission from Yubayashiki, he slowly walked to an open space in the middle of the courtyard filled with sunlight. He stood still, turned around, and faced his colleagues. His right hand gripped the hilt of the Nichiren sword at his waist. With a clear, crisp sound, the long sword was unsheathed. The blade was not the color of ordinary metal, but under the warm spring sun, it presented a crystal-clear texture, like flawless white jade. Under the light, a soft halo seemed to be slowly flowing inside. Rather than a weapon, it looked more like a piece of exquisite artwork, which made a trace of astonishment flash in the eyes of the Hashira who were accustomed to all kinds of Nichiren swords. Breath of Light, third form, Terayuki took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly becoming focused, and his aura changed accordingly. He shouted the name of the technique, Radiance. As he swung, the jade-white blade suddenly burst forth with a pure and dazzling golden light. This light was not an illusory afterimage of sword energy, but solid, like liquid gold. Following his precise and fluid sword dance, it transformed into a continuously rotating and expanding golden wheel of light, protecting him tightly from all sides. This was clearly a brilliant defensive sword technique. However, what made the pupils of all the Hashira present instantly constrict, and even made some hold their breath subconsciously, was not that the sword technique itself exceeded their understanding. In terms of the brilliance and proficiency of sword techniques, most of those present were confident they were superior. From that golden wheel of light circling and dancing, it clearly emitted the scent of sunlight. A warm, pure, yet power fluctuation containing absolute restraint and destruction towards demons spread out like a substance, even making several Hashira who were extremely sensitive to demonic aura feel as if they were under the scorching sun at noon. The technique finished, and Terayuki stood with his sword sheathed, panting slightly, with fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. Apparently, this move consumed quite a lot of his energy. But immediately after, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. The sunlight spilling into the courtyard seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, no longer scattering disorderly, but transforming into countless visible, slender golden streams of light, like a swarm of bees returning to their hive, actively and rapidly converging into Terayuki's body. A faint glow seemed to flow beneath his jade-white skin, and he was shrouded in a warm halo. The slight fatigue caused by the consumption was actually fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, he was like a plant efficiently performing photosynthesis, or a child favored by the sun, bathing quietly in the embrace of light, exuding a sacred and extraordinary temperament, completely different from the sharpness when he performed the sword technique just now. In the courtyard, you could hear a pin drop. All the previous doubts and speculations were shattered in this moment by this silent yet shocking demonstration. Terayuki's voice rang out in the quiet courtyard, clear and calm, interrupting the shock everyone was immersed in from that sacred scene. Everyone, this is the reason. He put away his Nichiren sword, and the halo of sunlight around him gradually dissipated. The light flowing under his skin faded, and he returned to his normal appearance, except that his pair of golden eyes remained remarkably bright in the sunlight. I did not learn any special secret technique, but my constitution is favored by heaven. I am naturally able to absorb and store the energy of sunlight. The breath of light was also formed on this basis. His explanation was concise and clear, but it made the surging waves in the hearts of the Hashira present even more turbulent. Naturally storing sunlight. These few short words represented a meaning that already surpassed their ordinary understanding of natural talent. Breathing styles are the supreme techniques for guiding and stimulating human potential, and the demon's blood demon art is the distorted power bestowed by Musen Kibitsuji. But this ability to directly harness sunlight almost touched the root of the world's laws, the absolute weakness of demons, the ultimate barrier for humanity. Such a thing, how is it possible? Mitsuri Kinroji covered her mouth, her cherry-colored eyes wide open, her voice filled with disbelief. Even the usually steady and calm Kyojuro Rengoku was rarely caught in a brief silence at this moment, his golden-red eyes staring intently at Teruyuki, as if wanting to reevaluate this new colleague. Tenjin Yuzui put away his usual flamboyant smile, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his chin, and complex light flickered in his eyes. This can no longer be described as flamboyant. It is simply in the category of a miracle. Iguro Obanai's slender snake-like pupils narrowed, his hoarse voice carrying unprecedented gravity. Freak? No, it's beyond reason. This is no longer just in the category of power. Seinmi Shinizugawa frowned tightly. He could best feel the pure aura contained in the golden wheel of light just now, which could be called the natural enemy for demons. This shook him inside, but also gave him a hint of indescribable excitement. He opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing, only his gaze became sharper. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, whispering a Buddhist chant, his massive body trembling slightly, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down from his tightly closed eyes. Amitabha. This is the manifestation of compassion and also the thunder for subduing demons. Muakairo Takido remained expressionless, but in his colored pupils, a faint ripple seemed to pass by. And Kachu Shinobu, who knew a part of Terayuki's abilities best, was also rarely speechless for a moment. She knew that Terayuki's constitution was special, that he relied on sunlight, and she had also witnessed his breath of light sword technique that contained the power of purification. But she had never thought that this ability could reach such an intuitive, heaven-defying degree. Witnessing with her own eyes the sunlight actively converging into his body as if it were a living thing, that double impact on vision and perception filled her amethyst-like eyes with shock. And the perfect smile she always wore at the corners of her mouth was also temporarily frozen. She knew better than anyone else what this meant. This was not just a powerful attack method, but also a guarantee of near-infinite recovery and sustained combat capability, as long as one was under the sunlight. A look of gratification and distant smile appeared on the pale, handsome face of Kaguya Yubayashiki, who was sitting above. Although his voice was weak, it carried a kind of sentiment as if he had insight into heaven's will. This is a blessing from heaven. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. It is a reward for our Demon Slayer Corps' unremitting struggle for hundreds of years, and also the final divine punishment for those twisted lives. His words set the tone for Terayuki's incredible ability. This was not an alien power that needed to be guarded against, but a heavenly gift carrying hope and mission. The atmosphere in the courtyard began to turn from extreme shock to a solemnity mixed with awe, anticipation, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Every Hashira realized that the existence of this new light Hashira might truly change the seemingly hopeless power balance between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons that had lasted for thousands of years. Terayuki's voice rang out in the quiet courtyard, peaceful yet carrying unquestionable clarity, pulling everyone back to reality from the brief shock. I know what you are all thinking right now. He looked around at those gazes, still filled with surprise and inquiry, his golden eyes looking transparent and sincere in the sunlight. But unfortunately, I am perhaps not as omnipotent as you imagine. He paused slightly, as if organizing his words, making every word clear and distinguishable. Sunlight is indeed the absolute nemesis for demons. They die upon contact. But my breath of light is essentially releasing the power of light I have stored through sword techniques. It is more like a highly concentrated energy impact with strong purification properties, rather than the sun itself. He explained further, his tone as calm as if analyzing a pharmacology. Demons directly struck by my breath of light will have their wounds suffer from the violent burning of the power of light. This kind of burn is completely different from the damage caused by an ordinary Nicaran sword. It will severely interfere with, or even temporarily block, the demon's powerful regenerative ability, making their wounds extremely difficult to heal and increasing their pain manifold. However, Terayuki changed the subject, his expression becoming solemn. The intensity of this effect is not constant. According to my combat observations and deductions, it will significantly weaken as the demon's own strength increases. His gaze swept across every Hashira, as if ensuring they understood the key limitations. For a lower-rank demon, he illustrated, the trauma caused by the power of light might greatly delay its regeneration speed, creating an opportunity for me to slay it, but it is far from enough to achieve a one-hit kill or make it completely lose its combat ability. And if the one faced is a more powerful upper rank. He shook his head gently, a helpless bitter smile appearing on his face. I fear the effect would be even weaker. Perhaps it could only cause a slightly more severe burning pain than an ordinary Nicaran sword, or merely slightly interfere with the perfection of their regeneration for a very short time. Wanting to decide the outcome based on this is almost wishful thinking. He concluded finally, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. This power is more like a sharper key targeting the weaknesses of demons, but whether it can open the door still ultimately depends on the strength of the key holder and the sturdiness of the door itself. It is by no means a universal answer that can easily end this 1,000-year war. This calm, almost cruel self-analysis caused the Hashira, who were originally excited because of harnessing sunlight, to fall into deep thought again, realizing that the road ahead was still long and treacherous. Chapter 11, Gift. Terayuki's candid words were like a bucket of cold water, snapping the Hashira out of their brief shock and reverie, while also giving them a more practical understanding of their new colleague's strength. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, his deep voice carrying a soothing power. Namu Amitabutsu? Terayuki is quite right. The task of exterminating demons cannot be accomplished in a single day, nor by the strength of one person alone. We must continue to forge ahead and do our utmost. These words were both an affirmation of Terayuki and an encouragement to everyone else. The group bowed to their master one by one and took their leave, scattering in different directions. As they left, many nodded to Terayuki, their eyes holding less of the initial shock and uncertainty, replaced by a sense of recognition and scrutiny for a fellow colleague. Seinmi Shinizugawa remained his usual cold, stiff self, though as he passed Terayuki, he paused almost imperceptibly and gave a grunt, which served as his greeting. Kyojiro Rengoku gave Terayuki's shoulder a firm pat and said loudly, "Umu, being honest is also the mark of the strong. I look forward to fighting alongside you in the future." Tenjin Yuzui left behind a flamboyant back and the words, "I look forward to an even more flamboyant performance from you." Iguro Obanai gave a silent nod. Mitsuri Kenroji whispered a blushing goodbye, and Muakairo Takedo had already vanished quietly before anyone noticed. Jiyu Tomioka was the same as ever. He walked straight past, as if he hadn't seen Terayuki at all. Terayuki responded to each one, but his gaze caught that familiar, slender figure surrounded by the faint scent of wisteria. He quickened his pace and caught up to her. "Long time no see, Miss Kachu." He walked up to the side of Kachu Shinobu and began walking alongside her, speaking in a relaxed tone. Kachu Shinobu did not stop, maintaining her elegant pace. She glanced at him with her purple eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into that customary, impeccable, gentle arc. Her voice was soft but carried a hint of teasing. "Is that so? Didn't we just meet at the Hashira meeting? Terayuki-san's memory seems a bit poor." Clearly, she still remembered Terayuki's slightly reckless question from the meeting earlier. Terayuki rubbed his nose, not embarrassed at all, and instead laughed. His golden eyes remained bright in the shadows of the corridor. There were too many people around earlier. It wasn't convenient to catch up. He paused, then carefully took out a small celadon pot wrapped in simple, elegant washi paper from his bag. Inside was the moonlight star plant, its leaf edges shimmering with tiny specks of silver light. On my way here, I stopped by the butterfly mansion and brought some small gifts for everyone. This one is for you, Miss Kachu. He handed over the flower pot, his tone sincere. The vendor said this moonlight star has a delicate, elegant fragrance and properties that soothe the mind. It also loves the first rays of the morning sun. I thought it might be suitable for your infirmary or by the window. He didn't mention any heavy words about healing or gratitude, simply explaining the plant's characteristics as if it were truly just an ordinary souvenir that he happened to think was suitable for her. Kachu Shinobu paused slightly, turning her head to look at the carefully wrapped moonlight star in Terayuki's hands. A flash of surprise crossed her amethyst-like eyes, and then that customary gentle smile spread across her lips, looking a bit more genuine than before. She reached out with both hands and carefully took the celadon pot, her fingertips brushing against the cool ceramic and the silver-shimmering leaves. "Oh my, such a precious plant. You really went to a lot of trouble." She bowed her head to sniff it, catching the faint, elegant fragrance that seemed to drift in and out. Soothing to the mind and loves the morning sun, it really is quite unique. "Thank you, Terayuki-san. I will take good care of it." The two continued walking side by side toward the butterfly mansion, their wooden sandals making crisp sounds on the stone path. After walking for a while, Kachu Shinobu keenly noticed that the person beside her had no intention of parting ways and was still following at a steady, unhurried pace. She tilted her head slightly, her purple hair swaying with the movement, and asked with just the right amount of curiosity, "Terayuki-san, are you heading back to your own quarters? The direction doesn't seem quite right." Upon hearing this, Terayuki's face showed a bit of embarrassment at being caught, and he confessed, "Actually, I haven't finished delivering the gifts. When I went to the butterfly mansion earlier, I only had time to give Ai her share. Kano, as well as Naho and the other two, I haven't had the chance to give theirs yet." Kachu Shinobu nodded in understanding. She didn't ask why he hadn't just asked Ai to pass them along, but instead asked, "Is it all right for you to be away from your quarters for so long? In case of any emergencies?" Terayuki shook his head, his expression calm. "Everything was arranged properly before I left. My Kasugai crow will relay messages immediately. If it were truly urgent, I wouldn't have had time to attend the Hashira meeting at all. Since I was able to come to the meeting, it means things are fine for the time being. Besides," he smiled, "delivering a few small gifts doesn't take much time. It wouldn't be right to play favorites." Hearing him say this, Kachu Shinobu didn't try to dissuade him further, simply smiling and saying, "In that case, please proceed. They will likely be very happy to see you return." Before long, the familiar wisteria hedge of the butterfly mansion came into view. Terayuki followed Kachu Shinobu inside, familiar with the way. At this hour, the butterfly mansion seemed quieter than usual. Soon, they found Kano Tsuyuri quietly wiping the veranda pillars, as well as Kyo Teruchi, Sumi Nakahara, and Naho Takata in the backyard, chatting and laughing while hanging up bandages to dry. Terayuki gave out the gifts he had prepared one by one. For Kano Tsuyuri, it was that exquisite orchid-shaped glass hairpin. When the young girl took it, her glass-like eyes brightened slightly. Although she still didn't speak, the smile at the corner of her mouth became a bit more genuine, and she nodded gently toward Terayuki. For the Binai trio, it was Kanpedo wrapped in colorful oil paper. The three girls immediately let out a small cheer, surrounding Terayuki and thanking him repeatedly, their liveliness forming a sharp contrast with the quietly smiling Kano Tsuyuri nearby. Kachu Shinobu stood a little way off, her hands tucked into her sleeves, watching this scene with a smile. When she saw Terayuki hand the hairpin to Kano Tsuyuri and witnessed the rare, subtle change in Kano Tsuyuri's expression, her purple eyes curved slightly, and she spoke in a soft voice that Terayuki could clearly hear. Terayuki-san seems to like our Kanao Tsuyuri very much. Her tone held a hint of knowing teasing, as well as a deeper sense of gratification that Kanao Tsuyuri was being treated with kindness. Terayuki was surrounded by the three lively girls. Upon hearing this, he turned his head to look at Kachu Shinobu, then at Kanao Tsuyuri, who was standing quietly to the side, her fingertips gently touching the glass hairpin. He nodded candidly, his golden eyes filled with a gentle smile. Yes, he said, his voice not loud but clear, because Kanao Tsuyuri is very quiet. I like quiet children. His answer was direct and simple, without any complex meaning, merely stating a fact, a preference, yet it inexplicably made people feel his sincerity. Quiet, you say? Kachu Shinobu repeated the word softly, her voice so low it was almost a mutter to herself. Her purple eyes looked toward Kanao Tsuyuri, who was standing quietly on the veranda, head bowed, focused on the glass hairpin in her palm. A complex, indescribable emotion flashed in her eyes, pity, tenderness, and a hidden sense of helplessness. She was silent for a moment, seemingly deliberating, before finally deciding to reveal a portion of the truth to Terayuki. This was not something easily spoken of to others, but perhaps it was because of Terayuki's candid words earlier. Or perhaps it was the strange, warm aura he possessed that made one feel instinctively at ease, that caused her to speak. The reason Kanao Tsuyuri is the way she is because she experienced something very terrible when she was a child. Kachu Shinobu's voice remained soft, but the customary perfect smile faded, replaced by a sense of calm and pity. The trauma caused her to close off her heart and lose the ability to make choices on her own. Now, she only acts according to explicit orders. It is very difficult for her to express her true desires. The smile on Terayuki's face faded. His golden eyes reflected Kanao Tsuyuri's quiet figure before turning back to Kachu Shinobu, listening intently. Is that so? He replied, not asking what specific terrible things had happened. That wasn't important. He was more concerned with the present and the future. Then, Miss Kachu, you must have tried many methods to try and save her, right? Kachu Shinobu was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to ask about this directly. Her long eyelashes lowered, masking the flash of reminiscence and sadness in her eyes. Fragments of memory surged, the gentle, encouraging words of her sister, Kanikachu, her own patient attempts at guidance time and time again, those days and nights that seemed to yield so little effect. Finally, she nodded gently, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible exhaustion and helplessness. Of course. When my sister was here, we tried many methods. Later, I kept trying too, but it has been a long time and the results are not very apparent. She didn't say it was useless, but that sense of frustration permeated her words. Terayuki listened quietly, his gaze falling back onto Kanao Tsuyuri. The young girl seemed to sense their gaze and looked up slightly, her glass-colored eyes looking back quietly, clear as crystal, yet as if separated by an invisible film. Terayuki watched her for a few seconds, then turned his head to look at Kachu Shinobu again, a smile slowly blooming on his face. This smile was different from his usual warm and genial expression. It was more like the first ray of morning light piercing through the clouds, carrying a strange, reassuring certainty. I see. His voice was very calm, yet possessed a resolute power. Then it seems, Miss Kachu, you are not the one who can help her truly break out of her shell. Kachu Shinobu's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. This statement was nearly blunt, even somewhat cruel, but coming from him, it carried no tone of accusation or belittlement. It sounded more like the statement of an objective fact. Terayuki continued, his gaze seeming to look past the courtyard before them toward something further away. But I believe that Kanao Tsuyuri will eventually meet that person one day. His tone was so natural, so convinced, as if he were saying the sun would rise as usual tomorrow. The person who can truly touch her closed-off heart and help her find her own voice and choices. Kachu Shinobu looked at Terayuki, speechless for a moment. The shadows and sunlight of the corridor intertwined on him, illuminating his fair skin and golden eyes with extraordinary clarity. This man was speaking such idealistic, even somewhat naive words, yet his eyes held no empty fantasies, only a pure, unquestionable conviction. He was like like the morning sunlight that was gradually rising and dispelling the morning mist, not scorching or searing, but possessing a warm and firm power, as if it could naturally shine into the deepest corners, soothing wounds and giving hope. She was silent for a moment, and finally, the corners of her mouth curled back into that customary, gentle arc, though this time, something frozen deep in her eyes seemed to loosen for an instant. She sighed softly, her voice returning to its usual gentleness. Terayuki-san always manages to say such unexpected things. She didn't express agreement or disagreement, simply casting her gaze back toward Kano Tsuyuri. The young girl was still standing there quietly, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the glass petals. Sunlight spilled onto her, gilding that silent figure with a faint golden edge. After delivering the gifts and having a somewhat heavy yet sincere conversation with Kachu Shinobu, Terayuki rose to take his leave. As he left the courtyard of the butterfly mansion, which was filled with the faint fragrance of herbs, he seemed to remember something. He turned back to Kachu Shinobu, who was seeing him to the gate, and said with a smile, "Oh, by the way, Miss Kachu, those sunflowers I planted by my house are growing very well. Perhaps I might actually have a bit of a talent for tending to plants." His tone was relaxed, as if he were just casually mentioning an insignificant matter, quietly brushing past the heavy topic of trauma and salvation from just moments before. Kachu Shinobu stood under the wisteria trellis, her purple eyes curving slightly at his words, and she responded with her usual gentle, shallow smile. "Is that so? That is wonderful. Please take care on your way, Terayuki-san." Chapter 12, Joint Mission. Bidding farewell to the butterfly mansion, Terayuki did not delay any longer, his figure turning into a stream of light as he sped towards the region where he was stationed. By sunset, he had returned to his simple wooden cabin on the edge of the forest. Having been away for a few days, the cabin stood quietly in the afterglow of the sunset, with a thin layer of dust covering the doors and window lattices, making it appear somewhat lonely. Pushing open the door, the familiar scent of wood mixed with a hint of dust rushed to meet him. The furnishings inside remained simple, but a fine layer of dust had fallen on the tables, chairs, and the meditation cushion he usually sat on. Terayuki stood at the doorway and looked around. There was no impatience on his face, but rather a sense of tranquility that came with returning to his own domain. He put down his simple luggage, unhooked his Nichiren sword, and hung it by the door, then took off his slightly dusty white haori and rolled up the sleeves of his black uniform underneath. "Looks like I need to do some cleaning," he muttered to himself, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the nice weather today. He first found a simple duster he had made from old cloth strips in the corner, walked outside, and carefully brushed the floating dust off the door frames and window lattices. Tiny specks of dust danced in the slanting rays of the setting sun, stained with a layer of golden red color. Then he took a wooden bucket to a nearby stream to fetch clear water, soaked a clean piece of burlap, returned inside, and began to wipe the tables, chairs, the edge of the bed, and the wall where he hung his Nichiren sword. His movements were unhurried, even possessing a focused rhythm. During the intervals of cleaning, he would occasionally straighten up and look out the window. The setting sun was slowly sinking into the outline of the distant mountains. Dyeing the sunflowers, he had planted himself a warm orange red. They had indeed grown very well, with thick stalks and sprawling leaves. The largest one had already formed a heavy flower head, and although it hadn't fully bloomed yet, it already showed vigorous vitality. Looking at them, the corners of Terayuki's mouth lifted slightly without him realizing it. By the time the room was bright and clean again, spotless, the sunset had almost completely faded, leaving only a hint of dark purple glow on the horizon. Terayuki poured out the dirty water, washed and hung up the burlap, stood in the center of the renovated cabin, and let out a soft breath. The air was filled with the clean scent of clear water and the wood itself. He walked to the window, looking at the deepening twilight outside and the stars just appearing in the sky, his golden pupils shining quietly in the dim light. The night wind passed through the treetops, bringing a hint of coolness. Terayuki closed the window and lit the oil lamp in the room. The warm, dim halo of light filled the cabin, also illuminating his calm face. Life passed peacefully in such a regular cycle. During the day, Terayuki would either hone his swordsmanship and breathing style in the open space in front of the cabin, or sit quietly to absorb and store sunlight. The power of light within his body becoming increasingly pure and thick with constant exercise. After nightfall, it was the unchanging patrol and watch, clearing out the low-level demons that occasionally appeared. When he received an emergency message from his Kasugai crow, he would transform into a stream of light and rush to various places to handle tricky incidents that required the battle power of a Hashira. However, since that encounter with the lower moon, he had never again encountered traces of the 12 Kazuki, and the enemies he encountered were its strongest demons who had awakened strange but limited power blood demon arts. Although it took some effort, they ultimately posed no real threat. This day, the Kasugai crow and brought a new directive, its voice more urgent than usual. Urgent order. In the area near Kinglong Mountain in the northwest, there is a suspected gathering of a large number of demons. The number may reach dozens. The local Kakashi Corps has confirmed an increase in abnormal yin energy and disappearance incidents, judging that at least 2 Hashira-level combatants are needed to coordinate the handling to prevent accidents. Lord Light Hashira, please head to Kinglong Mountain Town immediately to rendezvous. Dozens of demons gathered. Hearing this, Terayuki's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Most demons acted alone or in groups of 2 or 3. Such a large-scale gathering was extremely rare, often implying that there was a stronger demon organizing them from behind, or some special situation that attracted demons. The need for 2 Hashira to join forces also reflected the potential danger of the mission. He did not delay at all and set off immediately. The power of light flowed through his whole body, allowing his speed to reach its limit, like a golden arrow tearing through the air, speeding towards the northwest. When he arrived at Kinglong Mountain Town, it was still early, and there was still some time before the agreed rendezvous time. The town was not big, but because it was a major traffic route, it was quite lively with people coming and going. The air was filled with a mixture of food and dust, completely different from the freshness in the mountains. Terayuki landed at the edge of the town, restrained his aura, and walked into the street like an ordinary traveler. He first followed the convention to find the secret mark left by the local Kakashi Corps, confirming the general direction of the demon gathering and the latest intelligence. The situation was indeed abnormal, but no large-scale attack had occurred yet. The demon group seemed to be entrenched somewhere in the mountains, and their range of activity was showing a trend of expansion. After understanding the situation, there seemed to be time before the other Hashira arrived. A tempting aroma of food drifted with the wind, whetting his appetite. Terayuki looked in the direction of the fragrance and saw a noodle shop at the corner of the street that looked quite old, its banner swaying gently in the wind. He rubbed his stomach and decided not to wait in vain. As a Hashira, he certainly shouldered a heavy responsibility, but there was no need to mistreat himself. He walked into the noodle shop with a relaxed gait and sat down by the window. "Boss, bring me the most luxurious set meal you have here." He called out in a clear voice, with a pleasant smile on his face, as if he hadn't taken the mission of facing dozens of demons to heart at all. "Coming right up, 1 deluxe special ramen set," the shop owner responded with a hearty voice. Before long, a huge bowl was brought up. The soup was thick and glossy, with chewy noodles clearly separated, covered with thick-cut chashu, soft-boiled egg, bamboo shoots, seaweed, green onions, and extra luxurious toppings. A few plump shrimp and a few slices of rich grilled eel. The aroma was fragrant, and it was steaming hot. Terayuki picked up his chopsticks, put his hands together, whispered itadakimasu, and began to eat heartily without ceremony. He ate with focus and enjoyment, occasionally looking up at the bustling crowd on the street outside the window, his golden pupils appearing soft under the steam. The hot soup went down, dispelling some of the fatigue from the journey and making him even more calm and composed. Just as Terayuki was picking up a chopstick of ramen soaked in soup, blowing on the heat, and about to put it into his mouth, a cold, slippery voice that seemed to come from the ground sounded from an extremely close distance behind him. "I'm impressed you still have the leisure to eat here." The voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made one's skin tighten, clearly drilling into his ears. Terayuki's movements paused for a moment. Then he put the noodles into his mouth with a calm demeanor, chewed and swallowed slowly, before turning his head unhurriedly. Iguro Obanai had quietly stood behind him at some point, silent and soundless, like a phantom blending into the shadows. He was still wearing that dark uniform, with white bandages wrapped around his neck, his slender snake-like eyes coldly looking down at Terayuki sitting at the table. There was no temperature in his gaze, and no visible emotion, only a customary alienation and scrutiny. Kaburamaru, wrapped around his neck, raised its head slightly, its golden snake eyes also locking onto Terayuki. "Oh, it's Iguro-san, long time no see." A smile without any haze bloomed on Terayuki's face, as natural as if he had just run into an acquaintance. He even used his chopsticks to point at the rich bowl of noodles in front of him. "You need to be full to have the energy to work. Besides, the noodles here are really good, the broth is rich, and the toppings are plenty. Would you like to try some, Iguro-san? My treat." Iguro Obanai shook his head expressionlessly, his hoarse voice refusing bluntly, "No need." It wasn't just that he had no interest in food. It was because hidden under the bandages wrapped around his neck and mouth were scars and secrets he was unwilling to show others. Eating in front of others, especially removing the coverings, was an unacceptable thing for him. Terayuki seemed to realize something, did not insist, just nodded knowingly, his smile still gentle. "That's truly a pity." After speaking, he said no more, refocused on the food in front of him, his movements fast but not messy, and soon finished the big bowl of luxury ramen along with the soup, breathing a sigh of satisfaction. "Thank you for the meal." He put down his bowl and chopsticks, thanked the busy shop owner loudly, and then paid the bill cleanly. The two walked out of the noodle shop one after another, blending into the crowd on the street. Iguro Obanai walked in front in silence, his pace light and erratic, as if he had no weight, and the cold aura around him made passing pedestrians subconsciously detour slightly. Terayuki followed half a step behind him, his pace steady, his golden pupils scanning the path leading away from the town towards Kinglong Mountain. The moonlight was shattered by the dense canopy, with only sporadic spots of light scattered on the mountain road covered with rotten leaves. Terayuki and Iguro Obanai walked silently one after another, their footsteps almost swallowed by the night wind and insect chirps. The deeper they went into the hinterland of Kinglong Mountain, the thicker the scent of rot mixed with some kind of unnatural sweet fishiness in the air became. Terayuki suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Not with his nose, but with the skin of his whole body, with the power of light flowing in his meridians to feel it. A kind of viscous, cold discomfort, like an invisible spider web, was entangled in every inch of the surrounding air. He raised his hand, his fingertips seemingly able to touch the disgusting energy ripples. This way, he opened his golden eyes and looked at a darker fork in the road to the left. The concentration is very high, and it's very mixed. It doesn't look like something one or two demons could emit. Iguro Obanai's slender snake eyes flickered slightly in the shadows, not questioning. Kaburamaru around his neck also seemed to become restless, raising its head and flicking its tongue rapidly in the same direction. Kaburamaru has confirmed it too. Iguro's voice was hoarse and low. "It smells a large amount of rotting flesh gathering ahead." The two said no more, tacitly adjusted their direction, and continued along the path almost submerged by weeds. On the way, Kaburamaru slipped into the grass silently, returned a moment later, and coiled back around Iguro's neck. "How is it?" Terayuki asked in a low voice. "The quantity is not small." Iguro said concisely. "They are entrenched near an abandoned mountain shrine in the valley ahead." Kaburamaru saw moving shadows, but they are so orderly it doesn't look like a normal demon group. This description made Terayuki frown slightly. Low-level demons mostly act on instinct, chaotic and bloodthirsty. Orderly usually means there is a more powerful existence controlling or restraining them from behind. Just as they approached the entrance of the valley, Terayuki suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. He closed his eyes and concentrated again. This time, his perception was more focused. Besides that large collection of suffocating evil thoughts, he did indeed catch a hint of an extremely subtle, yet deeper and colder sense of anomaly. It was like a poisonous snake lurking at the bottom of a muddy pond, not ostentatious, but exuding a dangerous aura far exceeding the surrounding demons. It seems Terayuki slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils sharp as a hawk in the darkness. What we've hooked might not just be a bunch of small fry. Iguro Obanai nodded silently, his hand already on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. Kaburamaru wrapped around him also tensed its body, entering a hunting state. The two exchanged a look without need for words. They already understood the subsequent action plan: infiltrate, confirm, eliminate. A faint, imperceptible golden halo began to flow around Terayuki, like the first ray of dawn ready to go before dawn. While Iguro seemed to have completely blended into the shadows, his aura becoming more erratic than the night. Like two silent ghosts, they quietly approached the valley shrouded in evil aura. Chapter 13, Slaying Demons. The moonlight was completely swallowed by the dense canopy above the valley. The only light source came from the sporadic ghost fires drifting in the humus layer, casting flickering shadows all around, making it look like a realm of ghosts. Haitru Terayuki and Iguro Obanai lurked in the shadow of a giant rock near the valley entrance. Not far ahead lay the abandoned mountain shrine that had been locked onto by the combined senses of Kaburamaru and Terayuki. The outline of the shrine was dilapidated, but vaguely swaying humanoid shadows could be seen inside, accompanied by low, inhuman whispers. The number was clearly not small. Terayuki lowered his voice, his golden eyes fixed on the dark complex of buildings. His body tensed slightly due to an instinctive aversion to the demonic aura. "Do you have a plan, Iguro?" Iguro Obanai did not answer immediately. His heterochromatic snake eyes seemed to absorb the faint light in the darkness, carefully scanning every visible window, damaged wall, and the surrounding terrain of the mountain shrine. A moment later, his hoarse voice sounded almost like a whisper. "From the outside, nothing can be seen. The demonic aura is too thick, obscuring the interior." He paused, his tone flat yet firm. "I will sneak in and see what exactly these things are up to." Hearing this, Terayuki immediately frowned. He subconsciously sensed himself. That power of light, originating from the sun and flowing in his veins, was like a torch in the night. To demons, it was an extremely distinct signal that they were strongly repelled by. "In that case, I cannot go." He spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness and irritation. "I am, naturally, at odds with demons. This aura of light is very difficult to hide completely at this distance and concentration. Forcing an approach will only alert the enemy." Iguro Obanai tilted his head slightly and glanced at him, while Kaburamaru, coiled around his neck, also slid silently. "It does not matter." His voice remained flat, as if stating a matter-of-fact thing. "You wait outside, responsible for support and creating chaos. I will go in to scout and confirm the situation. Act upon my signal." His plan was simple and direct, yet suited their respective traits. Iguro excelled in stealth and silent assassination. His breathing style could even make his own presence nearly vanish. Combined with Kaburamaru's assistance, he was the best candidate for scouting within the enemy group. Terayuki's power, while impossible to hide, possessed powerful frontal breakthrough and area purification capabilities, making him suitable for supporting from the periphery or forcing a situation open if they were exposed. Terayuki knew he was not the best candidate for infiltration. Although he disliked waiting passively, he understood that this was the most reasonable division of labor for now. He nodded, his golden eyes shimmering in the darkness. "Understood. What is the signal? How much chaos do you need me to create?" "Kaburamaru will notify you." Iguro was concise, not detailing the specific signaling method. This was based on the trust they had in each other's abilities. Having said that, he did not delay any longer. His entire body seemed like flowing water merging into the shadows, sliding silently from behind the giant rock. His movements were incredibly light. Stepping on rotting leaves and gravel without making a sound, his dark uniform almost blended into the surrounding environment. Within just a few breaths, His figure had submerged into the deeper darkness on the outskirts of the mountain shrine, becoming impossible to find. Terayuki held his breath and focused, restraining his own aura to the limit, leaving only a sliver of his keenest perception like invisible tentacles, locked onto the direction of the mountain shrine from afar. He leaned his back against the cold rock, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. His fingertips could feel the eager power of light within the blade resonating with himself. In his ears was the wailing wind unique to the valley, mixed with the faint, unsettling rustling sounds coming from the distant shrine. Time became thick and slow while waiting. Every second seemed to be stretched out. Terayuki's senses were heightened to the limit, not only watching for any unusual movement that might come from Aguro's direction, but also remaining vigilant of his surroundings, lest any patrolling or keen-sensed demons discover him, this luminous body. The mountain shrine was like a giant beast crouching in the darkness, silently exuding ill omens. Terayuki could only wait, like an arrow drawn but not released, waiting for the signal from his companion that would emerge from that darkness and determine the next course of action. In the silence, only the flow of the power of light within him and the evil aura pervading from afar formed a silent and tense confrontation. Time was stretched infinitely long in the deathly silence of waiting. Terayuki leaned against the cold rock wall, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the tsuba of his sword, his golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on the abandoned mountain shrine that was like a dormant giant beast. Inside, there were still only unsettling whispers and vaguely swaying shadows. After Aguro Obanai infiltrated, it was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, with no further sound emerging. He could not have really been caught inside, could he? This thought uncontrollably surfaced in Terayuki's mind. Although he had enough confidence in the serpent Hashira's strength, facing an unknown nest where dozens of demons were gathered, anything could happen. Just as he was considering whether to risk releasing a sliver of his perception to investigate or simply make some noise to provide support. Boom! A muffled yet massive explosion suddenly came from inside the mountain shrine. It was not the sound of walls collapsing, but rather like some kind of power erupting violently within a confined space. Immediately after, the entire dilapidated temple, like boiling water into which a stone had been thrown, instantly boiled over. Shrieking, chaotic, and filled with greed and madness, roars erupted from every crevice of the shrine. The shadows that had been quietly gathered seemed to have received some kind of fatal stimulus and began to writhe and collide crazily. They were no longer lurking, but like a school of sharks that had smelled blood, they desperately crowded and squeezed toward the center of the shrine where the explosion had come from. The dilapidated doors and windows were knocked with clanging sounds, and bricks and stones fell with a rustle. This commotion should count as a signal, right? Although it was a bit different from what was expected. Terayuki's eyes turned sharp, and he instantly transitioned from a lurking state to a battle-ready stance, his internal power of light beginning to circulate at an accelerated pace. He hesitated slightly, because this seemed more like an emergency had occurred inside rather than the completion of the planned scouting. Just as he was hesitating whether to rush in to support immediately, the shadows beside him twisted, and the figure of Aguro Obanai emerged quietly like a ghost. His uniform was stained with some dust and unknown smudges, and the cuff seemed to have traces of being torn by sharp claws, but his breathing remained steady. His slender snake eyes were calm to the point of being cold, with only a lingering trace of sharp killing intent remaining deep within his eyes. "There is a demon inside," Aguro said, his voice hoarse and rapid, without any wasted words. It should have received quite a bit of Musen's blood, making it somewhat special. It gathered this group of demons, preparing to go down the mountain during tomorrow night's blood moon to attack the town on Kinglong Mountain. Terayuki's golden eyes suddenly constricted, and his entire aura turned cold. When demons cause harm, it is mostly to satisfy their instinct to devour flesh and blood. Causing sporadic disappearances is already a great disaster. Gathering a group of demons in such an organized and planned manner with the intent to slaughter an entire town. It was simply unheard of. Aguro continued, his tone flat yet revealing a chill. It wants to use the one-time consumption of a large amount of human flesh, blood, and vital energy to break through its bottleneck, attempting to ascend to the 12 Kazuki. Terayuki's hand gripping the sword tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white. Slaughtering a town to advance, this kind of behavior had already exceeded simple hunting. It was more like a long premeditated, cruel, and bloody sacrifice. Cold killing intent condensed in his eyes, and his voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Then we must stop it immediately. We cannot let it. No need. Iguro interrupted him, glancing at him with those heterochromatic snake eyes as if saying you are too slow. I have already cut it down, while it was lecturing that bunch of trash. The killing intent and determined expression that Terayuki had been brewing instantly froze on his face, and he almost choked. He stared at Iguro, and it took a long while before he found his voice, carrying a hint of speechlessness and helplessness. Couldn't you have said that earlier? He had been nervous for ages, and his brain had instantly simulated 7 or 8 assault plans. Iguro Obanai ignored his grumbling, his gaze already turning toward the group of demons that were falling into crazy agitation and scrambling due to their leader's sudden death. His hoarse voice carried a trace of impatience. Stop talking nonsense. Leaving these demons is also trouble, while they are in chaos. He did not finish, but the meaning was already as clear as could be. Let's do it. Before the words had even faded, Iguro's figure had already merged back into the shadows. The next second, like a pitch-black arrow, he shot silently yet incredibly swiftly into the group of demons that were pushing and roaring at each other out of greed and chaos. The Nichiren sword in his hand carved a cold arc in the dim light, like a viper striking, plunging precisely and lethally into the necks of the nearest demons. Terayuki watched his back as he had already charged into the fray, raised a hand to press against his own temple, and ultimately just let out a soft sigh, suppressing that trace of speechlessness and helplessness. With a flick of his wrist, his jade-like, crystalline Nichiren sword was already unsheathed, casting a faint golden radiance in the darkness. Good grief, at least let me prepare a little. Muttering to himself, his eyes narrowed, and the gentle aura surrounding him suddenly became as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Pushing off with his feet, he transformed into a streak of golden light, following the trajectory of Iguro's charge into the demon horde, rushing toward that churning tide of evil. The cleanup work had begun. The moonlight was muddied by the stench of blood pouring out of the ruined temple. Dozens of out-of-control demons were like worker ants from a destroyed anthill, frantically tearing at and colliding with each other, yet driven by some residual instinct, they lunged toward Terayuki and Iguro Obanai, the 2 intruders who had suddenly appeared. Iguro Obanai moved first. His figure seemed weightless, his dark haori blending into the night, his movement trajectory as strange and unpredictable as a snake's slither. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. His low voice sounded like a serpent's hiss. Crouching low, his Nichiren sword carved a tricky and vicious arc, precisely piercing the neck joint of a burly demon. As the blade twisted as if it possessed a life of its own, the demon's head flew off, wearing an expression of shock. Kaburamaru coiled around his neck, its cold snake eyes constantly shifting, compensating for the blind spot in his right eye and precisely reporting the location of the next target. His swordsmanship was not broad and sweeping. Instead, it focused on weak points like joints and throats. Every strike was silent yet incredibly lethal, like a viper claiming lives in the dark night. In contrast, Haitru Terayuki's fighting style was completely different. Facing the surging demon horde, he did not retreat but instead charged head-on. Breath of Light, first form flash instant. With a clear shout, his jade-like crystalline Nichiren sword suddenly erupted with blinding white light, like a crystal lamp suddenly lit in a dark room. As the intense light flashed, the demons charging at the front instantly let out shrill screams, their eyes seared and blinded. Almost at the same instant the light flared, Terayuki's figure, like a refracted golden ray of light, passed through them. The blade flashed again, and several heads fell to the ground. His movements carried a sunny wildness and directness. Highly efficient, his sword path was broad and sweeping, with the power of light coating the blade. Every slash caused the demon's wounds to hiss with burning, black smoke rising, severely suppressing their regeneration speed. One bright and one dark, one fast and one tricky, the two formed an excellent complement to each other. Iguro moved through the chaotic demon horde like a phantom, using his twisted and flexible sword path to clear out enemies attempting to ambush from the flanks and rear. Meanwhile, Terayuki acted like a mobile core radiating light and heat, drawing most of the frontal fire and purifying them with a violent stance. During a brief moment side by side, Iguro had just used serpent-breathing third-form coil choke to strangle a demon like a giant python when he caught a glimpse of Terayuki's actions out of the corner of his eye. Terayuki faced the simultaneous lunges of three demons without dodging or evading, the golden light on his Nichiren sword flaring brilliantly. Breath of Light, second form sunset. He leaped high, his sword strike like the setting sun, crashing down with unparalleled weight and radiance. Amidst a deafening roar, a charred trench was carved into the ground, and those three demons, unable to even complete a scream, turned into flying ash within the brilliant radiance. In Iguro Obanai's snake eyes, which always carried a hint of mockery, a flash of undisguised amazement passed quickly. Is this the breath of light, harnessing the power of the sun? He mused inwardly. What this breathing style displayed was not just power, but an essential purification characteristic, completely different from the severing pursued by all other breathing styles. Its explosive power and special effectiveness against demons were truly inconceivable. Although his personality meant he would never say it out loud, the uniqueness and strength of this power had left a deep impression on him. Don't get distracted, Iguro-san. Terayuki's voice came, carrying the rapid breathing of battle, yet it remained clear. He swung his sword to parry a sneak-attacking claw, backhanded a strike to slash it into nothingness, his movements flowing like water. Iguro gave a light grunt and did not answer, but his movements became a bit faster, and Kaburamaru also raised its head vigilantly. The two no longer spoke, simply cooperating with even greater tacit understanding, like two intertwined whirlwinds of death, rapidly devouring and purifying the demon horde in front of the ruined temple. In the night, only the sound of Nichiren swords cutting through the air, the shrill cries of demons, and the golden radiance that flashed from time to dispel the darkness remained. In front of the abandoned mountain temple, the last cry of a demon dissipated into the night wind. The moonlight once again struggled to pierce through the thin demonic aura, illuminating the devastated clearing. Scattered everywhere were the remains of demons rapidly turning into ash, and the air was filled with the stench of burning and the strange scent left by the purification of the power of light. For two Hashira-level swordsmen, even facing a gathering of dozens of demons, as long as no 12 Kazuki-level entities were interfering, cleaning them up was more of a test of stamina and endurance than a life-or-death struggle. Terayuki and Iguro Obanai each stood on a relatively clean patch of open ground, breathing slightly heavily, adjusting their somewhat rapid breathing. Apart from the dust and slight stains from before, their uniforms had no new damage, and there were no visible wounds on their bodies. Only their muscles were slightly heated from the high-intensity continuous attacks, and their breathing was slightly unstable. After confirming there were no more moving demon shadows within their line of sight, the two tacitly began to check separately. Terayuki walked slowly around the perimeter of the ruined temple, his golden eyes sweeping sharply over every shadow, broken wall, and bush, his fingertips occasionally gathering a bit of faint light, probing places where residual demonic aura might remain. Iguro, on the other hand, infiltrated the interior of the temple again, Kaburamaru lifting its head on his shoulder to sense, searching for any fish that slipped through the net hiding deep in the ruins. A moment later, the two reunited at the temple entrance, shaking their heads at each other, indicating they had found nothing. In the brief interval, while waiting for the Kakashi unit to arrive to handle the scene and follow-up matters, the mountain night wind brought a touch of chill. Iguro Obanai leaned against a broken pillar, his slender snake eyes suddenly turning toward Terayuki, who was looking up and drinking water, his hoarse voice breaking the silence. I heard that after every battle, you don't even spare the demons' corpses. insisting on burning them clean with your light. His tone made it impossible to tell if it was pure curiosity or carried his usual hint of cold inquiry. Cough, Terayuki choked on the water, put down his water bottle, and rolled his eyes with some helplessness. Iguro-san, rumors need to be taken in context. I'm not an idiot or some tireless purification machine. He pointed to the large areas of ash all around. There are at least 30 or 40 demons' remains here. You want me to burn them all slowly by myself using the power of light? That would take until the year of the monkey, and would I still be able to patrol? Besides. He paused, his tone becoming slightly more serious. My power of light is mainly used for combat and purifying core threats. This kind of large-scale cleanup work is originally one of the responsibilities of the Kakashi. They have more systematic methods to handle traces and avoid panic. My principle is thoroughly eliminate threats, not exhaust myself by doing everything personally. After hearing this, Iguro Obanai's face remained expressionless. Only the corner of his mouth covered by bandages twitched almost imperceptibly, as if he felt the answer was reasonable enough, and he did not speak again. Not long after, the subtle and orderly sound of footsteps came from the mountain path, and several members of the Kakashi unit arrived at the scene quickly and quietly. After saluting the two Hashira, they immediately began to work skillfully, checking the scene, collecting potential residual special substances, recording, and arranging subsequent purification and intelligence blockade measures. Seeing that the Kakashi had taken over, Terayuki and Iguro knew that there was no need for them to stay any longer. The two briefly gave a few instructions to the person in charge of the Kakashi. Then, without further delay, they each turned and left, their figures quickly disappearing in different directions under the night curtain. Chapter 14, It's You Again. The return journey took nearly 2 days. During this time, he did not completely relax, maintaining the vigilance of a Hashira as he traveled through forests and rarely trodden paths. Occasionally, he would also deal with 1 or 2 wandering low-level demons based on brief messages transmitted by his Kasugai crow. This short journey felt more like a gap between 2 missions, allowing him to collect his thoughts. Regarding the reason for the abnormal gathering of demons at Kinglong Mountain, the Serpent Hashira's efficient, yet cold combat style, and the application and limitations of his own power in practical collaboration. When the familiar small wooden cabin finally came into view in the afterglow of the sunset, it was the second dusk since they had cleared the demon nest at Kinglong Mountain. The cabin stood quietly at the edge of the forest, no different from when he had left, save for a few fresh leaves blown onto the porch steps by the wind. Beside the house, those sunflowers swayed gently in the evening breeze. The head of the largest one had become heavy, and the edges of its golden petals had begun to curl slightly, as if silently recording the days the owner had been away. Pushing open the door, the familiar scent, a mixture of wood and dried grass, rushed to meet him, with a faint hint of stuffiness from not being ventilated for several days. The orange-red beam of light from the sunset slanted in through the west window, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air. Terayuki set down his simple pack, hung his Nichiren sword back on the wooden peg on the wall, and draped his white haori over the back of the chair. His movements carried a trace of fatigue from the long journey, yet also exuded the relaxation of returning to his private domain. He first pushed open the windows, letting the crisp evening breeze from the mountains dispel the stuffiness in the room. Afterward, he carried a bucket to the creek. Not for drinking, he walked slowly to the sunflowers and carefully watered them. The water seeped into the soil, nourishing the roots. He crouched down, his fingertips gently touching the full flower head, a barely perceptible gentle look appearing on his face. After finishing this, he returned to the house and began a simple cleaning, brushing away the thin layer of dust from the table and chairs. His movements were unhurried, more like a ritual to let his mind settle from the state of a mission. The night grew heavy, and the insects began to chirp all around. Terayuki lit the oil lamp, and the dim, yellow glow filled the small cabin. He sat by the window, checking the edge of his Nichiren sword in the lamplight, then closed his eyes to feel the power of light filling his body. The mission at Kinglong Mountain was now in the past, and the calm daily life of the light Hashira's residents resumed after this 2-day absence. Mountain breezes passed through the treetops, and the leaves of the sunflowers outside rustled, as if whispering a welcome. Time flowed peacefully amidst the alternating light and shadow in the mountains, day after day. Terayuki's life gradually formed a fixed rhythm, rising in the morning to absorb the first rays of sunlight, honing the forms of the breath of light and the power of light within his body. During the day, either continuing his training or handling documents and intelligence, and at night, patrolling his jurisdiction without fail. The wooden cabin, which originally only met basic shelter needs, had unknowingly added some traces of life. On the windowsill sat a rough yet chic clay pot, filled with several nameless purple wildflowers gathered from the wild. In the corner, a simple stove and some cooking utensils were stacked, though not used frequently. Even a string of dried game, gifted by a hunter he met on the road, hung from the beam, swaying gently in the wind. Having been the light Hashira for over a year, Terayuki found it difficult to clearly define his current strength. Most of the demons encountered during daily patrols could not withstand more than 1 or 2 of his strikes. Occasionally, when encountering those who had awakened troublesome blood demon arts, he could resolve them either cleverly or forcefully by relying on the characteristics of the breath of light. The battle achievements of his colleagues and the intelligence encountered at the Hashira meeting seemed somewhat distant from his own relatively peaceful jurisdiction. The growth in his strength was more of a subtle influence. His breathing was longer, the mobilization of the power of light was faster and more unified with his mind, and his perception and absorption efficiency of sunlight were steadily improving. But to what extent? Without a suitable reference, he himself could not say. Most of the time, he was simply fulfilling the duties of a Hashira, patrolling, killing demons, completing missions. Only the periodic Hashira meeting allowed him to briefly escape this monotonous cycle, see his distinct colleagues, and listen to news from various places, which served as a bit of a diversion, but after the meetings, they often hurried away, returning to their own paths. On this afternoon, he had just finished a round of sword practice, and was sitting in front of the house wiping his Nichiren sword when the familiar sound of flapping wings approached from afar. His Kasugai crow and landed on a woodpile nearby, its beak opening and closing, its voice still carrying a metallic texture. Terayuki didn't even look up. While carefully brushing away non-existent dust from the blade, he sighed helplessly. "Speak, where is the mission this time? The northwest swamp or the southern mine?" Continuous duty had given him a conditioned reflex. However, the instruction brought by the Kasugai crow was somewhat different. "Lord Terayuki, this is not a demon-slaying mission. The Butterfly Mansion is in urgent need of a batch of specific medicinal materials, which need to be retrieved from the Kakashi Core 3rd supply point near your jurisdiction and transported back by land. To ensure this critical shipment is foolproof, Headquarters has ordered you to personally escort it to the Butterfly Mansion." An escort mission. Terayuki's wiping motion paused, and he looked up, a flash of surprise in his golden eyes. This was rare. Usually, material transport was handled by the Kakashi Corps, at most sending low-level members to guard along the way. It was rarely necessary for a Hashira to personally intervene. "Are there many wounded recently? Is it necessary to be this cautious?" He asked subconsciously and immediately realized the answer. Over the past year or so, he had indeed been non-stop, with extremely short gaps between missions. It seemed as if demon troubles were rising everywhere, and as the core medical logistics center, the pressure on the Butterfly Mansion must be significant. The situation is urgent. The medicinal list is here." A small bamboo tube was tied to the Kasugai crow's leg. Terayuki untied the bamboo tube, pulled out the note inside, and scanned it quickly. It listed several names of herbs he was not very familiar with, but which were clearly not ordinary. The quantities and urgency markers noted behind them indeed indicated the importance of this shipment. Understood. He put the note away, stood up, and returned to the house, efficiently packing his simple gear. Although puzzled, orders were orders, especially when it concerned the Butterfly Mansion. An escort it is, just right. Maybe I can ask Miss Shinobu what the situation is lately. While thinking this, He had already equipped his Nichiren sword and put on that slightly old white Haori. Taking one last look at the sunflowers thriving in the sunlight, he said to the Kasugai crow, "Lead the way to the third supply point." His figure flickered, and he left the wooden cabin, which had gradually acquired the atmosphere of a home, once again, heading toward the hidden supply point on the other side of the mountain range. When he arrived at the third supply point, the sun was already setting. This point was hidden deep in an abandoned mine cave in a mountain col, with clever external camouflage, but inside it was orderly, stacked with various supplies. After Terayuki revealed his identity and orders, the responsible members of the Kakashi Corps immediately sprang into action, efficiently sorting the medicinal materials from the list, boxing them, packing them, and loading them onto a specially made carriage bearing the Wisteria family crest. However, when Terayuki met the leader of the Kakashi Corps squad responsible for this escort mission, both of them froze for a moment. That young Kakashi squad leader was the very same leader of the medicinal transport team that Terayuki had temporarily abandoned on a pitch-black mountain road over half a year ago, so he could rush off to join the fun at the snowy mountain. The other party clearly recognized Terayuki as well. His face, originally serious and tense from receiving an important mission, instantly flashed with shock and disbelief, finally settling into a complex expression mixed with awe, lingering fear, and deep helplessness. The corners of his mouth even twitched imperceptibly, and his eyes clearly read, "Why is it you again?" Terayuki also remembered, too, a rare trace of embarrassment appearing on his face, but it was quickly covered by a bright smile. He raised his hand to greet him, his tone familiar. "Oh, it's you. Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you again. What a coincidence." The Kakashi squad leader took a deep breath, seemingly trying his best to calm his mood. He stepped forward and bowed properly, but his voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a resolution born of painful experience. "Lord Light Hashira, long time no see. Is this escort mission also being handled by you?" He emphasized the word also heavily. Terayuki caught the implication, and his smile became even brighter, though it also carried a touch of apology. "Last time, cough cough, there was indeed a reason. The situation was urgent. Later, I was also properly educated by Miss Shinobu." He rubbed his nose, recalling the long and profound ideological exchange and manual labor at the Butterfly Mansion, his tone becoming much more sincere. "This time, rest assured, I guarantee I will absolutely not have something to leave midway again. I will be responsible for this batch of medicine and the safety of you all until the very end, and escort you safely to the Butterfly Mansion." The Kakashi squad leader looked at Terayuki's confident appearance, remembering the swift and clean way this lord had vanished last time, leaving him unable to even catch a shadow, and his subsequent experience of trembling in fear while leading a group of newcomers on that dark mountain road, making every second feel like a year. It was really hard for him to fully believe it. But after all, the other party was a Hashira, and since it had come to this, he had no choice but to choose to believe him. "With those words from you, this subordinate feels deeply honored." The Kakashi squad leader lowered his head, his tone dry. It really didn't sound very honored. "Then, everything is entrusted to you, Lord Light Hashira. The convoy is ready, and we can depart at any time." Terayuki patted his shoulder, attempting to convey some reassurance, then turned to look at the loaded carriages and the Kakashi members waiting to depart, the calm and sharpness belonging to a Hashira returning to his golden eyes. "Depart," he ordered concisely. The convoy slowly drove out of the hidden supply point, heading in the direction of the Butterfly Mansion. The setting sun cast their shadows long. This time, Terayuki did not sit on the roof of the carriage to enjoy the sunlight, but walked at the very front of the convoy, his white Haori swaying gently in the evening breeze, his gaze vigilantly scanning the road ahead and the forests on both sides. The Kakashi squad leader followed not far behind him. Although his face remained tense, looking at that upright and focused back in front, the bit of unease in his heart seemed to lessen slightly. At least this time, this Lord Light Hashira looks serious, right? The Kakashi squad leader prayed silently in his heart. The convoy traveled through the night along the mountain road, only taking a short rest for 2 hours in the second half of the night. Chapter 15: Bandits. The convoy traveled along the mountain path throughout the night, taking only a brief 2-hour rest in the early hours of the morning. They set off again as soon as the sky began to brighten. Because the medical supplies were urgently needed, the schedule was very tight. Everyone looked weary, but no one complained. The leader of the Kakashi Corps was particularly on edge. On one hand, he was worried about the cargo. On the other, he couldn't help but glance out of the corner of his eye at the white figure walking at the very front. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, the leader felt slightly relieved. He had expected this trip to go smoothly. After all, a Hashira was personally escorting them. Ordinary demons would likely avoid them at all costs. However, when they reached a dangerous section of the road sandwiched between 2 mountains and dense forest, the unexpected happened, not from demons, but from humans. Whoa, with the driver's urgent pulling of the reins and the shouts coming from ahead, the convoy was forced to stop. The road ahead was blocked by thick tree trunks and rubble. From the forest on both sides, 20 or 30 fierce-looking men wielding knives and axes swarmed out. The leader was a burly man with a fleshy face and an eye patch over one eye, carrying a large ghost-head blade, his eyes scanning the cargo-laden carriages greedily. "I opened this road, and I planted these trees. If you want a pass, leave behind the toll money." The one-eyed brute's voice boomed like a bell, full of banditry. He swept his gaze over the convoy, and upon seeing that most of them were members of the Kakashi Corps, wearing uniform attire and looking like they lacked strong combat power, he felt even more confident. He held up 2 fingers, shook them, and grinned, revealing yellow teeth. "Hey, listen up. Granddaddy is in a good mood today, so I'll give you 2 choices. Either leave all this cargo behind for me, or pay 20% of the cargo's estimated value, and I'll let you pass. How about that?" He considered this a merciful choice. After all, no one would be foolish enough to risk their life for a batch of cargo. Paying to avoid trouble was the logical path. The Kakashi Corps leader felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively looked at Terayuki ahead. Seeing that he seemed to have no reaction and was just watching quietly, the leader had to brace himself, step forward, and try his best to keep his voice from trembling. "Kind sir, this is life-saving medicine. It concerns the lives of many people, so we really cannot hand it over to you. Please do us a favor. We are willing to pay some toll, but 20% is really." "Lives?" The one-eyed brute laughed loudly as if he had heard a joke, then his eyes turned ruthless. "What does that have to do with me? I only care about money. It seems you prefer the hard way to the easy way." He slammed the large ghost-head blade on his shoulder onto the ground and shouted sternly, "Boys, get them. Kill a few of the uncooperative ones first to set an example." The bandits behind him, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, immediately rushed up, howling and waving their swords. Their targets were the Kakashi Corps leader and the few Kakashi Corps members guarding the carriages who were standing at the front, clearly intending to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The Kakashi Corps leader turned pale. He knew that his meager skills were no match for these fierce outlaws. The fear of death instantly gripped him. He instinctively squeezed his eyes shut and shouted with all his might, "Light Hashira." Just as the bandit charging at the front grinned and swung his blade down, clang. A crisp yet exceptionally pleasant sound of metal clashing rang out, making people's eardrums ring slightly. The anticipated sharp pain did not come. The Kakashi Corps leader tremblingly opened his eyes to see a strange long blade, crystalline throughout, and as if carved from white jade, steadily held between him and the bandit's blade. The bandit's powerful and heavy blow had been effortlessly blocked by this seemingly thin blade, unable to advance even an inch. The person holding the blade was none other than Haitru Terayuki, who had quietly appeared before him without anyone noticing. Terayuki was still wearing that white heiori, his back to the Kakashi Corps leader, facing the group of fierce-looking bandits. He held the blade with one hand, his posture so relaxed it was as if he had merely brushed away a falling leaf. He even had the leisure to turn his head slightly and say to the Kakashi Corps leader behind him, his voice calm and ripple-free, "Step back, don't get in the way. Light Hashira, please don't take their lives." His voice trembled, but he managed to shout it out. Although these bandits were villains, They were still humans, unlike the demons that had to be exterminated. Terayuki, blocking in front of him, didn't even turn his head and simply replied concisely, "I know." His voice was calm, revealing no joy or anger. The next moment, Terayuki moved. He did not use his signature, blazing, dazzling golden light. Instead, his aura shifted abruptly, like ripples appearing on a calm, deep pool. The crystalline, jade-like Nichiren sword traced a graceful arc in his hand, and deep blue water light instantly flowed from the blade, clear and pure. Water-breathing, third form, flowing dance. His figure seemed to transform into a rushing mountain stream, suddenly becoming agile and elusive. It was not a direct charge, but rather sliding into the group of bandits with a movement technique that was incredibly fluid and almost defied logic. The sword light did not strike human bodies, but transformed into a continuous curtain of blue light, like rippling water, gently yet swiftly brushing past each bandit's wrist or the vulnerable parts of the weapons in their hands. Cling-clang, a series of crisp, short snapping sounds rang out densely, like a sudden rain hitting a jade plate. The 7 or 8 bandits rushing at the front only felt their wrists go numb or their hands suddenly become light. When they looked closely, they were terrified. Their steel swords and heavy axes had been neatly severed at the front half, the break smooth as a mirror. And that water-like sword light had already swept past, without stopping. Terayuki's figure flickered a few times among the crowd, so fast that only faint blue afterimages remained. The bandits didn't even see how he attacked. They only felt a blur before their eyes, felt a numbing sensation on their wrists from being tapped by the back of the blade, and their weapons fell from their hands to the ground. The whole process took no more than 2 or 3 breaths. When Terayuki's figure reappeared clearly in place, the 20 or 30 bandits were still maintaining their charging or swinging postures, but their hands were empty, and they were all stunned like wooden chickens. The sneer on the one-eyed brute's face froze completely, his single eye filled with unbelievable terror. He hadn't even seen how the opponent moved just now. Terayuki did not stop there. He retrieved a roll of sturdy hemp rope from the carriage, his movements dazzlingly fast. He moved again, weaving among the bandits like a butterfly through flowers. The rope in his hands seemed to come alive, nimbly weaving, winding, and tying knots. Before the bandits could recover from the shock of their weapons being destroyed, they found themselves and their companions firmly bound by the rope, wrists tied to ankles, or tied back to back in a row, unable to move, falling to the ground in a pathetic heap. The entire process was smooth and fluid. From drawing the sword and breaking weapons to tying people up, it took only a moment. The bandit group, which had been aggressive just moments ago, was now a pile of terrified, whimpering zongzi dumplings, rolling on the ground. Terayuki dusted off his hands, though there was no dust, tossed the unused rope back onto the carriage, and turned to the still-dazed Kakashi Corps leader. Notify the nearby Kakashi Corps branch, send people to take over, and escort them to the town police station at the foot of the mountain. Deal with them according to the law. Yes, Light Hashira. The Kakashi Corps leader snapped back to reality and hurriedly bowed in response, his voice slightly off-key due to excitement and shock. The way he looked at Terayuki had completely changed. During the last mission, he had only seen this Light Hashira unreliably deserting the battle, leaving them shivering in the wild mountains. But this time, he truly realized the meaning behind the title of Hashira. It was not just powerful strength, but also a terrifyingly precise control over that strength, as well as the restraint and composure to maintain calm judgment in rapidly changing situations, and even the consideration to not take lives. This Light Hashira, when he fights, is he actually this? Amazing. This thought was the only thing left in the Kakashi Corps leader's mind. The resentment and worry from his previous experience had long been replaced by awe and lingering fear. He dared not delay any longer, and immediately ordered the shaken members to clear the road obstacles, while sending someone to rush to contact the nearest Kakashi Corps outpost. Terayuki walked back to the front of the convoy, his gaze sweeping calmly over the group of bandits on the ground who were firmly bound and scared out of their wits, and then looked ahead at the road. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest, spilling onto his white haori and crystalline scabbard, outlining his tall figure. continue moving forward," he said calmly, as if he had just brushed away a group of annoying mosquitoes and flies. The convoy slowly started moving again, detouring around the group of obstacles on the ground, and drove toward the road leading to the butterfly mansion. Only the bandits remained, struggling in vain on the spot, along with the faint water vapor and lingering terror that had not yet fully dissipated in the air. The convoy stopped steadily outside the butterfly mansion's iconic wisteria hedge. Caregivers had already come forward, skillfully and quickly unloading the medicine boxes marked with special labels from the carriages. Terayuki jumped down from the lead carriage and immediately saw the slender purple figure standing under the eaves of the corridor. Kachu Shinobu had her hands tucked into her sleeves, wearing that impeccable gentle smile on her face, her purple eyes watching him as if she had been waiting for a long time. The morning light filtered through the wisteria leaves, casting fine light spots on the butterfly hair accessory in her hair. Terayuki walked up, a natural smile appearing on his face, his tone carrying a hint of relief. "It seems the situation is not as bad as I imagined. Even Miss Kachu has the leisure to welcome me here personally." His words were half teasing and half probing. After all, needing a hashira like him to personally escort medical supplies meant the pressure on the butterfly mansion must be significant. Kachu tilted her head slightly, her smile deepened a little, and her voice was soft and pleasant. "Ara, even if I am busy, it is only right to welcome Mr. Terayuki, who has worked hard to escort important supplies." She changed the subject, her tone still gentle but getting to the point. "However, Mr. Terayuki, you have indeed arrived in a timely manner. Although the situation has not reached the worst possible point, the stock of many key medical supplies is running low. The treatment and follow-up recovery of many wounded are stuck here, just at a time when we are between harvests. This batch of supplies truly solves an urgent need." She paused, her purple eyes looking at Terayuki with a hint of understanding. "The reason I troubled you to make this trip personally is, firstly, that this batch of supplies is indeed critical and cannot be lost. And secondly, the transport route happens to pass near your station, Mr. Terayuki, so I thought it might save some time." Hearing Kachu's explanation, the slight doubt Terayuki had felt about being press-ganged into this task dissipated, and he truly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no uncontrollable major casualties, that was fine. "That's good," he nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Kakashi Corps members and caregivers unloading the cargo in an orderly manner. "It seems my trip was worth it." "Indeed." Kachu turned to the side, made a gesture of please, with an elegant posture. "You've had a hard journey, Mr. Terayuki. They will handle the handover of the supplies. Please come in and rest for a while and have a cup of tea. I can also explain some of the recent situations to you." Terayuki did not decline. After traveling continuously, although he was not exhausted, it was good to rest his feet in a quiet place filled with the fragrance of herbs. He followed Kachu through the familiar courtyard. Under the corridor, AI was directing people to move the medicine boxes. Seeing Terayuki, she hurriedly nodded in greeting, her face filled with gratitude. Stepping into the inner room, the fragrance of tea curled in the air. Outside the window, the sun was just right, and a few herbs that Kachu had carefully tended to swayed gently in the breeze. Having temporarily set down the heavy responsibility of the escort, Terayuki relaxed his shoulders and back in the unique tranquil atmosphere of the butterfly mansion. Kachu Shinobu picked up the teapot and began to pour tea for him. Under that elegant movement, she seemed ready to start explaining the deeper reasons and current situation behind this urgent need. Terayuki's gaze followed Kachu's guidance and swept across the courtyard, resting briefly on the busy AI, and then naturally fell on Kanotsuyuri standing quietly not far away. At this sight, he was slightly stunned. The young girl was still quiet, standing straight, looking over calmly, and nodding slightly in greeting. However, the clothes on her were no longer the light-colored casual wear common to Butterfly Mansion caregivers that were easy to move in, but she had changed into the black uniform of an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although it was well-tailored, it exuded a completely different sense of sternness and capability. At her waist, she was also neatly wearing a Nichiren sword. He almost instinctively wanted to ask, Kano had become an official member. When did that happen? But before the words could leave his mouth, Kachu Shinobu beside him seemed to have anticipated his confusion. Her soft voice had already sounded first, carrying a complex and indistinguishable emotion, like relief, and also like lingering fear. Kano, that child. Kachu sighed slightly, her purple eyes looking at the quiet figure in the courtyard. A while ago, she actually snuck out by herself and participated in the final selection. Teruyuki displayed a perfectly appropriate expression of surprise at the right time, his golden eyes widening slightly. Final selection? By herself. That's too dangerous. Kachu nodded gently, her fingertips unconsciously brushing over her cuffs. Yes, by the time I found out, she had already left. Fortunately, she returned safely. Her voice carried obvious relief, but also a hint of helplessness. Apart from doing this so resolutely and boldly, in other aspects, this child is still the same as before. She was naturally referring to Kano's nearly closed inner world, her taciturn personality, and her daily state of executing orders almost like a machine. Teruyuki followed her gaze and looked at Kano again. The young girl seemed to notice the two of them watching, lifted her glass-colored eyes, looked back quietly, and then lowered her head again, continuing to look at the ground, as if the brief eye contact had never happened. She was wearing the member's uniform, holding a Nichiren sword, but that deep-seated quietness and detachment did not seem to have faded due to the change in status. However, Teruyuki withdrew his gaze and looked at Kachu, a gentle, encouraging smile appearing on his face. At the very least, she is also willing to start changing, isn't she? Even if the method is a bit scary. His tone was light, as if he were talking about a small, happy matter. Putting on this uniform and picking up the sword is taking a completely different step. The rest of the road might be walked a bit slowly, but in the end, she is moving forward. Kachu Shinobu was slightly stunned upon hearing this, and then, in that always impeccable smile, there seemed to be a hint of genuine warmth. She looked at Teruyuki's golden eyes, which seemed exceptionally clear in the sunlight, and then looked at the young girl in the courtyard who was wearing the team uniform but still quiet as if isolated from the world. She was silent for a moment, and finally nodded gently, her voice much softer than before. And that is true. In this simple phrase, it seemed to contain 1,000 words. There was relief about the past, acceptance of the present, and a faint hope for the future. Sunlight spilled onto the corridor, lengthening the shadows of the three, and the air was filled with the bitter fragrance of herbs and the clarity of tea. The seeds of change had already been planted, waiting only for time to let them slowly sprout. Chapter 16, Natagumo Mountain. The scent of tea from late at night had not yet dissipated, and the candle flames flickered in the inner room of the butterfly mansion. Teruyuki sat quietly opposite Kachu Shinobu, listening as she recounted, in a gentle yet clear tone, the status of the wounded across various regions, new trends in demon activity, and fragmented information not recorded in official briefings. He knew that as the medical hub, the Butterfly Mansion had a far more extensive information network than he, who was stationed alone in one area, ever could, and this intelligence might prove useful at some point in the future. Just as Shinobu mentioned anomalous signs of multiple demons coordinating activities in a border village, the sharp, urgent sound of flapping wings tore through the silence of the night. 2 Kasugai crows flew in through the window from different directions almost simultaneously, the wind from their wings causing the candle flames to dance. They landed on the low table in front of the two, their beaks opening and closing, delivering the same cold and urgent order. Urgent order. Insect Hashira, Kachu Shinobu, and Light Hashira, Haitru Teruyuki, proceed to the master's estate immediately. This is of the utmost urgency. The candlelight flickered violently. Teruyuki and Kachu Shinobu exchanged a glance, both seeing the same gravity in each other's eyes. A late-night emergency summons was certainly no ordinary mission or meeting. Something major must have happened, and it was urgent. Without any unnecessary words or actions, both stood up simultaneously. The habitual gentle smile on Kachu Shinobu's face vanished instantly, leaving only a blade-like calmness in her violet eyes. The gentle aura around Terayuki also suddenly turned piercingly cold, his golden pupils sharp as needles in the dim light. The tea set, the low table, the unfinished intelligence, all traces of leisure were instantly left behind. Two figures shot out of the butterfly mansion like arrows released from a bow, merging into the pitch-black night, sprinting at full speed toward the Yubayashiki estate. The wind whistled in their ears, with moonlight barely outlining the afterimages of them leaping over roofs and walls. When they arrived at the master's estate, someone had already arrived in the courtyard. Jiyu Tomioka stood alone in the shadows under the veranda, his half-red, half-white haori swaying slightly in the night breeze. He stood with his arms crossed, his deep blue eyes gazing into the void, as silent as ever, but his aura was more intense than usual, as if he had become one with the sword in his hand. Kaguya Yubayashiki was already seated in the main seat, supported by his two daughters. Even in the dead of night, his appearance remained sickly pale, but those sightless eyes seemed able to pierce through the darkness and reach straight into one's heart. His voice was even weaker than usual, yet carried unquestionable resolve. Traces of the 12 Kazuki have been confirmed at Mount Natagumo. He got straight to the point, his words like ice water poured over the trio's hearts. I have already dispatched several batches of members to investigate. All have lost contact. There can be no more needless sacrifices. He lifted his head slightly, his face turned toward the direction of the three. Jiyu, Shinobu, Terayuki, you three are the closest to Mount Natagumo at this moment. I need you to go immediately, investigate the situation, and if it is indeed one of the 12 Kazuki, you must eliminate it and rescue any survivors if possible. Understood. Three voices, each with a different quality. Jiyu's cold calmness, Shinobu's gentle determination, and Terayuki's clear decisiveness, spoke almost at the same moment without the slightest hesitation. Before setting off, Kachu Shinobu returned to the inner room of the butterfly mansion without hesitation, and a moment later, she appeared with Kanao Tsuyuri, who had already changed into her official uniform and was equipped with her Nichiren sword. The young girl's face remained expressionless, but her glazed eyes appeared exceptionally calm amidst the urgent atmosphere of the night as she stood silently behind Shinobu. The four top combatants, the water Hashira, the insect Hashira, the light Hashira, and this newcomer who, though silent, had passed the final selection, did not delay any further, transforming into 4 swift streaks of light as they sprinted at full speed toward Mount Natagumo. Before they had even truly entered the forest, a thick, nauseatingly cold aura, like invisible miasma, permeated from the pitch-black mountain shadows, coiling in the air. It was not something 1 or 2 demons could emit, but a sense of a domain mixed with bloodlust, resentment, and some kind of twisted rules. After pausing briefly at the entrance to sense the area, Terayuki frowned, sharp light flashing in his golden pupils, and he spoke in a low voice. This feeling, there's no mistake. It is highly likely that a lower moon is hiding inside. This scale and quality of nauseating sensation is completely different from the small fry encountered before. Hearing this, Kachu Shinobu looked at him with violet eyes, a hint of inquiry in her expression. A feeling? Terayuki, can you roughly judge a demon's strength through this discomfort? Terayuki nodded, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the hilt of his sword. Yes, more or less. The stronger the demon, the more solid its aura, and the heavier that feeling of instinctive repulsion and coldness. This one is very thick. He used a simple word to describe that sense of filth that seemed to stick to one's breath. The situation was urgent and allowed no time for detailed investigation. Kachu Shinobu quickly made a decision, her voice returning to the clear calmness of command. The demon aura covers too large an area, and staying together is too inefficient. We will enter separately, with rescuing surviving members as the first priority. Kanao, stick close to me. Jiyu, Terayuki, please be careful, stay alert, and be ready to support each other at any time. Jiyu Tomioka nodded silently, his figure flashing as he was the first to disappear into a more rugged mountain path on the left, like water merging into the night. Kachu Shinobu took the path to the middle right with Kanao, who followed closely with light footsteps, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Terayuki stood in place, took another deep breath, and deliberately amplified that instinctive aversion to and perception of evil auras derived from the power of light. He focused his attention on the source of that heaviest, coldest discomfort in his heart, which felt like an ice pick piercing through, located deeper in the forest, where the core vortex of the demon aura lay. "This way," he whispered, no longer hesitating, his figure turning into a slightly dimmed golden streak of light as he sprinted toward the depths of the most intense darkness. However, not long after venturing deep into the forest, the scene before him caused Terayuki to stop abruptly, his golden pupils suddenly contracting. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the dense, twisted canopy, stingily casting mottled light and shadows, barely illuminating the tragic scene in the forest. It was clear that more than one battle had taken place here, or rather, one-sided slaughter and mockery. The bodies of Demon Slayer Corps members were scattered among the trees, beside rocks, and even hanging from low branches in an extremely unnatural, almost blasphemous manner. Most of their black uniforms were severely damaged, the exposed skin showing an eerie blue-purple hue, and their necks were twisted at exaggerated angles, clearly snapped by immense force. Some of the bodies had their limbs twisted backward in strange ways, like dolls or puppets discarded after being mindlessly broken by a child, their limbs lying in disarray, already stiff. The ground was soaked with dark red blood, emitting a strong scent of rust and death. Broken Nichiren swords were scattered everywhere, the blades stained with filth and congealed blood clots. Not a single body was intact, and not a single face bore an expression of peace. There was only frozen terror, pain, and despair deep into the marrow. In the dead silence, there was only the whimpering of the night wind blowing through the treetops, and the faint, inhuman hissing coming from the distance. Terayuki stood at the edge of this small slaughterhouse, his breath stalling for a moment. It was not that he had never seen death, but such a concentrated scene, so deliberately showcasing cruelty and mockery, still assaulted his senses. The power of light within him, which was born to counteract demons, seemed to boil at this moment, stimulated by this dense aura of evil and death, not with warmth, but with a cold, urgent anger that demanded purification. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, those golden pupils that always swirled with a gentle halo had frozen into two bottomless pools of ice, all emotions compressed into the purest, marrow-deep killing intent. The surrounding air seemed to drop in temperature due to the piercing aura that suddenly erupted from him. There was no pause, no time to mourn for these colleagues he had never met. He gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword, his knuckles turning white from the force, but his pace became even more firm and swift, like a blade locked onto its target after being unsheathed, continuing forward without hesitation toward the deeper part of the forest, the core where the evil aura was most intense. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet seemed to be soaked with the blood of his colleagues. Every breath of air he inhaled was mixed with death and filth. Terayuki's gaze was as cold as eternal iron, and there was only one thought in his mind, as clear and sharp as a quenched blade: find the culprit who caused all of this, and then, with light, burn it away completely. Deep in the forest, there was a clearing defiled by blood and spiderwebs. Tanjiro knelt on one knee, panting heavily, his Nichiren sword broken, leaving only half a blade. He was covered in blood, the flame-shaped slayer mark on his forehead so dim it was almost extinguished, his body on the verge of collapse due to the overuse of the Hinakami Kagura and his resonance with Nezuko's blood demon art, exploding blood. Beside him, Nezuko had shrunk in size, her pink eyes staring intently ahead, letting out a threatening low growl, but she herself was covered in wounds, her power almost exhausted. Their opponent, Lower Moon 5, Rui, beneath that pale, boyish appearance, held a twisted obsession with family and terrifying power. Just a moment ago, Tanjiro had poured everything he had into a single chance, delivering a resolute strike with his broken blade. Rui's head flew into the air. Before the ecstasy could well up in his heart, despair already froze his blood. Rui's flying head did not spurt out a large amount of blood from the severed neck. Instead, viscous blood-red threads extended rapidly, precisely connecting to the stump of his headless torso. At the critical moment, He had actually manipulated his blood demon art threads to sever his own head, avoiding a true decapitation. Truly, a moving yet useless struggle. Rui's head, pulled by the threads, floated eerily, his voice cold and full of mockery. He ignored the ashen look on Tanjiro's face as his desperate attack failed. Countless blood-red spider threads, invisible to the naked eye yet incredibly sharp, surged out from his torso and floating head like living creatures, weaving into a net of death that descended to envelop the exhausted Tanjiro and the weakened Nezuko. It's over. At this fatal moment, a golden light, like a sword of dawn tearing through the pitch-black sky, shot forth from the forest. The light was not scorching or explosive, but carried a pure, cold radiance that seemed capable of purifying all filth. Breath of Light's third form. The clear, crisp shout carried the killing intent of a harsh winter, instantly dispelling the blood-soaked air. Radiance. Haitru Terayuki's figure seemed to condense from the light, suddenly appearing between Tanjiro and the web of death. The Nichiren's sword in his hand was no longer a crystalline jade color, but had transformed into a pure blade of light. He swung his blade, not directly at Rui's body, but carving out a flawless, rapidly expanding ring of radiance. This ring was composed of countless fine, brilliantly gorgeous golden sword beams, like a disk of sunlight that bloomed and retracted in an instant, spreading in all directions with Terayuki at its center. Those incredibly sharp blood-red spider threads, capable of cutting through metal and jade, emitted a hissing sound the moment they touched the golden ring. Like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, they were rapidly burned, severed, and purified by the sword beams containing the pure power of light. With just one strike, the deadly web of threads surrounding Tanjiro and Nezuko was wiped clean. On Rui's floating head, those originally indifferent eyes suddenly widened, and for the first time, an emotion named astonishment appeared in his pupils. He stared intently at this uninvited guest who had suddenly barged into the battle, especially the white Haori on the person, which was completely different from that of ordinary Demon Slayer Corps members, and the golden light that evoked intense aversion and unease from the depths of his soul. A Hashira. Rui's voice lost its previous composure, becoming sharp and filled with hatred. Disgusting light, do you also want to destroy my family? Rage replaced surprise. Rui's headless torso and floating head simultaneously erupted with an even denser demon aura, and more blood-red threads surged out frantically, thicker and denser than before, like countless scarlet vipers, aiming to strangle Terayuki along with the two prey he was protecting. However, Terayuki did not even spare a glance at the threads raining down from the sky. His gaze was coldly locked onto Rui's head, which was floating in the air, connected by threads. There was no ripple in his golden pupils, only killing intent at absolute zero. Just at the critical moment, when Rui's threads were about to close in. Breath of Light, first form. Terayuki's figure seemed to flicker in place. No, it was fast to the extreme. He did not charge in a straight line, but moved along a mysterious trajectory, as if refracting light, bypassing the layered, seemingly impenetrable network of blood-red threads out of thin air. It was not a breakthrough relying on brute force, but the ultimate performance of speed and path by the breath of light. Flash. The moment the last syllable fell, Terayuki's figure had already appeared like a ghost behind the side of Rui's torso, almost inches away from the floating head. The blade of light in his hand had long since retracted its outward radiance, returning to a solid white jade-colored blade, but at the edge, a point of searing white light, compressed to the extreme and impossible to look at directly, was gathered. The flash of the blade was like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. Rui didn't even see how the opponent had struck. He only felt a sharp pain from the threads connecting his head to his torso, not the pain of being severed, but the pain of being instantly evaporated by some kind of incredibly scorching, incredibly pure power that seemed to want to burn his very existence away. Immediately after, the world spun. His head, which he had meticulously protected with blood demon art threads, was this time severed at the neck. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with not a drop of blood spurting out. The severed surface seemed to have been instantly fused by high heat, with bits of golden light debris remaining, emitting a hissing sound of purification, frantically eroding his flesh and power, preventing it from regenerating. His head rolled onto the ground, Rui's face still frozen in extreme shock and bewilderment, his scarlet eyes staring intently at Terayuki, who stood with his sword, as if unable to comprehend what on earth was this light. Terayuki stood with his sword, the tip pointing obliquely at the ground, a wisp of golden aura slowly dissipating from the blade. He looked down coldly at Rui's head on the ground, which was beginning to disintegrate, but doing so abnormally slowly due to the erosion of the power of light, his voice like frozen moonlight. Scum who plays with life and twists bonds, your family ends here. Chapter 17, I was not disliked. Rui's head rolled into the filthy soil, his face frozen with a final expression of shock and resentment, while his body, along with those disgusting threads, began to disintegrate and turn into ash. However, Terayuki did not stop. The coldness in his eyes had not dissipated, and with a flick of his wrist, the tip of his crystalline Nichiren sword once again lit up with that point of pure, incandescent white light. Purification, it must be thorough. This was his deeply ingrained creed, as well as a comfort to the deceased. Just as he was preparing to plunge the tip of his blade into the remaining, slowly dissipating remains of the demon, using the power of light to ensure there was no possibility of any resurrection or contamination. Please, please don't do this. A hoarse and urgent voice came from behind him, accompanied by heavy panting and a kind of unspeakable grief. Terayuki paused slightly, but did not turn back. He knew who was speaking, that blood-soaked boy who could barely stand, Kamato Tanjiro. I smelled it. Tanjiro's voice was choked with tears, yet unusually firm in his scent. It's full of sadness, very, very deep sadness, even though he did terrible things, but sadness, a demon's sadness. A faint, almost indifferent ripple flashed through Terayuki's golden eyes. He had seen too many of a demon's obsessions and twisted desires, which in the end all turned into filth that must be purified. Any excuse in the face of those harmed lives was pale and powerless. He did not respond to Tanjiro's cry, nor did he hesitate. The tip of his blade, carrying the concentrated power of light, precisely and swiftly pierced the core of Rui's final remaining body. SSHHH. A burning sound, much more intense than that of an ordinary demon dissipating, rang out. The remaining body twisted and contracted violently in the pure light, ultimately turning into a small pile of particularly fine, almost odorless ash, without leaving behind even a trace of a cold aura. Terayuki only then slowly withdrew his sword and sheathed it. He turned around, his gaze falling on Tanjiro and on Nezuko, whom he was tightly shielding behind him. Although she had shrunk in size, she was still baring her teeth, growling and looking alert. Tanjiro clearly recognized him too. The boy's scarred face first showed shock, then disbelief, and finally transformed into complex emotions. The life-saving grace from that snowy night intertwined with the shock of witnessing the lower moon being slain. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. However, before Terayuki could speak, and even before Tanjiro could utter the word thanks, a purple figure, fast as a phantom, carrying sharp killing intent, suddenly shot out from the shadows of the woods on the side. The target was aimed directly at Nezuko, whose demonic aura had yet to dissipate, behind Tanjiro. It was Kachu Shinobu. The Nichiren sword in her hand was not a straight blade, but a thin sword like a bee stinger, the tip quenched with a faint purple light, aimed directly at Nezuko's throat. Stop! Terayuki's reaction was even faster. Almost the instant Kachu Shinobu's figure appeared, he had already stepped across like a teleport, his jade-white Nichiren sword arriving first despite moving later, and with a crisp clang, he precisely parried her fatal thrust. The two forces collided, and Kachu Shinobu's light figure retreated by using the force, landing steadily. Her habitual gentle smile disappeared, replaced by a cold scrutiny and deep confusion in her deep purple pupils. Terayuki-san, her voice remained gentle, yet carried the chill of a blade. What are you doing? Why did you stop me from slaying the evil demon? Her gaze swept over Tanjiro and Nezuko, whom Terayuki was shielding behind him. lingering especially on Nezuko's inhuman slit pupils and fangs, her eyes sharp as needles. Terayuki gripped his sword, momentarily lost for words. Stopping a Hashira from slaying a creature that was obviously a demon was, in itself, truly difficult to explain, and even a serious violation of the core rules. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his face, and his brain raced, searching for a suitable excuse. Seeing him silent, Kachu Shinobu frowned slightly, her tone growing a few degrees colder. "Why aren't you speaking? Do you think, by learning that annoying look of Jiyu-san's where being taciturn can get you through, you can muddy the waters here?" Her words were half questioning, half taunting, and at the same time revealed her dissatisfaction with Jiyu Tomioka's communication style. Just at this moment, "I am not hated." A calm, waveless, and even somewhat abrupt male voice came from the treetops above everyone's heads. Jiyu Tomioka had been standing there for who knows how long, still wearing that half-red, half-white haori, expressionless, his deep blue eyes like a frozen lake, quietly looking down at the three people in a standoff below. He seemed to have been watching all along, only speaking up now, correcting Kachu Shinobu's statement with a serious tone, as if this were a very important fact that had to be clarified. "Terayuki." Kachu Shinobu. Tanjiro, although he didn't understand why, he felt the atmosphere was bizarre. The three of them almost simultaneously fell into a brief silence, the air seemingly solidifying for an instant. Even the tense atmosphere of the standoff was interrupted and diluted by this completely unexpected, solemn declaration from Jiyu, even taking on a touch of absurdity. So, Jiyu-san isn't aware that his way of communicating is very annoying. This thought flashed simultaneously through the minds of Terayuki, Kachu Shinobu, and Tanjiro, who had barely understood the conversation. Jiyu's matter-of-fact, completely oblivious clarification was like a stone thrown into a tense lake surface. The ripples it stirred made the originally volatile situation become somewhat indescribably strange. Kachu Shinobu turned a deaf ear to Jiyu Tomioka's abrupt self-clarification, as if it were merely background noise. Her purple eyes locked back onto Terayuki, her face still wearing that impeccable smile, but her voice was colder than the night wind in the mountains. "Terayuki-san, although I don't know why you suddenly intervened, your actions just now have indeed violated the core rules." Her gaze passed over Terayuki's shoulder, landing on Tanjiro, who was nervously shielding Nezuko, then swept a glance at the clearly inhuman girl, her tone gentle yet carrying unquestionable pressure, for the sake of our good relationship as colleagues and to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Could you please step aside?" Tanjiro was sweating from anxiety, ignoring his injuries, and stepped forward half a step to eagerly defend. "No, that's not it. Nezuko is different. She has never hurt anyone. She is my sister. She has always been protecting me." His voice was hoarse yet firm, carrying the persistence unique to a young man. However, in Kachu Shinobu's eyes, this was just a pitiful boy unable to accept cruel reality, blinded by family affection, making a futile struggle. A demon is a demon. This was the iron law she firmly believed in. She didn't look at Tanjiro, just tilted her head slightly, glancing at him coldly with those beautiful purple eyes, her voice remaining steady. "Boy, please move away. Being bewitched by a demon is a very dangerous thing." The warning in her words was self-evident. Terayuki felt a headache coming on. He knew how resolute Kachu Shinobu's attitude toward demons was, and he also knew how irrational his behavior must appear to her. He opened his mouth, his brain racing to find a way to temporarily stabilize the situation. "Shinobu, listen to me." He had just managed to choke out a few words. In the brief moment he was organizing his words, Kachu Shinobu moved. Her purple figure was like a poisonous vine blooming and closing in an instant, so fast that only a blur remained, her thin Nichiren sword thrusting out again, the angle even more treacherous and ruthless than before, aiming straight for Nezuko's heart. Her patience had clearly run out, and she was determined to carry out her beliefs with action. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang through the forest again. Terayuki's reaction speed was equally astonishing. With a flash of his blade, He once again precisely parried her thrust. This time, the two blades pressed against each other, the distance extremely close, and Terayuki could clearly see the unmasked cold anger and deep confusion in Kachu Shinobu's eyes. Kachu Shinobu retreated by using the force, landing lightly. She slowly sheathed her sword, the thin blade hanging at her side, her amethyst-like eyes staring intently at Terayuki, her voice finally carrying a hint of irrepressible turbulence. "What exactly are you doing, Terayuki-san?" This was the second time she had asked this question, and the confusion and questioning in her tone were far stronger than the last time. Terayuki also sheathed his sword and stepped back half a step, blocking in front of Tanjiro and Nezuko, a look of helplessness and apology on his face, raising his hand to scratch his head. "Sorry, Kachu Shinobu. This is indeed hard to explain clearly right away." He glanced at the terrified yet stubborn Tanjiro behind him, and at Nezuko, who was weak but still baring her teeth at Kachu Shinobu, took a deep breath. "But you really cannot kill her right now." "Why?" Kachu Shinobu's voice suddenly rose a notch. She took a step forward, her gaze piercing toward Nezuko like a knife, as if she wanted to completely dissect and examine this demon. However, the moment her gaze swept over Nezuko's delicate face, which was no different from a human girl's, and her posture of clinging tightly behind Tanjiro, full of protection and reliance, an absurd thought that seemed to explain this bizarre situation slithered into her mind like a snake. She remembered Terayuki's unusual patience and gentleness toward Kanao, remembered him saying he likes quiet children, and remembered his various instances of seeming tolerance for special existences. Could it be? Kachu Shinobu's gaze slowly moved away from Nezuko, landing back on Terayuki's face. This time, her eyes became extremely complex, mixed with disbelief, a trace of realization, and a deeper, some kind of unspeakable, cold scrutiny. The corners of her lips curled up in an arc completely different from before. Carrying a bit of sarcasm and realization, her voice kept extremely low, yet clearly reaching Terayuki's ears. "I didn't expect this, Terayuki-san." Her purple eyes were dark, as if she had perceived some unsavory secret. "Your tastes are actually like this." "What are you talking about?" Terayuki, shocked by Kachu Shinobu's cold and sarcastic words and gaze, which were like looking at some kind of trash, almost jumped up, his golden eyes filled with shock and absurdity. "No, it is absolutely not what you think." Although he couldn't immediately guess which dark corner Kachu Shinobu's convoluted thoughts had wandered into, the strong sense of crisis that you are done for hit him like a bucket of ice water, waking him up instantly. If he didn't explain clearly, today might just turn into a scene of the insect Hashira cleaning house. Kachu Shinobu, however, did not believe his denial at all. The aura around her grew increasingly cold, her purple eyes like frozen amethysts, her voice devoid of any warmth. "Oh, is that so?" Her slender fingers lightly brushed over the edge of her thin blade. "Then, please, Light Hashira-sama, who has always hated evil and exterminated demons, explain to me, why, at this moment, are you so firmly protecting a demon in the form of a little girl?" She specifically emphasized the 3 words "little girl," her gaze sweeping back and forth between Nezuko's petite figure and Terayuki. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. "You clearly..." Kachu Shinobu's words trailed off, unfinished, but the disappointment, vigilance, and a cold, icy anger of being deceived that flashed in her eyes already said everything. To think I previously felt that although he was a bit unreliable, his nature was decent, and even let him get so close to Kanao. Thinking of Kanao, the killing intent in Kachu Shinobu's heart grew wildly like a poisonous vine. If Terayuki was really as she thought, then letting him get close to Kanao would be like sending a lamb into the tiger's mouth, wouldn't it? Jiyu-san, Kachu Shinobu stopped looking at Terayuki, turning to Jiyu Tomioka, who had been silently standing on the treetop, seemingly an outsider, her voice regaining its calm, yet carrying unquestionable decisiveness. "The situation is already very clear. Terayuki-san is likely already bewitched by this demon, or his mind has developed other problems. I propose that we temporarily cooperate, first slay this demon, and then restrain Terayuki-san, take him back to headquarters, and leave it to Oyakata-sama to decide." Teruyuki felt his scalp tingle, slapped his own forehead, his face clearly saying what on earth is going on here. He anxiously looked at Jiyu Tomioka, hoping that this water Hashira, who at least knew part of the inside story, could say something fair. However, Jiyu Tomioka just stood there quietly, his deep blue eyes sweeping calmly and wavelessly over the people in the standoff below, including Tanjiro nervously shielding his sister, the baring teeth and low-growling Nezuko, Kachu Shinobu with a face that said I'm going to clean house, and Teruyuki with a face that said I'm innocent. He moved his lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, he only frowned almost imperceptibly and remained silent. He neither agreed nor disagreed. Kachu Shinobu took his silence as acquiescence. She no longer waited, her eyes sharpening, her thin sword blooming with a faint purple light again, her figure turning into a flash of lightning, attacking Nezuko for the third time. This time, her offensive was even more fierce, the angle even more treacherous, clearly having already listed Teruyuki as an obstacle that needed to be overcome. Clang, clang, clang. Teruyuki cursed internally that this was bad, and had no choice but to swing his sword to meet her again, his jade-white Nichiren sword and Kachu Shinobu's thin sword clashing several times in a very short amount of time, sparks flying everywhere. He wasn't blocking easily. On one hand, he had to protect Tanjiro and Nezuko behind him, and on the other hand, he didn't want to actually hurt Kachu Shinobu. Blocking this round of rapid attacks and forcing Kachu Shinobu back half a step. In the gap, he was so anxious he almost wanted to roar, shouting in a low voice to Tanjiro behind him, who was completely stunned and didn't know what to do. What are you still standing there for? Take your sister and run down the mountain, as far as you can, now. His voice was fast and urgent, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Tanjiro was startled by his roar, looked at the extremely anxious expression of the swordsman-sama before him, who had once given them a way to live on that snowy night, then looked at the beautiful yet murderous purple-clad female swordsman opposite, and the silent but impressively aura-filled water Hashira on the tree. He instantly understood that the crisis of the situation far exceeded his imagination. This was not a battle he could intervene in. Nezuko, let's go. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, used his last bit of strength to carry his weak sister on his back, and turned to rush toward the direction where the mountain forest was sparser. Chapter 18 is useless. He's in cahoots with me. Teruyuki kept a wary eye on Shinobu, who was once again poised to strike, while inwardly lamenting, well, this is great. There is no explaining my way out of this now. In Shinobu's eyes, haven't I just confirmed the charge of harboring a demon? This isn't an explanation, it's just adding fuel to the fire. But at this point, he couldn't worry about that anymore. He had to save that pair of siblings first. Jiyu, Shinobu's thin sword, was firmly blocked by Teruyuki. Unable to pursue, she could only watch helplessly as Tanjiro stumbled into the depths of the dense forest with Nezuko on his back, her anger intensifying. She snapped her head around, cold light flashing in her purple eyes as she glared at Jiyu Tomioka, who remained as silent as a statue on the treetop. Her voice rose slightly, strained by suppressed rage. The situation is already clear. Teruyuki's actions have seriously violated the core rules. We must work together to stop him immediately and prevent him from making an even bigger mistake. What are you still hesitating for? Jiyu Tomioka stood on the treetop, his deep blue eyes calmly overlooking the intense standoff below. The night wind stirred the hem of his half-red, half-white haori, yet he seemed completely out of place amidst the surrounding chaos. Hearing Shinobu's clearly angry questioning, his lips moved almost imperceptibly, as if he wanted to say something, but the words ultimately died in his throat. He merely furrowed his brows slightly tighter, maintaining his infuriating silence. Seeing him like this, Shinobu felt a mix of doubt and anger, and an even more unpleasant thought surfaced. Her tone carried a cold sarcasm. Jiyu, you hesitate to act. Could it be because I just said you were hated by others, and so you want to use this passive resistance to retaliate against me at such a critical moment? I am not hated. Jiyu Tomioka replied almost immediately, his voice still flat and waveless, as if stating an obvious fact. He even tilted his head slightly, seemingly failing to understand why Shinobu kept bringing up this irrelevant issue. Is that the point? In the minds of both Teruyuki and Shinobu, this silent roar echoed almost simultaneously. Both were choked by Jiyu's earnest, completely off-the-mark clarification, and the tense atmosphere experienced a strange, momentary stagnation. Shinobu was so angry that her breath hitched. She felt as if she were talking to a stubborn rock of ice. In this subtle and absurd standoff, the figures of Tanjiro and his sister had completely vanished into the mountain forest. Shinobu's eyes sharpened. No longer caring about arguing with Jiyu, she flashed forward, attempting to bypass Teruyuki to give chase. "Sorry, you cannot pass." Teruyuki shifted his feet, once again precisely blocking her path. He wore a helpless, bitter smile, but his eyes were unusually firm. Shinobu stopped, slowly raising her head. The cold smile on her face was practically cracking, and the rage in her purple eyes had almost materialized. "Teruyuki," she said, enunciating every word, her voice terrifyingly soft, "I am currently very, very angry. Could I please ask you to immediately, right now, get lost?" As the last word left her lips, the air seemed to fill with an invisible, bone-chilling scent of wisteria poison. Teruyuki felt the nearly materialized killing intent and inwardly lamented, knowing he had truly offended this insect Hashira deeply this time. Yet he remained standing where he was, not moving an inch, only shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Shinobu, I'm sorry, but I cannot step aside." Seeing that he was impervious to reason, Shinobu took a deep breath, seemingly forcing down the impulse to attack immediately. She turned her gaze back to Jiyu Tomioka on the treetop, her voice returning to a cold, calculating tone. "Jiyu, even if you are unwilling to strike that demon due to personal emotions, then, could I ask you to assist me for a moment and temporarily restrain Teruyuki, who has clearly lost his mind and is obstructing official duties? It will only take a moment." She changed her strategy, attempting to drive a wedge between the two. However, before Jiyu could react, Teruyuki spoke first, his tone carrying a break the jar and let it shatter kind of candor. "Shinobu, it's useless. He won't stop me." Shinobu snapped her head to look at Teruyuki, a flash of astonishment in her purple eyes. "What do you mean?" Meeting Shinobu's cold, scrutinizing gaze, Teruyuki sighed, knowing that if he didn't speak plainly today, this wouldn't end. Besides, looking at Jiyu, he couldn't expect him to explain it clearly either. He simply pointed in the direction where Tanjiro and his sister had disappeared, then pointed at himself, and finally pointed at Jiyu in the tree, saying candidly, "Because back at the foot of the snowy mountain, the ones who found that boy and his sister were Jiyu and me. That demon, we didn't kill it, we let it go." He paused, then added, "That boy is Kamado Tanjiro, who just ran away. His sister is Nezuko." "What?" Shinobu's pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, a clear crack appeared in her cold mask, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. She looked at Teruyuki, then snapped her head up to look at the expressionless Jiyu Tomioka on the treetop, as if seeing these two people for the first time. Two Hashira conspired to let a demon go. This information exploded in her mind like a thunderclap, instantly overturning all her previous guesses and conspiracy theories. But immediately after, deeper doubts and wariness surged into her heart like a tide. Why, given Jiyu's extremely rigid style and merciless attitude toward demons, and Teruyuki's demonstrated extreme hatred for demons and his instinct for purification, how could they have done such a thing? Letting a demon go was a serious violation of the Demon Slayer Core Iron Rule. Her eyes became instantly sharp and vigilant, her brain working at high speed. The previous absurd conjectures about Teruyuki's special hobbies were quickly discarded, replaced by more complex and dangerous speculations. Was there something special about that demon, or did these two have some unknown secret or even a bigger scheme? Were they colluding with demons, or were they controlled by some blood demon art? No, given their strength and willpower, that was unlikely. So what could be the reason that would cause two Hashira-level swordsmen to risk violating the Iron Rule to let a demon go, and even now, continue to protect it with all their might? Shinobu's hand holding her thin sword tightened slightly, and her body subconsciously entered a state of full alert. She no longer regarded Terayuki merely as a colleague who was bewitched or acting abnormally, but elevated him to the level of someone whose truth needed to be uncovered, someone who might even become an enemy. Her voice dropped, carrying unprecedented seriousness and inquiry. Terayuki Jiwoo, I think you owe me a plausible explanation regarding all of this. In her purple eyes, a cold light shone. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Shinobu's suspicion and wariness were peaking, and Terayuki was racking his brain trying to concoct a barely passable excuse. A flurry of rapid wing beats shattered the silence of the mountain forest. Two Kasugai crows, belonging to Shinobu and Terayuki respectively, swooped down from the night sky almost simultaneously, bringing a direct order from Kaguya Yubayashiki. The order was clear and explicit. All three Hashira were to immediately bring Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Nezuko to the master's estate. There was to be no delay, and they were not to dispose of them on their own. This order was like timely rain, instantly dousing the sparks of the impending conflict and temporarily relieving Terayuki's urgent crisis. He let out a silent sigh of relief, knowing that at least for the short term, Shinobu would not forcefully attack Nezuko, and there was now room for maneuver regarding his and Jiyu's violation. With the arrival of the order, the Kakashi unit, which had been standing by nearby to handle the aftermath and support, quickly moved in. They began to search the mountain forest for surviving members, collect the bodies, and clean up the traces of the battlefield in a well-trained manner. Many wounded with varying degrees of injuries were quickly placed on stretchers and escorted by designated personnel to the Butterfly Mansion for emergency treatment. As for Tanjiro and Nezuko, they were led toward the road to the master's estate, under the careful and wary escort of several Kakashi members. On the way back, the atmosphere remained dull and subtle. Tanjiro walked in the middle with the unconscious Nezuko on his back, flanked by Kakashi members in front and behind. The three Hashira followed slightly behind, in an irregular triangular formation. Shinobu's expression remained cold, but the master's order had temporarily suppressed her actions. She cast her gaze toward Jiyu Tomioka several times, but seeing his side profile, which seemed isolated from the world and refused communication, she knew she couldn't pry any useful information out of him. Thus, all the pressure naturally concentrated on Terayuki. Shinobu adjusted her pace to walk alongside Terayuki, her purple eyes glancing sideways at him. She put back on that gentle smile that made one's skin crawl, her voice as soft as if she were asking about the moonlight tonight. Terayuki, now, could you please give me a proper explanation of the previous situation? Terayuki scratched his cheek, revealing an incredibly pure, even slightly innocent smile, his golden eyes appearing exceptionally clear in the moonlight. Oh, sure. The situation is, when I arrived, I just happened to run into that lower-rank demon about to kill those siblings, so I just happened to cut it down. Then you arrived and we exchanged some views, and then the master's order arrived. He shrugged, his tone as relaxed as if he were describing chasing away a stray dog while taking an after-dinner walk. A vein on Shinobu's temple seemed to pulse slightly, and a subtle crack appeared in her perfect smile. A distinct Chinese letter wrinkle twisted between her brows. She took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress some emotion, her gentle smile nearly breaking. Her voice squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a cloyingly sweet danger. Terayuki, I think you've been too busy lately and haven't revisited the Butterfly Mansion's recuperation package for a long time, so you've forgotten how to speak properly, haven't you? She specifically emphasized the 4 words recuperation package, a cold light flashing in her purple eyes, as if she were already calculating which recipe of tea and auxiliary treatment items to prepare. Seeing Shinobu's forced smile and her veiled threats, Terayuki knew that if he kept playing around, she would really hold a grudge, and his days at the Butterfly Mansion would likely be difficult. He scratched his head helplessly, his short black hair becoming a bit messy, and revealed a smile with a hint of embarrassment and plea, trying to ease the atmosphere. Don't be so impatient, Shinobu. If I tell you from beginning to end now, I'll have to repeat it again when we get to the master, which is too much trouble. Anyway, it will have to be explained clearly then. Haste makes waste, right? Shinobu, however, was completely unmoved, the chill in her purple eyes intensifying, the curve of her lips perfectly chilling. "I don't like to eat tofu, Terayuki." She tilted her head slightly, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against the ear, but carrying a bone-chilling coldness. "Or is it that, in your opinion, Terayuki, I am not worthy of you explaining the situation, separately and in advance? Do I need to wait until we are in front of the master to hear the complete version?" That was a heavy accusation. Terayuki smiled bitterly inwardly, knowing there was no avoiding it. His eyes rolled, and a plan suddenly came to mind. Since he couldn't defend, he might as well attack. Instead of retreating, he leaned slightly forward, bringing his face a little closer. The moonlight happened to pass through the gaps in the treetops, casting a clear, bright light that illuminated his face. At close range, his pair of golden eyes, which always held warmth like sunshine, now presented a translucent amber hue under the moonlight. His eyelashes were long, his fair skin was almost transparent, and his handsome features appeared unusually vivid due to the hint of playful amusement. He deliberately lowered his voice with a touch of mischief and pure curiosity and asked, "Of course I can tell you, any time is fine, but before that..." He deliberately drew out his tone, his golden eyes staring unblinkingly at Shinobu's slightly widened purple eyes, his smile deepening. "Could you first tell me, what exactly did you mean by my hobbies that you mentioned earlier?" He asked with an innocent face, as if he were genuinely confused by the ambiguous term. However, the overly close distance, the focused gaze, and the deliberately slowed tone all instantly imbued this simple question with a different meaning, immediately shifting the focus of the issue from violating the rules by letting a demon go to Shinobu's own subtly sarcastic conjecture, catching Shinobu off guard for a moment. Terayuki's question was light, even carrying an innocent smile, but the deliberately close distance, the focused golden eyes, and the subtle implication of being experienced in his words instantly silenced Shinobu. Her previous hobbies comment, filled with sarcasm and malicious speculation, was just something said in the heat of the moment, carrying a mix of displaced anger and probing that even she might not have fully understood. Now, being directly pointed out and questioned by the person involved in such a teasing manner, she suddenly felt the embarrassment of having her small thoughts seen through. That kind of absurd conjecture, how could she possibly say it out loud? Shinobu's purple eyes widened slightly. As she met Terayuki's golden pupils, which were inches away and seemed to reflect her own subtle panic, a rare blush uncontrollably crawled up her fair cheeks and the tips of her ears. She had always presented herself with a mask of calm, rationality, and a smile. When had she ever been interrogated from such close proximity about such an embarrassing topic? Especially when she was the one who had spoken out of turn first. Seeing this, Terayuki inwardly chuckled, knowing he had hit her weak spot. He did not back away. Instead, he maintained that thirst for knowledge expression, the smile in his golden eyes growing, as if patiently waiting for an answer. Shinobu pressed her lips together. The perfect smile of cold rage on her face finally couldn't be maintained, and it shattered bit by bit. She snapped her face away, avoiding Terayuki's overly direct gaze, and also avoided the gaze of Jiu Tomioka beside them, who, although expressionless, seemed to be casting a subtle look. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and she took a deep breath, forcing down that embarrassment and the unwillingness that arose from being countered. "Terayuki, please behave yourself." She finally squeezed out this dry sentence from between her teeth. Although her voice still tried to remain steady, it no longer had its previous sharp momentum. She no longer looked at Terayuki, instead casting her gaze back toward the backs of Tanjiro and his sister, who were being escorted by Kakashi members in the distance. Her side profile was tense, clearly not intending to continue this interrogation that was unfavorable to her. Terayuki knew when to stop, straightening up and increasing the distance. The smile on his face returned to its usual brightness, as if the slightly aggressive question had never happened. He shrugged, his tone relaxed. "All right, since Miss Shinobu doesn't want to say, then forget it. As for the matter of the snowy mountain, once we see the master, it will naturally be explained clearly, one by one." Shinobu did not respond, but her pace seemed to quicken slightly, leaving Terayuki slightly behind. Under the moonlight, the redness on her ear tips had not yet fully faded. This verbal confrontation temporarily came to an end with Terayuki's unexpected counterattack and Shinobu's rare retreat. Chapter 19, I Want to Cut Too. The atmosphere at the Hashira meeting the next day was heavy enough to drip water. A member of the Kakashi followed orders and stepped forward, shaking Kamado Tanjiro vigorously. Hey, wake up. How long are you going to sleep? You are in front of the Hashira. Kamado Tanjiro woke up slowly amidst the shaking. As his blurry vision cleared, the oppressive figures of the Hashira came into view. He instantly sobered up, his face filled with a complex mix of panic and determination. Where is this? Nezuko? What happened to Nezuko? He struggled, but could not move due to the restraints. Before Kamado Tanjiro could make sense of the situation, voices of questioning rose one after another. Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku spoke with a booming voice, taking the lead. There is no need for a trial. The evidence of violating the core rules is conclusive. It is enough for us to handle it. Just behead the demon. Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, toyed with his sword hilt and chimed in. In that case, let's flashily cut off the demon's head. What a pitiful child. Her very birth can be called a tragedy. Stone Hashira, Jaiomai Haimjima, shed tears, though his tone carried a pitying coldness. Kamado Tanjiro was burning with anxiety, struggling to defend his sister, but could only make muffled, wheezing sounds. At this moment, Kachu Shinobu approached slowly, holding a bowl of water, with a gentle smile that was completely out of place with the murderous atmosphere of the scene. Don't be anxious, young man. Drink some water first to ease the pain. She gently helped Kamado Tanjiro up and fed him the water. The temperature was moderate and had a slight analgesic effect. Finding a moment of relief, Kamado Tanjiro immediately shouted with all his might. Nezuko, my sister Nezuko, she hasn't eaten a human since the day she became a demon. It's been a year. She has been relying on sleep to resist the instinct to eat humans. Not only has she not harmed anyone, but she is also desperately protecting humans. His voice was hoarse but firm, his gaze sweeping over every Hashira. However, he was met with more questioning and cold scrutiny. Such an obvious violation, why talk so much? Just dispose of it, Sanmi Shinizugawa said, crossing his arms, his eyes sweeping violently over Kamado Tanjiro and the tightly closed wooden box, his tone irritable. Iguro Obanai's narrow snake-like pupils scanned Jiu Tomioka and Haitru Terayuki coldly, and his hoarse voice sounded. Tomioka, you have repeatedly violated the core rules. You must be severely punished. Then he turned his gaze to Terayuki, his tone carrying strong inquiry. As for you, Haitru Terayuki, I am even more curious. Your hatred for demons and your style of exterminating them are well known. What exactly is the reason that would make you make the same choice as Jiu Tomioka? What is the reason behind this? Tenjin Yuzui crossed his arms, his flashy body leaning slightly forward, his voice booming. That's right, this is indeed not flashy enough. Terayuki, you need a flashy enough reason to explain this not flashy behavior. Even the usually gentle Mitsuri Kenroji couldn't help but speak in a low voice, her pink-green eyes full of confusion. Terayuki-san, you must have deep considerations for doing this, right? Although Muakairo Takedo did not speak, his eyes quietly looked at Terayuki. Facing the questioning and probing gazes of all the Hashira, Terayuki stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling immense pressure. Kamado Tanjiro's defense did not seem to shake the deep-rooted concepts of the Hashira, and the scales of judgment were still tilting towards the worst direction. The situation was tense, and Terayuki knew that if he didn't speak now, there would be no turning back. He took a deep breath, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd, and his voice sounded clearly. I loathe demons. This instinct stemming from the power of light is obvious to all of you. But when I first saw those siblings, what I felt towards that girl was not the strong disgust and impulse to purify that I feel when facing ordinary demons, but merely a perception that she is an outlier. The feeling she gave me was very faint, so faint that she doesn't seem like something that should be completely burned by the sun. Therefore, I believe she might be special, and her existence itself might become some kind of key in the future. This explanation sounded heretical to the ears of the Hashira. Jaiomai Haimjima chanted the Buddha's name in a low voice, tears falling, but with a sigh of compassion. Namu, the sensing of light may indeed have its wonders. However, the essence of a demon is ultimately the evil of devouring humans. Specialness may not be able to offset the fundamental threat of its existence. Kyojiro Rengoku frowned, his booming voice carrying confusion. Terayuki Dono, your feeling may not be false, but is it too rash to conclude that she is harmless or even based solely on a feeling? We cannot place our hopes on such an uncertain matter. Iguro Obanai sneered hoarsely. Feeling? Special? Nonsense. He turned his target back to the silent Jiyu Tomioka. What about you, Water Hashira? Why did you break the iron law? Is it also because of your strange feeling? Jiyu Tomioka still crossed his arms, his deep blue eyes looking into the void, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him, ignoring Iguro Obanai's questioning. Just in this stalemate and questioning, Seinmi Shinazugawa completely lost his patience. He exploded into action, and with lightning speed, instantly snatched the wooden box containing Nezuko. Kamato Tanjiro's eyes were splitting with rage, but he couldn't move due to his injuries and the obstruction of the Kakashi. Seinmi Shinazugawa held the wooden box with one hand, his other hand already gripping his Nichiren sword, a manic and ferocious smile on his face. Enough talk. What feeling, what special, it's all bullshit. A demon is a demon. Let me let you see with your own eyes what this so-called special thing looks like in the face of blood. Before he finished speaking, the Nichiren sword in his hand turned into a cold light and stabbed fiercely towards the wooden box. Stop! A low shout accompanied a faster movement. Just as the tip of the blade was about to touch the wooden box, a fair but unusually steady hand clamped firmly onto the pulse point of Seinmi Shinazugawa's wrist holding the sword, like an iron pincer. It was Terayuki. His movements were as fast as a ghost. Everyone only felt a flash of golden light before their eyes. He had approached Seinmi Shinazugawa from several steps away and precisely controlled the wrist that was most critical for his exertion. The momentum of Seinmi Shinazugawa's violent downward slash was abruptly stopped, and the blade hovered above the wooden box, unable to move forward any further. The ferocious grin on Seinmi Shinazugawa's face froze, then turned into furious rage. He turned his head violently, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at Terayuki, who was close at hand. His arm muscles bulged as he tried to break free from the restraint. What are you doing? Want to spar with me, Light Hashira? The sharp aura brought by wind breathing swelled around him, blowing their clothes loudly. Wind Hashira, Terayuki's voice was calm but carried undeniable power. He held Seinmi Shinazugawa's wrist tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white due to the force. Golden light swirled in his golden eyes as he looked directly into Seinmi Shinazugawa's eyes full of killing intent. The master has already given clear instructions that this matter is to be decided by him. Is your action too presumptuous? Presumptuous, huh? Seinmi Shinazugawa laughed wildly, his wrist suddenly exerting force. The violent power tried to shake off Terayuki's restraint like a whirlwind. Just a demon, no need to bother the master. Killing it is the only way to prevent future trouble. You guys who are soft-hearted and full of nonsense are the ones who truly disregard the core rules. His wrist trembled violently under Terayuki's restraint, but failed to break free for a moment. As Seinmi Shinazugawa's power continued to rise, fine golden light began to seep out and flow between the fingers where Terayuki held his wrist. It was not an attack, but like the toughest shackle of light, firmly locking Seinmi Shinazugawa's point of exertion. At the same time, the skin all over Terayuki's body faintly revealed a warm and tough golden luster, as if the whole person was being soaked and strengthened by pure sunlight from the inside out, emitting a steady aura that was as immovable as a mountain. The two forces clashed fiercely through their resisting wrists. Seinmi Shinazugawa's wind power was violent and sharp, trying to tear and break free. Terayuki's power of light was solid and heavy, locking it like a rock. The ground under their feet sank slightly due to the contest of forces, and small crushed stones were repelled by the invisible force field. The other Hashira around them, whether it was Mitsuri Kinroji with astonishment on her face, Tenjin Yuzui with deep frowns, or Iguro Obanai watching coldly, all looked solemn, staring closely at this sudden, direct physical contest between the two Hashira. The air seemed to solidify, leaving only the humming of the collision of forces and the cold, unyielding gazes of the two men who were close at hand. Terayuki's hand was clamped tight like a soldering iron, and the veins on Seinmi Shinizugawa's wrist bulged, but he could never press down the blade that was close at hand. The golden halo faintly swirling around Terayuki, and the fact that he could barehandedly hold the wrist of the raging wind Hashira, Seinmi Shinizugawa, during a full-power downward slash, shocked the other Hashira present. They knew the light Hashira's power was special, but they did not expect his body to exhibit such amazing defense and power when filled with the power of light. But this was not the time for exclamation. Please, please stop, Terayuki-san, Seinmi-san, everyone is a comrade, don't fight. Mitsuri Kenroji persuaded anxiously, her pink-green eyes full of worry. A trace of solemnity flashed in Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes. She looked at Terayuki, who was in a stalemate with Seinmi Shinizugawa. Her voice, though still gentle, carried a warning. Terayuki-san, please let go immediately. Fighting with colleagues in front of the master, what kind of behavior is that? Even Iguro Obanai, who had been watching coldly, spoke hoarsely. If you want to fight, go outside, don't be an eyesore here. However, the two confronting were in high spirits, and neither intended to back down first. Just at this moment of tension, the low and powerful voice of Jaiomai Heimjima sounded like an evening drum and morning bell. Namu Amida Butsu, the master has arrived. He clapped his folded hands together gently. The sound was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a strange comfort and majesty. This sound seemed to press the pause button. Seinmi Shinizugawa's bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Terayuki, and the force on his arm paused slightly. Terayuki also took a deep breath. The golden light swirling around him slowly retracted, and the fingers holding Seinmi Shinizugawa's wrist were the first to loosen, while he retreated half a step to open the distance. Seinmi Shinizugawa snorted coldly, but also took the opportunity to put away his sword and slammed the snatched wooden box onto the ground, but did not continue to attack. Almost the moment the two separated, Kaguya Yubayashiki walked slowly into the courtyard, supported by his two daughters. There was a gentle smile on his pale face, as if he hadn't noticed the conflict that was about to break out just now. The weather is very good today, and I am very pleased that you all can gather here. He spoke in a chatty tone. Although his voice was weak, it strangely smoothed out the restless air in the scene. Everyone bowed their heads in salute, and even the most irritable Seinmi Shinizugawa temporarily suppressed his anger. After simple pleasantries, Kaguya Yubayashiki changed the subject and entered the main topic. I have already made a decision regarding Kamado Nezuko. He signaled his daughter to take out a letter and unfold it in public. This is a guarantee letter personally written by the former water Hashira, Sakanji Yurikodaki. Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice was calm and clear. In the letter, he solemnly swears that Kamado Nezuko has not eaten humans since she became a demon, and her will is firm, resisting the instinct of a demon. Yurikodaki Dono is willing to guarantee it with his own life and lifelong reputation. The courtyard was silent, with only the voice of Kaguya Yubayashiki echoing. The prestige of the former water Hashira was very high, and his guarantee undoubtedly carried heavy weight. Kaguya Yubayashiki continued to read. A pledge is attached to the end of the letter. If Kamado Nezuko attacks humans in the future or cannot control her desire to eat humans, then the following 4 people must immediately commit seppuku to apologize and warn others. He paused slightly, then clearly read out 4 names. Sakanji Yurikodaki, Jiwu Tomioka, Tanjiro Kamado, and Haitru Terayuki. What? Terayuki-san is also on the list. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even the usually calm Jaiomai Heimjima raised his head slightly. Everyone knew the relationship between Sakanji Yurikodaki as a trainer and Tanjiro. Jiwu Tomioka was his senior brother and guide, and Tanjiro was his blood brother. It was reasonable for the 3 of them to guarantee with their lives. But Haitru Terayuki, this new light Hashira, had only met the Kamato siblings once on a snowy night, yet he was also included in this pledge of life and death. Kachu Shinobu turned her head abruptly, her amethyst-like eyes full of disbelief, staring fixedly at Terayuki. She never expected that Terayuki's connection with those siblings was so deep that it required gambling his life. This could by no means be explained by a whim or a simple feeling special. And at this moment, Terayuki, who was the focus of everyone's gaze, had no less surprise on his face than others. He turned his head violently to look at Jiu Tomioka, who was still expressionless and seemed to have nothing to do with it. His golden eyes were full of shock and silent accusation. "No way. Do I have to commit seppuku too? When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" Terayuki's heart was already turbulent. "Jiu Tomioka, you silent person, you can't even get a word out. You should have told me about such a deadly thing first. What's the matter with writing my name directly? Although I know Nezuko will definitely not eat humans, this process is wrong, right? This is seppuku, not going for tea, you jerk." He barely maintained his outward calm, but the slight twitch of his mouth and the disbelief and speechless to heaven that flashed in his eyes were still captured by Kachu Shinobu, who was close by. The shock in Kachu Shinobu's eyes gradually turned into a more complex emotion. She looked at Terayuki's suffocated expression of being pitted but unable to attack on the spot, and suddenly felt. The matter was probably more twists and turns than she imagined. Jiu Tomioka felt Terayuki's scorching gaze, finally withdrew his gaze from the void, looked back at Terayuki calmly, and then nodded almost imperceptibly. That meant as if to say, "Yeah, you're on it, don't worry." Chapter 20, Yoriichi's Autobiography. The atmosphere in the courtyard had not truly eased. Although Jaiomai Haimjima chanted sutras with tears in his eyes and no longer insisted on the execution, the look of worry between his brows had not dissipated. Kyojiro Rengoku stood with his arms crossed, his expression stern. Clearly, he still found it difficult to accept the idea that demons can coexist. Sanmi Shinizugawa, moreover, made no effort to hide his dissatisfaction and irritability. Had Kaguya not been present, he would likely have lashed out again long ago. Just then, Kaguya Yubayashiki calmly dropped another bombshell. Furthermore, according to Tanjiro's report, he has seen Muzan Kibutsuji with his own eyes and has had contact with him. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Even Jiu Tomioka, who had been as silent as a stone, raised his head, to say nothing of the other Hashira. Every gaze instantly shot toward Tanjiro, who was kneeling to the side, still looking somewhat weak, like sharp arrows. To have seen Muzan with one's own eyes and survived was, in itself, an incredible source of intelligence. "Kid, speak. What does that bastard Muzan look like? Where did you see him? Who was with him? What were his features?" Sanmi Shinizugawa lunged forward, nearly grabbing Tanjiro by the collar, firing questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Tenjin Yuzui, Iguro Obanai, and the others also gathered around, their eyes burning with an eagerness that was plain to see. Mitsuri Kenroji nervously covered her mouth, and the colorful pupils of Muakiro Takedo also focused on him. Caught off guard by this sudden focus, Tanjiro was a bit flustered, but under the gentle encouragement of Kaguya, he braced himself and described as detailedly as possible the man he had encountered in Asakusa, Tokyo. A gentle and elegant demeanor, a sophisticated suit, purple eyes, and that terrifying pressure that chilled one to the bone. However, after hearing Tanjiro's description, the look of excitement and anticipation on the Hashira's faces was gradually replaced by solemnity and a trace of disappointment. Appearance can be disguised, demeanor can be changed. Relying solely on these to find a demon king skilled at hiding in the vast sea of humanity was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Just then, Terayuki Haitru, who had been silently listening, gently shook his head, the light in his golden eyes dimming slightly, and said, "Everyone, there is no need to get too hung up on physical features. As far as I know." He paused, drawing everyone's attention. Muzan Kibutsuji possesses incredibly powerful mimicry and transformation abilities. He can change his gender, appearance, physique, and even age as he pleases. The person Tanjiro saw last night was a man in a suit. Today he could transform into a woman in fine clothing, and tomorrow he could become an elderly man or woman. Fixed physical descriptions are meaningless when it comes to him. These words were even more shocking than Tanjiro's intelligence. If even his appearance could not be locked down, the difficulty of tracking Muzan would increase exponentially. Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes instantly sharpened like needles, locking firmly onto Terayuki. She remembered very clearly that just before heading to Mount Nadagumo, this light Hashira had asked her for various information about demons, his manner humble. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was able to throw out such secret information. Terayuki-san, Shinobu's voice was soft yet carried the sharpness of a blade. She tilted her head slightly, purple hair brushing against her cheek. Such crucial intelligence? How exactly did you come to know it? This does not seem like something that could be obtained through ordinary investigation. Her question was also the question in everyone else's mind. Jiyu Tomioka also glanced over, a faint ripple appearing in his deep blue eyes. Facing the focused, inquisitive, and questioning gazes of everyone, Terayuki knew that the moment he had long planned for had arrived. He had to provide an explanation that was weighty and reasonable enough to pave the way for this future intelligence, and to secure more space and trust for himself, Jiyu, and the Kamato siblings. His expression unchanged, he met Shinobu's gaze and spoke slowly, his voice clear and steady, echoing in the quiet courtyard. All of this stems from an ancient, handwritten fragment of a biography I happened to obtain and read in my youth. Its name is The Autobiography of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Mitsuri Kenroji repeated softly, a look of confusion on her face. The other Hashira also frowned slightly. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to them, yet it vaguely carried a certain heavy sense of history. Terayuki continued to explain. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was the originator of all breathing styles over 400 years ago, the creator and the only one to fully master the first breathing style, sun breathing. He took a deep breath and continued in a steady tone, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet courtyard. That biography records that about 400 years ago, Lord Yoriichi had a chance encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji. He paused deliberately, focusing everyone's attention. Facing this progenitor of demons, Lord Yoriichi severely wounded him with a single strike. In extreme terror, Muzan was forced to split himself into over 1,800 fragments and scatter in order to escape, only barely managing to save his life. The wounds left by Lord Yoriichi, it is said, continued to burn Muzan's flesh and cells like a festering bone disease for hundreds of years afterward, striking such fear into him that he remained in hiding for a full century. At this point, Terayuki turned slightly and cast his gaze toward Tanjiro Kamato, who was kneeling on the ground. And that Lord Yoriichi, Terayuki's voice carried a guiding tone, his gaze landing on the unique Hanafuda earrings on Tanjiro's earlobes, according to the book's description, was born with a flame-like red mark on his forehead, and throughout his life, wore a pair of unique Hanafuda earrings. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze subconsciously followed Terayuki's direction, focusing on Tanjiro. When they saw the objects on the boy's earlobes, which were almost identical to the earrings described by Terayuki that Yoriichi wore, even the most composed Jaiomai Haimjima was slightly moved, and Kyojiro Rengoku's eyes widened. Iguro Obanai's snake-like pupils suddenly constricted, and the irritability on Seinmi Shinizugawa's face turned into astonishment. The doubt in Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes was replaced by intense shock. She looked at Tanjiro, then at Terayuki, and finally understood completely why Terayuki would so firmly defend these siblings. This was not just about feelings or special circumstances. It involved the origin of breathing styles and even the key legacy to defeating Muzan. Facing everyone's shocked gazes, Terayuki calmly stated, "Therefore, when I chose to let them go at the foot of the snowy mountain, it was not only because of the miracle of Nezuko suppressing her urge to eat humans, but also because I saw these earrings and the potential bloodline or legacy related to Lord Yoriichi flowing within Tanjiro. I believe this is by no means a coincidence." The courtyard fell into a brief, deathly silence, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves. The information Terayuki had thrown out was too shocking, directly linking a near-mythical progenitor swordsman to the battered boy before them. It was Sanmi Shinizugawa who first recovered from his shock, impatiently pressing, "What else? What else did that book say? About that Yoriichi Tsujikuni?" Terayuki nodded and continued. According to the biography, Lord Yoriichi was an unparalleled genius. He was born with various special abilities far beyond ordinary people, which the book categorized into 3 core powers and gave them names. He said clearly, Slayer Mark, Bright Red Nichiren Sword, and Transparent World. Seeing everyone's eager and inquisitive eyes, Terayuki shook his head, a trace of helplessness on his face. But regarding the specific effects of these 3 abilities, the records are not detailed, with only some vague descriptions. For example, the Slayer Mark seems to be able to greatly stimulate physical potential, but it comes with a huge price. The Bright Red Nichiren Sword may be related to increasing the power of the Nichiren Sword, and the Transparent World is a very high state of perception. As for how to activate them, he paused, emphasizing, the book clearly states that Lord Yoriichi possessed this knowledge from birth. These abilities were as natural to him as breathing, so he did not leave behind any systematic training methods. Whether those of later generations can attain them depends entirely on their own destiny and opportunities. This non-committal explanation both revealed the possibility of the existence of powerful forces and avoided providing details that could be immediately verified, adding a layer of reasonable protective coloring to Terayuki's biography claim, and also left the Hashira, in their shock, in deeper contemplation. The Hashira meeting concluded for the time being in a state of indescribable solemnity and undercurrents. The intelligence Terayuki had thrown out regarding Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the sun-breathing legacy, and even Musen's changeable appearance was like a giant boulder thrown into a deep pool, and the ripples it stirred were far from subsiding. When the Hashira departed, the gazes they cast toward Terayuki were extremely complex, with inquiry, shock, suspicion, and scrutiny intertwined. Even Kaguya Yubayashiki needed time to digest it, and he ordered his people to immediately conduct a detailed search of all ancient records preserved by his family in order to verify it. On the way back to the butterfly mansion, the moonlight was cold. Terayuki walked side by side with Kachu Shinobu, and for a while there was no conversation. Terayuki was still immersed in his thoughts, repeatedly scrutinizing his remarks at the meeting, confirming whether he had leaked too much future intelligence or if there was anything inappropriate. Stating Musen's transformation ability in advance should raise everyone's vigilance and avoid relying blindly on appearance for tracking. The matters of sun-breathing and Yoriichi could also explain Tanjiro's special nature, paving the way for concepts like the Slayer Mark and Bright Red Nichiren Sword that might appear later. There shouldn't be any major flaws. He pondered to himself, completely unaware of the unusual aura of the person beside him. Suddenly, Kachu Shinobu's soft voice sounded from his side, breaking the silence. Her tone was as gentle as ever, yet it seemed soaked in the chill of the night dew. "Terayuki-san, your luck is truly enviable." Terayuki subconsciously replied casually, his mind still reviewing things. "It's all right, maybe it's just better luck." Only after speaking did he sense something strange in Shinobu's tone, and he turned his head to look at her. Under the moonlight, Kachu Shinobu still wore that impeccable, gentle smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes at all, and her purple eyes seemed somewhat deep in the shadows. She tilted her head slightly, looking at Terayuki, and continued in that gentle, unsettling tone. To have happened upon such a precious, perhaps even long-lost classic, as the autobiography of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and to know so many top-secret details regarding the origins of breathing styles and the weaknesses of the Demon King. This encounter is truly enviable. Terayuki's heart skipped a beat, feeling a vague sense of unease, but he maintained his smile. It was indeed very coincidental. Shinobu's smile deepened, but her tone became increasingly soft and slow, as if she were savoring every word. "Since, Terayuki-san, you have known so much crucial intelligence for a long time. Then, when you were recovering from your injuries at my butterfly mansion, and during our many interactions afterward, when I mentioned to you some trivial, shallow insights regarding demon activity or the use of breathing styles. Why did you never mention even a single word to me? She paused, took a small step forward, closing the distance, and the faint scent of wisteria on her seemed to carry a hint of coldness. The time we have spent together, it's not long, but it's not exactly short either, is it? Shinobu tilted her head slightly upward, looking directly into Terayuki's golden eyes, which appeared exceptionally bright in the moonlight. Her voice remained soft, but every word was clear. Furthermore, just before heading to Mount Nadagumo, you specifically asked me and inquired about various intelligence regarding the 12 Kazuki and Musen. Thinking about it now, my shallow, amateurish words must have made you laugh. The corners of her lips curved into a perfect arc, but her eyes were as cold as venom-tipped needles. For telling you so much useless and perhaps even incorrect information, and wasting your time, I am terribly sorry, Terayuki-san. The final terribly sorry was said lightly, yet it caused a fine layer of cold sweat to instantly break out on Terayuki's back. He finally realized completely the contrast and contradiction between his previous actions of inquiring for information from her and his behavior of suddenly dropping a bombshell today was so stark. In the eyes of someone as meticulous as Kachu Shinobu, this was undoubtedly a form of deliberate concealment or even mockery. The night breeze blew past, carrying the chill of the mountains, but it could not disperse the atmosphere between the two, which had suddenly plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 21, I'll do whatever you say. Terayuki's head buzzed, and he thought to himself, this is bad. It wasn't the first time he had made Kachu Shinobu angry, but in the past, it was usually just a lesson delivered with a touch of helplessness or teasing. The cold, thorny, heart-piercing interrogation he faced now was a first. Terayuki racked his brain, trying to find a suitable excuse, like the source of information being unverified, the matter being too significant to handle lightly, or being afraid of causing her trouble, to brush it off, or at least to ease this freezing atmosphere. However, before he could come up with a response, the Kachu Shinobu before him changed without any warning. The cold aura that had been almost palpable just a moment ago suddenly faded, like spring snow melting away. She lowered her head slightly, her shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. When she looked up again, those purple eyes that always held a smile were veiled in mist, her eyelids were slightly red, and her long eyelashes fluttered. The perfect curve of her mouth was gone, replaced by a pout that conveyed vulnerability and grievance. She even sniffled softly, her voice becoming even softer than before, but now thick with a clear sense of choked-back tears, with no trace of the sharpness and chill from just moments ago. I had always thought that after spending this much time together, we, at least, were companions who could trust each other. Her voice was very soft, trembling with a hint of hurt. Her gaze drifted, not daring to look Terayuki in the eye as if she had received a massive blow. I never expected that in Terayuki's heart, you were guarding yourself against me so deeply. Such an important matter, yet you weren't even willing to mention it to me. She bit her lip slightly, looking as fragile as if she would shatter at the slightest touch. It must be that I did something wrong, which is why Terayuki dislikes me so much that you wouldn't even give me the most basic trust. This sudden, 180-degree shift in attitude left Terayuki completely stunned. If Shinobu just now had been like a drawn, poisonous blade, then she was now like a wisteria flower drenched by a rainstorm, aggrieved and pitiful, the kind that makes one feel deep compassion. Terayuki feared nothing. He could face demons without changing his expression. But he had absolutely no resistance to this kind of thing, especially when a woman like Shinobu, who was usually mature, steady, and occasionally displayed strength, suddenly showed such a fragile and aggrieved side. He instantly lost his composure, and all the explanations he had prepared flew out the window, leaving only the panic of, it's over, what do I do now that I've made her cry? He subconsciously waved his hands, trying to explain incoherently, no. Shinobu-san, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely do not dislike you, and I'm certainly not guarding myself against you. These things, this intelligence is too significant. It concerns the origins of breathing styles, the weaknesses of Musen, and could even affect the strategy and morale of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. I was just afraid. afraid that if the news leaked, or if it caused unnecessary panic and internal controversy, that's why. He became more anxious the more he spoke, beads of sweat appearing on his temples. His usual calm and sunny demeanor was completely gone, leaving only helpless anxiety, and his golden eyes were filled with the panic of, "It's not me, I didn't mean it. Please don't cry." Watching him in this flustered state, seemingly wishing he could rip out his heart to prove his innocence, a fleeting, almost invisible glint of triumph passed beneath Kachu Shinobu's lowered lashes. As expected, for someone who was straightforward and responded better to softness than hardness, this tactic was far more effective than cold interrogation. On the surface, she maintained that tearful, deeply aggrieved appearance, even letting out a soft sob, her voice sounding even more mournful and filled with deep disappointment. But, Terayuki, trust is mutual. If we can't even share something as important as this, if you have to hide it away, then what kind of companions are we? She lifted her damp eyes, glanced quickly at Terayuki, and immediately lowered them again, as if she had been deeply hurt. I know the intelligence is important, but at the very least, you should have told me, let me be mentally prepared, instead of letting me act like a fool, saying irrelevant things in front of you. All right, it's my fault, Shinobu-san. Terayuki looked at her tearful appearance and felt his scalp tingle. All his careful considerations were thrown to the wind, and he practically surrendered with both hands up. His golden eyes were filled with helpless compromise. Please don't cry. I'll agree to whatever you say, just please don't be like this. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Kachu Shinobu's damp eyelashes fluttered gently. She lifted her eyes to look at him cautiously, her voice still carrying a hint of a wronged nasal tone. Really? You'll agree to anything? Really? Terayuki nodded repeatedly, almost swearing an oath to the heavens. He now only prayed that this capricious and unpredictable insect Hashira would quickly put away that pitiful expression and return to the smiling Kachu Shinobu, who made him feel more at ease. Then, Shinobu tilted her head slightly and used her sleeve to seemingly inadvertently wipe the corner of her eye. If Terayuki had looked more closely, he might have noticed that the sleeve was completely dry. When she turned back, although a trace of a blush remained on her face, the sense of tearful fragility had vanished without a trace. In its place was her usual, perfect smile, gentle yet with a hint of craftiness. Her purple eyes sparkled with crystalline light in the moonlight, as if the grievance from just a moment ago had been merely an illusion of Terayuki's. Then I'll punish you. She extended a slender finger and tapped lightly in Terayuki's direction, her tone light yet unquestionable. For the next little while, come help out with chores at the butterfly mansion. It just so happens that we have more wounded lately, and we're short-handed in many areas, like processing medicinal herbs, organizing supplies, and cleaning the courtyard. She added with a smile, you must do a good job, Terayuki. Terayuki watched this masterful face-changing technique, from pitiable to radiant in the blink of an eye, and how could he not understand that he had been played? Yet, far from being angry at being teased, he felt a sense of relief. He shook his head helplessly and smiled, a smile that carried a hint of indulgence. All right, whatever you say. As long as you don't cry anymore, that's fine. There was even a trace of indulgence in his tone that he hadn't even noticed himself. This unexpected reaction caused Kachu Shinobu, who had been preparing to enjoy the sight of him flustered or defeated, to pause slightly. She looked at Terayuki's golden eyes, which reflected the moonlight and held a frank, helpless expression, and heard his almost indulgent whatever you say. Her heart unexpectedly and very slightly skipped a beat. She had assumed that, given Terayuki's personality, sometimes erratic, sometimes exceptionally serious, he would have at least responded with some flustered or wry retort after realizing he had been acted upon. She hadn't expected to receive such a gentle and completely accepting response. This feeling was a bit strange. It was like a soft punch landing on cotton. No, it was more like being gently scratched on the tip of her heart by that cotton. She quickly reined in this momentary anomaly, though the smile on her face seemed a bit more genuine than before, even if it was still that same flawless expression. Then it's a deal. She turned and walked toward the butterfly mansion with light steps, the hem of her purple haori fluttering slightly in the night breeze. "Tomorrow morning, I will have someone hand you the list of tasks that need to be done, Terayuki. Please make sure to complete them diligently." She emphasized the word diligently, the end of her sentence rising slightly, carrying the small triumph of a successful prank. Terayuki followed behind her, watching her back. The helplessness on his face gradually melted away, replaced by a faint smile. Oh well, so be it. Working is better than watching her cry. The moonlight stretched their shadows long. The previously tense atmosphere had long since dissipated into nothingness, replaced by a subtle and peaceful, tacit understanding. The next morning, before the sunlight had completely dispersed the dew in the courtyard, our poor light Hashira had already proudly started his shift. Under Kachu Shinobu's gentle and detailed guidance, Haitru Terayuki changed out of his signature white haori and uniform, donning simple clothes suitable for movement, and began his penal labor career at the Butterfly Mansion. First, the fallen leaves in the courtyard and the debris blown in by the wind last night need to be swept away. Keeping things clean and tidy is also very important for the mood of the wounded, Shinobu said with a smile, handing him a broom, her purple eyes curving into crescents. Terayuki took the broom, looked at the spacious courtyard, and resignedly began to sweep. His movements were not slow. In fact, there was even a peculiar rhythm to them, and the ground he swept was clean and tidy. It was just that his expression, no matter how one looked at it, carried the helplessness of someone who had been exiled. After finishing the sweeping, before he could even catch his breath, Shinobu's voice sounded right on cue. "Oh my, the medicinal herbs dried here need to be moved to the storage room over there. The boxes are a bit heavy, but it shouldn't be a problem for Terayuki, right?" She pointed to a stack of wooden crates half a person's height, her smile impeccable. Terayuki stepped forward silently, easily stacked several wooden crates, lifted them steadily, and walked toward the storage room with a stable gait. Ai and the other nursing girls passing by saw the scene and covered their mouths in surprise, exchanging looks of disbelief. That powerful light Hashira, who always wore a warm smile, was actually working as a porter at the Butterfly Mansion. How in the world did Shinobu-sama manage to do that? And that was just the beginning. Subsequently, Terayuki was arranged to sort a newly arrived batch of mixed medicinal herbs, which required careful differentiation based on shape, scent, and color. He didn't cut corners. He learned extremely quickly. His movements were precise, though he would occasionally wrinkle his nose at certain pungent herbs. Next was grinding specific medicinal herbs into powder of a designated fineness, which required patience and a steady hand. Terayuki held the pestle, grinding in circles within the mortar, his expression focused. He was actually quite competent at it, though the slight pursing of his lips revealed a touch of, "This work is really not easy." Kachu Shinobu, like the most competent supervisor, appeared by his side from time to time, offering suggestions in her soft voice. "Terayuki, it seems this corner hasn't been swept clean. The force should be more even when grinding, otherwise the efficacy of the medicine will be affected. Be more careful when sorting. This one looks very similar to that one, but their effects are completely different." Every time she finished giving an order, she would add, "These little things must be a piece of cake for Terayuki, right?" Her purple eyes sparkled with pleasure, as if she were enjoying some interesting spectacle. Terayuki would usually just look up at her, his golden eyes reflecting her smiling face, then sigh and continue burying himself in work, occasionally muttering, "You really know how to order people around." Yet there was no resentment in his tone. It was more of a resigned cooperation. The people at the Butterfly Mansion went from initial shock to gradual habituation, and even started to feel that this picture was somewhat harmonious. The powerful and dazzling light Hashira, under the direction of the always gently smiling insect Hashira, diligently doing trivial chores. The contrast was truly fascinating. Chapter 22, Aftermath. Terayuki was holding a pestle, carefully grinding the last bit of medicinal herbs under the corridor, his golden hair swaying slightly in the sunlight. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Kamado Tanjiro standing not far away, holding the wooden box containing Nezuko, looking somewhat uneasy. Nezuko seemed to be asleep, and the box was closed. Mr. Terayuki, Tanjiro bowed deeply. The scar on his forehead was prominent in the sunlight, but his eyes were bright and sincere. Thank you very, very much for speaking up for me and Nezuko at the Hashira meeting, and also, back on the snowy mountain, the boy's voice trembled with excitement. Terayuki put down the pestle, washed his hands in the basin nearby, dried them with a cloth, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. No need to be so polite, Tanjiro. I didn't do anything special. He walked a few steps closer and looked at the wooden box with soft eyes. I simply trusted my own feelings. Nezuko, the feeling she gives me is not that of a bad existence. The fact that she can resist her instincts and protect you is proof of her willpower in itself. He reached out and gently ruffled Tanjiro's dark red, stiff hair with a natural motion. Besides, I believe that there might be some kind of miraculous power hidden within you that even I don't quite understand. This power might become the key to lighting up the path ahead in the future. Tanjiro felt the warm touch on his head and heard these words filled with trust. His eyes grew slightly hot and he nodded heavily. Yes, I will definitely work hard to become stronger, protect Nezuko, and help everyone. Just then, Terayuki suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming casual yet serious. By the way, Tanjiro, how about becoming my Tsugyuko? Tsugyuko? Tanjiro suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, almost doubting he had heard correctly. A Hashira's Tsugyuko, that was an honor and an opportunity to receive personal guidance and full instruction from a Hashira. Countless demon slayers dreamed of it. Mr. Terayuki actually wanted to take him as a Tsugyuko. Kachu Shinobu, who had been nearby seemingly sorting medicinal herbs, but actually paying attention to the movement here, paused slightly in her sorting, a flash of clear surprise appearing in her purple eyes. She looked up at Terayuki, her willow eyebrows furrowing imperceptibly. A Tsugyuko, he actually made such a decision so quickly. Even if Tanjiro had some connection to the legendary Yoriichi, Terayuki had only known him for a short time and had limited contact with him. Was it a bit too hasty? Doubts arose in Shinobu's heart, feeling that Terayuki's regard for this pair of siblings seemed to exceed common sense. Terayuki looked at Tanjiro's stunned expression and smiled, his tone remaining calm. I think highly of you, Tanjiro. Your determination, your sense of smell, and the aura on you that vaguely feels familiar to me all make me feel that perhaps I can help you better discover your own power. He paused and added, but there's no need to decide immediately. When your injuries get better, you can try training with me. Anyway, for some reason, he glanced at the nearby Kachu Shinobu, who was pretending to be busy, and smiled helplessly. I still have to stay at the Butterfly Mansion for a while, so I happen to have time. Tanjiro's heart pounded. The huge surprise and sudden opportunity left him at a loss. Becoming a Tsugyuko of a light Hashira. This meant being able to receive guidance in a more powerful breathing style and becoming stronger faster. But he was already a disciple of Mr. Urikodaki. Seeing Tanjiro hesitate, Terayuki did not force him, only suggesting gently, no need to rush the decision. You can first write a letter to your trainer, Mr. Urikodaki, and also Mr. Jiyu, to ask for their opinions. I think they shouldn't object. He believed that whether it was Sakonji Urikodaki, who valued inheritance and responsibility, or Jiyu Tomioka, who seemed indifferent but actually had his own considerations, they would make the judgment most beneficial to the boy after understanding the situation. Sure enough, the next day, Tanjiro brought a reply and found Terayuki, who was drying bandages, his face showing relief and a hint of excitement. Master Urikodaki replied. He said, "Thank you for your regard, and since you are willing to guide me, I must cherish this opportunity and learn well from you." As for Jiyu Tomioka, Tanjiro scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. As for Mr. Jiyu, there hasn't been a reply yet. This was within Terayuki's expectations that Water Hashira's way of communication had always been like this. Silence sometimes meant tacit approval. Terayuki nodded, put away his smile, and said seriously, "Since Mr. Urikodaki has agreed, then from today on, you are my Tsugyuko, Kamado Tenjiro. During this time at the Butterfly Mansion, I will start guiding your training. When your injuries are better, we will officially begin." A few days later, Tanjiro's injuries stabilized, and he could get out of bed for light activities. Teruyuki not only brought Tanjiro, but also dragged Zenitsu Agatsuma, who was noisy all day about wanting to become stronger and not wanting to be left behind, and Inasu Kashibira, who was dragged up halfway through his sleep and was cursing, to a relatively open and quiet clearing behind the butterfly mansion. First, it's the basics of breathing style, which is also one of the biggest differences between Hashira and ordinary members. Teruyuki stood in front of the three, his expression rarely serious. Total concentration constant. That is, in daily life, whether walking, sitting, lying down, or sleeping, maintain the state of total concentration breathing. This is the key to improving physical fitness, allowing the breathing style to completely fuse with the body, and being able to explode with stronger power instantly in battle. He explained the essentials in detail and asked them to start trying to maintain it immediately. Tanjiro learned the fastest. He already had a solid foundation in water breathing and a tenacious will, so he quickly adjusted his breathing and entered the state, though maintaining it was still strenuous, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Zenitsu shouted at first, "How is this possible?" But under Teruyuki's calm gaze and Tanjiro's example, he also started trying with a crying face. He actually stumbled onto the threshold by accident, perhaps because when he was extremely nervous, his breathing would involuntarily adjust. Inasu was completely the opposite. Relying on his beast-like instincts and strong physical fitness, he barely understood the theory, but his breathing naturally became long and deep, though it was extremely unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Teruyuki observed the performance of the three and already had a plan in mind. He did not adopt a one-size-fits-all training method, but set a unique preliminary plan based on each person's characteristics. For Tanjiro, Teruyuki focused on training his extreme control over his body and breathing. Your foundation is solid, and your sense of smell is gifted, but this is both an advantage and something that might make you rely on it too much. He made Tanjiro blindfolded, relying only on hearing, touch, and the flow of breathing to perceive his movements, conducting evasion and reaction training, while having to maintain total concentration breathing at all times. You need to learn to perceive with your whole body, not just your nose. Pour your will into every step and every sword swing through breathing. For Zenitsu, Teruyuki's training method could be called simple and crude. Your thunder breathing pursues divine speed, but your body and will haven't fully kept up with this speed. He made Zenitsu perform high frequency, small range, rapid back and forth running and sword drawing exercises while maintaining total concentration breathing, requiring the speed to reach a certain harsh standard, and the breathing must not be disrupted. If you can't do it, add more training until you pass out or succeed. Use the energy you spend on running away and crying on controlling your breathing and muscles. Zenitsu's training ground was suddenly filled with whales, but surprisingly, under extreme fear and pressure, his speed could sometimes really explode to an extraordinary level. For Inasu, Teruyuki's training was full of wild guidance. Your instincts and body are strong, but your breathing is chaotic, like an uncontrolled mountain flood. He did not force Inasu's breathing rhythm, but threw him a pile of stones and wooden stakes of various shapes and weights, letting him strike, throw, and destroy in the way he felt most comfortable and powerful. The only requirement was that at the moment of exerting force, the breathing must explode simultaneously with the power, and it must make a sound. Roar it out, let your breathing roar along with your power. Find the rhythm that belongs only to you. Inasu was very excited about this, and the training ground soon became a mess, but his breathing indeed began to show some primitive, explosive rhythm in his violent attacks. Training continued day after day. Tanjiro made steady progress, and his control over breathing became more refined. Zenitsu's speed and coordination improved at an astonishing rate amidst his screams. Inasu's beast breathing became increasingly wild and destructive, and that self-created breathing style seemed to evolve towards a more dangerous and powerful direction under Teruyuki's indulgence. Kachu Shinobu would occasionally pass by the training ground, carrying a medicine tray, with a gentle smile on her face, observing their progress. Seeing Tanjiro's perseverance, Zenitsu's embarrassment and occasional flashes of brilliance, Inasuke's destructive power, and Teruyuki's seemingly casual but precise and effective guidance, the doubts in her purple eyes were gradually replaced by a trace of complex appreciation. This light Hashira might indeed be unreliable in some aspects, but he seemed to have a unique and keen insight in teaching others and stimulating potential. After arranging the training for Tanjiro and the others, Teruyuki did not keep watching. He patted the grass clippings off his body and returned to the butterfly mansion to continue his unfinished labor. Drying new bandages, sorting another batch of medicinal herbs, and even being ordered by AI to repair the slightly loose fence in the backyard. He worked very skillfully, as if he were really a handyman who had worked at the butterfly mansion for a long time. However, what handyman would be qualified to have a noble Lady Kachu revolve around him? The information thrown out at the Hashira meeting that day had far from ended. Successive Hashira came to the butterfly mansion, either passing by or on purpose, with various names, but the topic always ended up turning to Teruyuki. Sanmi Shinizugawa was the most direct one. He blocked Teruyuki, who was sorting medicinal herbs, squarely. His white hedgehog hair seemed to be written with impatience. "Hey, Light Hashira. Regarding those things you said last time about Muzan being able to change back and forth, and that thing about Yoriichi Tsujikuni, is there any more detail? For example, which book did he see it in exactly? Where is the book now?" The questions were direct and full of oppressive force. Teruyuki was well prepared. While separating the dried ghost mint from the ordinary mint, he repeated the excuse of hand-copied fragments, ancient, weathered, and damaged, memory blurred in a regretful tone. His attitude was sincere, but the key information was airtight. Although Sanmi was full of disbelief, facing Teruyuki's calm appearance of "I really only know this much," he couldn't ask for more. Finally, he could only tusk violently and turn to leave. The visit of Jaiomai Heimjima was much quieter. His huge body sat under the corridor, his hands together, his voice low and compassionate. "Namu Amitabutsu, benefactor Teruyuki, regarding the deeds of that Lord Yoriichi, besides fighting, I wonder if the biography mentions his conduct, character, or his final destination? Such a person, his existence itself is enough to make people think." Jaiomai was more concerned about the person Yoriichi and the will he represented. Teruyuki pondered for a moment and said carefully, "The books mostly record his martial arts and talent. Regarding his character, it only says his mind was pure, like a newborn baby, and he had deep compassion for things that were weak and needed protection. As for the end, the biography does not clearly record his ending, only vaguely implying that his later years seemed to be searching for some kind of answer or path, and he eventually disappeared. This answer was half true and half false, fitting some of Yoriichi's characteristics while leaving enough room for imagination. After listening, Jaiomai was silent for a long time, chanting the Buddha's name in a low voice, and stopped asking more. His huge figure slowly merged into the twilight. Chapter 23, I'm Not a Water column. After sending away a few groups of inquirers, Teruyuki finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to water the herbs in the courtyard, when an unexpected figure appeared in the shadow of a pillar. It was Jiyu Tomioka. He was still wearing that half-red, half-white haori, standing there quietly, though it was unclear how long he had been watching. Teruyuki was somewhat surprised. He set down his watering can, wiped his hands, and smiled. "Jiyu, I really didn't expect you to come. Is there something else from the meeting you wanted to confirm?" He assumed Jiyu had also come to ask for more details regarding Yoriichi or Muzan. Jiyu Tomioka did not answer immediately. His deep blue eyes looked calmly at Teruyuki, then seemed to look past him, glancing toward the backyard where the faint shouts of Tanjiro training could be heard. A moment later, he spoke, his voice as flat and emotionless as ever, but what he said was completely unrelated. "You have taken Kamato Tanjiro as your Tsugyuko." It was a statement, not a question. Teruyuki paused for a moment, then nodded, his smile unchanging. "That's right. I think he is very talented, has a resilient character, and is a promising prospect." Jiyu Tomioka's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This subtle change in expression was, for him, a fairly obvious sign of disapproval. He looked at Teruyuki, his lips moving as if he found it difficult to speak, but finally he said clearly, "He cannot be your Tsugyuko." The smile faded from Terayuki's face. He turned to face Jiwoo directly, his golden eyes filled with confusion and a hint of sharpness at being offended. "Why, Jiwoo? Tanjiro is Mr. Yurikodaki's student and studies water breathing. I have taken him as my Tsugyuko to guide him further. What is wrong with that? Could it be that you think I am not qualified to guide him?" He was silent for 2 seconds, as if organizing his thoughts, and then, in an unusually earnest and even slightly stubborn tone, he stated the true purpose of his visit, which was also the conclusion he had long since reached in his heart. He should become the water Hashira. The courtyard instantly went quiet, with only the rustling of the wind through the herbs. So he really had always thought this way. Terayuki understood, instantly grasping the root of Jiwoo's heavy self-denial. He knew Jiwoo's past, knew the tragedy of the final selection, knew about Sabito and Makomo, and knew of that survivor's guilt and inner conflict. But at this moment, he could not show it. He becomes the water Hashira. Jiwoo, what about you? You are still so young, and your strength is among the top of the Hashira. Why are you suddenly thinking about finding a successor and stepping down? Faced with Terayuki's question, Jiwoo Tomioka fell into an even longer silence. He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling unfocused on the ground in a corner of the courtyard, the lines of his profile appearing somewhat cold and hard in the light and shadow. After a while, he spoke slowly, using that same flat voice, though it seemed deeper than usual. "I am not the water Hashira." What do you mean you aren't the water Hashira? Oyakata-sama appointed you personally, granted you your Heiori and your duties, and all of us acknowledge your strength and status. Jiwoo, what do you mean by this? Jiwoo did not look at him, but continued in that matter-of-fact tone, recounting fragments of the past in a disjointed manner. He mentioned the final selection, mentioned those of his cohort who hadn't made it and had died, mentioned the fact that he had survived, and also mentioned Sabito and Makomo. His words were extremely brief, with many key details omitted, but that heavy, almost tangible sense of guilt and self-denial was clearly conveyed through his flat tone. Finally, he concluded, his voice barely audible but exceptionally clear. "I am not worthy. It was Sabito. He was the one who should have survived and become a Hashira." Thus, he pinned his hopes on Tanjiro. In Jiwoo's eyes, this boy, who had been recognized by Sakonji Yurikodaki and had inherited water breathing, seemed to have become some kind of symbol, the only way to continue the unfulfilled future that belonged to someone more worthy. He hoped Tanjiro would become strong and eventually take over the position of water Hashira, as if doing so could make up for some shortcoming and correct some mistake. Terayuki looked at Jiwoo's expressionless yet stubborn profile, sighed, and his tone became earnest and gentle. "Jiwoo, I cannot comment on your past or your feelings. However, the title of Water Hashira was personally bestowed upon you by Oyakata-sama, based on your strength, your achievements, and your contributions to the Demon Slayer Corps. It is not something that can be transferred or given to someone more suitable. We, all the Hashira present, may sometimes not understand your thinking, but no one denies your strength and qualifications as the Water Hashira. You are not worthy? Then who is? If you, who have slain countless demons and protected many lives, are not worthy, then what are the rest of us?" Jiwoo Tomioka's lips pressed together even tighter. He did not refute, but he did not agree either. He simply remained silent, as if sealing himself within a fortress built of guilt and stubbornness. Terayuki knew that such an inner knot could not be untied in a few words. He changed the subject, returning to the original issue. "As for Tanjiro, Jiwoo, I understand your expectations for him, and I respect the bond between you and Mr. Yurikodaki in teaching him. However, there is something you may have overlooked, or perhaps Tanjiro himself has not yet fully realized." He looked straight into Jiwoo's deep blue eyes, which had finally turned back toward him, filled with a trace of confusion, and said clearly, "Tanjiro is not entirely suited for water breathing. No, to be more precise, water breathing cannot fully unleash his true potential. I have observed him using the forms of water breathing. Although they are standard, there is always an indescribable sense of stagnation, not as round, fluid, and full of explosive vitality as when he performs the Hinakami Kagura. That family-inherited ritual dance has a compatibility with his breathing, and his will that far exceeds that of water breathing. Paused, I took him as my Tsugyuko not to make him abandon the foundation of water breathing, but in the hope of guiding him to explore and master the power that is more suited to his essence. To let him become Kamado Tanjiro, a powerful swordsman who can bring out his own inherent qualities to the extreme, rather than becoming a second Jiyu Tomioka or filling the regrets in someone's heart. That is unfair to him, and it is also a waste of the more important things he might be carrying. He should walk his own path, Jiyu. A path that may be more difficult, but is destined to belong only to him. Terayuki's words echoed in the courtyard. Jiyu Tomioka listened quietly, his face still expressionless, but in those deep, pool-like eyes, something extremely subtle seemed to ripple slightly. Days passed quietly in this peculiar rhythm. Terayuki spent most of his days guiding the training of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inazuk, while the remaining time seemed to truly blend into the daily operations of the Butterfly Mansion. Drying herbs, sorting, cleaning, carrying things, and even occasionally helping to look after the lightly wounded patients, all done meticulously and without complaint. At first, Kachu Shinobu only found it amusing that this newly appointed light Hashira was so obediently being exiled to do chores, treating it as a profound lesson for him, and also taking the opportunity to observe what he truly intended with his extraordinary focus on Tanjiro. Watching his figure in simple clothes, with his sleeves rolled up, busy between the courtyard and the pharmacy, so different from the dazzling, brightly smiling light Hashira of ordinary days, a faint smile, one she herself had not noticed, tinged with the satisfaction of a successful prank, would often curl the corners of Shinobu's mouth. However, as time went on, Shinobu gradually noticed something unusual. The busiest period of the Butterfly Mansion, when they were most short-handed, had passed. The number of new wounded had decreased, and the allocation of supplies had gotten back on track. This day, carrying a newly brewed medicinal soup, she found Terayuki near the drying racks, spreading out the last basket of ghost mint. Sunlight fell on his forehead, which was slightly damp with sweat, and his focused profile, creating a strange sense of harmony. Shinobu steadied herself, a flawless, gentle smile appearing on her face, and walked forward. "Mr. Terayuki, you have really worked hard. Thanks to you, the Butterfly Mansion has been running much more smoothly lately. The most urgent situation has passed, and you have already helped a great deal. It really shouldn't be necessary to trouble you with these chores any longer." Her tone was sincere, with just the right amount of gratitude and politeness. The subtext was, "The punishment period is over, you can retire with merit." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Terayuki did not feel relieved or take the opportunity to step down. Instead, he set down the basket in his hand, brushed the medicinal dust off his hands, turned around, and with an expression that was almost righteous and stern, his golden eyes appearing exceptionally clear and firm in the sunlight, said, "Miss Kachu, you are too polite. I see that the drying herbs in the courtyard still need to be turned from time to time, and the new batches that arrived need to be sorted. Although the patients have stabilized, daily cleaning and dressing changes still require manpower. Everyone is busy. How could I flee at a time like this? That would be too irresponsible." He spoke with complete seriousness, as if he were truly an indispensable member of the Butterfly Mansion, shouldering a great mission. The smile on Kachu Shinobu's face stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Flee, irresponsible. What is all this?" She was clearly giving him a way out, letting him end this indecorous chore duty. So how did she end up being labeled as someone who retreated? Her purple eyes narrowed slightly, and she scrutinized Terayuki, wanting to find traces of teasing or joking on his face. But his expression was open, his gaze sincere, and there was no sign of pretense. Shinobu was momentarily speechless, unable to figure out what Terayuki was up to. Normally, a Hashira-level swordsman who was punished with these trivial tasks should be jumping at the chance to get out of them. Who would voluntarily ask to continue? But since Terayuki had spoken so righteously, she could not forcefully drive him away, so she had to maintain her smile and go along with his words. Then, "I will have to trouble you for a few more days, Mr. Terayuki." But in her heart, she made up her mind to observe him further. Chapter 24, My Vision Went Black. Days passed, and the butterfly mansion returned to its orderly, calm rhythm. Kachu Shinobu found Teruyuki again, who was helping to repair a broken fence in the backyard. This time, her smile was more formulaic and her tone more direct. Teruyuki-san, look, things have been quite relaxed lately. You've been delayed here for a long time. Is your post really all right? It's probably not appropriate to be away from your post for so long. She tried to use duty to remind him. Teruyuki was hammering a sharpened wooden stake into the ground. Hearing this, he didn't even lift his head, his movements unceasing. No need to worry about the post. There are several capable members taking turns patrolling, which is sufficient for general situations. If there is an emergency, the Kasugai Crow will notify me immediately. On the contrary here, he hammered the stake firm, straightened up, patted the sawdust off his hands, and looked at Kachu Shinobu, his tone natural. I always feel there are still places where I can help. Tanjiro and the others' training has also reached a critical stage and needs adjustment at any time. By comparison, I feel the butterfly mansion needs me more right now. Needs you more. The smile on Kachu Shinobu's face finally couldn't hold, revealing a faint stiffness. Tanjiro and the others' training, was it really because of this? She realized in her heart, thinking she had found the crux of the matter. So, the reason he kept delaying his departure was that he couldn't bear to let go of guiding those 3 boys, wanting to take advantage of the name of helping to stay for a few more days to supervise personally. That made sense, but... Teruyuki-san, Kachu Shinobu's tone deepened, her purple eyes filled with disapproval. If you are worried about Tanjiro and the others' training progress, you can wait until their injuries are better and let them go to your post to find you. As a Hashira, you shoulder the heavy responsibility of patrolling your jurisdiction and slaying demons. Spending so much time on these trivial matters is truly putting the cart before the horse and wasting time. She almost said neglecting your proper duties, but ultimately changed it to a more tactful phrasing. In her view, a Hashira's time was so precious that it should be used on the cutting edge, not staying at the butterfly mansion like a handyman. Even if it was for teaching Sugyuko, it was too dedicated. Teruyuki heard the displeasure and the hidden intention to drive him away in her tone. He was silent for a moment, not retorting immediately, just picking up the water bottle on the side, tilting his head to drink a few mouthfuls, his Adam's apple bobbing. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadows on his face, which was stained with a little sawdust and dust. He put down the water bottle, wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, and suddenly smiled at Kachu Shinobu. That smile was different from his usual brightness, instead carrying a complex meaning that was hard to describe, his golden eyes appearing somewhat hazy in the halo. Kachu-san, he began, his voice deeper than usual. Sometimes, not all important things happen on the battlefield or manifest in the number of demons slain. Every day here, watching the wounded get better little by little, smelling the fragrant mixture of various medicinal herbs, doing these seemingly trivial things. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tidy courtyard, the drying medicinal herbs, and the faint sounds of shouting from Tanjiro's training in the distance. Makes me feel that what I am protecting is not just an abstract concept or a piece of land, but these concrete, living dailies. Kachu Shinobu listened to Teruyuki's impassioned speech about logistics work being just as important as frontline combat. Watching him, as the light Hashira, seriously explaining how the precision of sorting medicinal herbs affects the efficacy of potions, how a clean environment concerns the mood of the wounded, and even how whether a bandage is tied properly could affect a warrior's recovery speed. She only felt speechless. This insect Hashira, as the actual manager of the Demon Slayer core medical system, how could she not know these principles? She just couldn't understand why Teruyuki was so persistent in staying at the butterfly mansion to do these trivial things himself. Her purple eyes narrowed slightly, the habitual smile on her face almost unable to be maintained, thinking to herself, is this person addicted to teaching Tanjiro and the others and found such a high-sounding excuse? However, Teruyuki's preaching did not stop, but went deeper. He even began to combine the characteristics of his breath of light to expound on the subtle connections that might exist between light and vitality, purification, and healing, attempting to demonstrate the necessity and rationality of his staying at the Butterfly Mansion from a more mysterious level. Listening to these words that were almost sophistry, yet spoken by him in an extremely serious and sincere tone, Kachu Shinobu finally couldn't help but sigh in her heart, feeling a slight sense of dizziness. This feeling was probably what people call blacking out. She had never seen anyone who could make refusing to leave sound so fresh, refined, and righteous. And at this moment, while Terayuki appeared to be guiding and high-minded on the surface, he was actually secretly suffering and muttering in his heart. I don't want to talk nonsense like this either, but how can I tell the real reason? He knew clearly that once he left the Butterfly Mansion and returned to his post, according to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps, without a clear mission order, Hashira-level members were not allowed to leave their jurisdiction for long periods of time. And according to the future in his memory, a major tragedy, the Mugen train incident, was about to happen. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, would appear, and that flame Hashira, Kyojiro Rengoku, who was as hot and upright as fire, would die in battle there. I must stay, Terayuki said firmly to himself in his heart. Only by staying at the Butterfly Mansion could he more flexibly receive information from all over, especially about the movements of the Mugen train. This was a secret he could not speak of, and also the fundamental reason why he had to stick around the Butterfly Mansion. Thus, he ignored Kachu Shinobu's increasingly subtle gaze that almost revealed the meaning of "please stop talking," and continued to play out his theory of logistics support is the foundation of combat power, and only by stabilizing the rear can one move forward fearlessly. His tone became increasingly earnest, his gaze increasingly sincere, as if his staying at the Butterfly Mansion to move boxes and dry herbs was a crucial link in the future strategic layout of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the end, looking at Terayuki's stance of, "if you don't let me stay," you are disregarding the overall situation, as well as some points in his words that did indeed touch upon the core value of logistics. Kachu Shinobu rubbed her slightly throbbing temples and waved her hand helplessly. Enough, Terayuki-san. She interrupted Terayuki's grand theory, putting on that impeccable yet slightly weary smile again, since you are so far-sighted and have such high enthusiasm for the work of the Butterfly Mansion. Then if I insist on making you leave, it would make me seem unsympathetic and ignorant of the bigger picture. She sighed softly, a complex and indistinguishable light flashing in her purple eyes, and eventually compromised. You can continue to stay and help. However, please be sure to act within your capabilities. If you delay your own training and the patrol of your jurisdiction, I cannot take responsibility. As the injuries of Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira basically healed, vitality filled the corners of the Butterfly Mansion again. This day, the trio, carrying the mission orders they had just received, came to Terayuki, who was drying a new batch of bandages in the backyard. Tanjiro was full of energy, his eyes burning with the desire to complete the mission and prove himself. Terayuki-san, we have received a new mission. We are going to support the Mugen train. It is said that a strange demon has appeared there, and more than 40 people have already gone missing. Kyojiro-san has already set off in advance. Zenitsu Agatsuma was crying with a sad face on the side, clutching the door frame. Mugen train? It sounds so scary. Could there be a super strong demon there? I don't want to go. Although he shouted like that, his footsteps still followed Tanjiro. Inasu Kashibira was wearing a wild boar head, waving his dual swords excitedly. Ooh, new prey. My blades are already starving. Hearing this, the movement of Terayuki drying the bandages paused imperceptibly, then returned to normal. He turned around, his face wearing his usual gentle smile, his golden eyes calmly sweeping over the three, and he urged them in a relaxed tone, I see, a new mission. Mugen train sounds a bit tricky, but with Kyojiro-san leading the charge, it shouldn't be a big problem. He stepped forward, patted them on the shoulders one by one. Remember what I emphasized during training. Maintain total concentration breathing, be vigilant at all times, and look out for each other. Tanjiro, use your nose and perception well. Zenitsu, don't be a coward at critical moments, trust your speed. Inasu, control your wildness, don't lose your head when you get carried away. Come back safely. He gave detailed and thoughtful instructions, his expression calm and composed, as if this were just an ordinary dispatch mission. However, no one could see the raging waves that suddenly surged in the depths of his heart. Mugen Train, it's finally here. Calm on the surface, Terayuki's heart was already anxious. Kyojiro Rengoku had already set off first, and Upper Moon 3 could appear at any time. He had to hurry over as soon as possible. But what excuse could he use to leave the Butterfly Mansion logically without raising suspicion? Previously, sponging off the Butterfly Mansion to help was based on the importance of logistics and teaching the Tsugyuko. Now that Tanjiro and the others were going on a mission, it would be unjustifiable for him, the light Hashira, to stay at the Butterfly Mansion drying herbs all day. Say directly that he was going to support the Mugen Train, but the mission had already been assigned to the Flame Hashira and Tanjiro's squad. If he went without being summoned, it would be overstepping his authority, and he would inevitably be criticized afterward. The most critical thing was that he couldn't explain the reason. Time passed in anxious thinking, and in the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Terayuki sat in his temporary small room, his brows furrowed. Tanjiro and the others should have set off already. He had to act immediately, but a perfect reason that would allow him to leave immediately without being criticized had yet to appear. At the Butterfly Mansion, any important personnel changes, material allocation, or even the long-term stay of Hashira-level members could not bypass one person, Kachu Shinobu. A flash of inspiration struck Terayuki's mind. That's it. Only by obtaining her permission or arrangement would his departure appear logical. He needed an excuse that would both make her agree and be logical. He immediately stood up, rummaged through his luggage for the rough map he carried that marked the various strongholds of the Demon Slayer Corps, herb production areas, and main traffic routes, and examined it carefully under the oil lamp. His fingertips slid along the approximate route of the Mugen Train, his gaze sharply searching for any places along or near the line that were sources of medicinal herbs that the Butterfly Mansion might need, but were difficult to obtain, or important partner clinics or herb merchants. Soon, his fingertips stopped at a place name, Ming's Village. This place was famous for producing a rare medicinal herb called night glow grass. This grass was a key auxiliary ingredient for preparing several high-grade analgesic and sedative potions, and it only grew in small quantities in the shaded areas of specific cliffs during specific seasons. It was difficult to collect, and the Butterfly Mansion's stock was often in short supply. And Ming's Village happened to be located near the middle section of the Mugen Train line. Getting off there, and then turning to the area where the train was located, was not too much of a detour. This is it, a golden light flashed in Terayuki's eyes. He would use the excuse of going to Ming's Village for emergency procurement or to investigate the source of night glow grass to submit a field mission application to Kachu Shinobu. This reason was sufficient and urgent, consistent with his previously demonstrated enthusiasm for the Butterfly Mansion's affairs, and could also explain why he needed to set off for that direction immediately. As for after arriving at the place, happening to hear that there was a change with the Mugen Train, and going to check it out as a passing Hashira out of righteousness, then no one could find fault with it. Chapter 25, Returning Alive. With a clear train of thought, Terayuki no longer hesitated. He quickly organized the map and his fragmented memories regarding the night glow grass, ensuring his story had no obvious loopholes. Outside the window, the night had deepened, but he knew that some matters could not wait. He straightened his clothes, picked up his Nichiren sword, took a deep breath, and walked towards the medical research room where Kachu Shinobu usually handled her affairs. Whether he could successfully set off and save Kyojiro Rengoku depended on his upcoming negotiation with this meticulous insect Hashira. Terayuki took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust his expression to look both serious and appropriately worried, then pushed open the door to the medical research room. Kachu Shinobu was sitting at her desk, flipping through a thick stack of medical records by the lamplight, a thin pen held between her slender fingers. Hearing the movement, she looked up slightly, her purple eyes shimmering with a gentle luster under the light. "Shinobu-san," Terayuki began, his voice slightly more hurried than usual. carrying the gravity of someone who had discovered a major situation. I have something to discuss with you. Shinobu put down her pen, folded her hands elegantly in front of her, and a habitual gentle smile appeared on her face. What is it, Terayuki-san? It's so late. Night glow grass. Terayuki couldn't wait to throw out the keyword, even unconsciously raising his volume slightly, as if the name itself was enough to explain everything. He took a step forward, braced his hands on the edge of the desk, leaned forward slightly, and stared intently at Shinobu with his golden eyes, his expression grave. I suddenly discovered. The Butterfly Mansion's stock of night glow grass is severely lacking. The inventory has dropped to a very dangerous level. He paused, observing Shinobu's reaction. Seeing her listening quietly, he continued in a tone emphasizing the urgency of the situation. This is a very critical matter. Night glow grass is a key medicinal ingredient. Therefore, I have decided that I must personally go to Ming's village immediately to urgently purchase a batch of night glow grass. There is no time to lose. After finishing, Terayuki's chest heaved slightly, feeling that his explanation was logically clear, well justified, and full of urgency, simply impeccable. He had even thought of his follow-up arguments, such as emphasizing the irreplaceability of night glow grass for certain severely wounded patients, and the instability of the supply in Ming's village. However, Kachu Shinobu only tilted her head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible confusion flashing in her purple eyes. She didn't answer immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds, tapping the edge of the desk lightly with her fingertips, before speaking slowly in her calm, soft voice with a hint of perfectly placed confusion. Terayuki-san, first of all, the nightingale grass you mentioned, do you specifically mean night glow grass? That small, pale blue flower that only grows in the shaded areas of specific cliffs and has a very short flowering period. Terayuki's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face, nodding vigorously. Yes, that's it. It's very rare and very important. Shinobu's smile remained unchanged, and she continued to ask gently. Even so, as far as I know, although night glow grass is rare, its main utility lies in tempering the cooling properties of certain medicinal concoctions, and it has a very weak soothing effect. It is usually only used for a very small number of severely wounded patients with special constitutions who are allergic to conventional soothing herbs. The Butterfly Mansion's current inventory is more than enough to handle existing cases for at least 3 months. Where does this talk of severely lacking and very critical come from? Terayuki was stumped by the question, the prepared script about severely wounded patients blocked. His brain raced, trying to find a new angle. Well, it's a precaution. Besides, I've heard that ghost-related incidents have been increasing in various places recently. What if a large number of wounded patients needing this special herb are sent here in the future? We need to be prepared. Kachu Shinobu gave a soft "oh," her voice rising slightly at the end. The confusion in her purple eyes seemed to deepen, now tinged with a hint of playfulness. I see. Terayuki-san is truly thoughtful and cares for the rear guard. She changed the subject, however, even if there is a need to be prepared, and carry out routine procurement or replenishment of medicinal herbs. It doesn't seem to require the labor of a Hashira-level adult to go personally, does it? Dispatching the Kakashi Corps or notifying local partner medicinal merchants would suffice. The duties of a Hashira seem to focus more on frontline combat and patrols rather than procurement, don't you think? Beads of sweat began to seep from Terayuki's forehead. He felt the reasons he had fabricated being gently, yet sharply peeled away layer by Shinobu. He held his ground, trying hard to maintain a serious expression, and even tried to make his tone carry a bit of unquestionable persistence. That may be so, but this time the situation is special. And I've been feeling a bit stifled staying at the Butterfly Mansion recently, so I just happened to want to go out. To get some fresh air and take care of this matter along the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the end, his tone even carried a hint of look, how considerate and efficient with my time I am, feeling that this supplementary reason was very natural. Shinobu looked at him quietly, her perfect smile not changing in the slightest, though her purple eyes narrowed slightly, as if examining a new plant with unknown medicinal properties. She pondered for a moment before speaking in an even softer tone, as if she were thinking for his sake, "So Terayuki-san is feeling stifled. If that's the case," she drew out her tone slightly, "you could just return to your own station. It has vast territory and fresh mountain air, which is perfect for getting some fresh air. Moreover, fulfilling your duties as a Hashira, patrolling your jurisdiction and eradicating any ghost incidents that might appear. Wouldn't that be better for stretching your limbs than traveling far to Ming's village to procure an herb that isn't urgently needed? And it wouldn't give people grounds to criticize you, saying that you, the light Hashira, are neglecting your proper duties and indulging in miscellaneous chores, would it?" These few light words directly blocked Terayuki's retreat of trying to slip away with the excuse of being stifled, and also subtly pointed out the criticism that his prolonged stay at the Butterfly Mansion might provoke. Terayuki was instantly speechless, and the composure and deliberate consideration he had forced onto his face began to crack. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but found that his previous arguments had been dismantled by Shinobu into pieces. For a moment, he couldn't think of a more convincing reason and could only stammer, actually. His eyes darted around, his fingers unconsciously picking at the corner of the table, his mind a blank. The confidence of his previous perfect plan had long since vanished, leaving only the panic of "what do I do? I've been seen through." Kachu Shinobu took in his embarrassed appearance, a flash of understanding amusement deep in her purple eyes. She didn't continue to press him, but stood up gracefully and walked to a simple map hanging to the side. Her gaze swept quickly across the drawing, which marked major towns and transportation lines, and finally, her fingertip tapped lightly on the location of Ming's village, then traced along a dashed line toward the railway line that ran from east to west. After just a few seconds of staring, her gaze paused slightly on the mark for Mujin train. Immediately, she turned around and looked back at the flustered Terayuki, her smile deepening slightly. The smile carried the wisdom of someone who saw everything and a hint of imperceptible teasing. She tilted her head slightly, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet it struck clearly on Terayuki's heart. "Terayuki-san, if I recall correctly, to get to Ming's village, it seems you must ride that Mujin train." She paused, observing Terayuki's suddenly stiff expression, light shimmering in her purple eyes, and unhurriedly threw out the final, decisive question. "And just today, Tanjiro and the others told me that the location of their next mission seems to be exactly the Mujin train. Terayuki-san, you are so anxious, even going so far as to make up such a lame excuse to go to Ming's village. Could it be that you actually want to follow them because you are worried about Tanjiro and the others?" Before Terayuki could rack his brains to figure out how to respond to the guess about worrying about Tanjiro, Kachu Shinobu herself shook her head slightly, dismissing the idea. A flash of understanding crossed her purple eyes, and she analyzed in a calm tone, "No, given your personality, Terayuki-san, even if you value that child Tanjiro highly, you wouldn't use such an approach of near overprotection. Back when you were with Kano, you only provided guidance and space, hoping she would experience more and see more of this world. Besides, Kyojiro Rengoku has already headed to this mission in advance. With his strength, by the time Tanjiro and the others arrive, the incident will likely have already been resolved. Even if there are some lingering troubles, with Kyojiro Rengoku in charge, and given the current strength of Tanjiro and the others, there is no threat to their lives." She leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Terayuki. Her beautiful purple pupils shimmered in the lamplight with the brilliance of someone who could see into the human heart, firmly locking onto Terayuki's somewhat evasive gaze. "So, Terayuki-san," her voice dropped lower, carrying an unavoidable inquiry, "please tell me, why are you so insistent on going to the Mujin train, even going so far as to use such flimsy excuses? What is there that makes it necessary for you to go personally, and with such urgency, not hesitating to break the rules?" Terayuki instinctively wanted to avoid her overly sharp gaze, but the burning anxiety of time running out felt like a raging fire in his heart. He knew that the clear-minded insect Hashira before him was definitely not someone he could easily fool with a few words. Any more lies and cover-ups, in front of her who was already suspicious, would only appear more ridiculous and waste precious time. He took a deep breath, as if having made up his mind, turned his head back sharply, and stopped dodging, looking straight into Shinobu's purple eyes that seemed to reflect the human heart. At this moment, the usual gentle smile, the occasional playfulness or helplessness on his face had all disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and gravity, with a flame of determination burning in his golden eyes. Shinobu, for the first time in such a formal setting, he omitted the honorific, his voice low and clear, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his chest, carrying a heavy weight. I must go. The things about to happen at the Mugen train involve a great deal concerning the lives of one, no, possibly multiple important companions. This is not a premonition, but certain things I must go to stop and change. He saw Shinobu's pupils shrink slightly, but she did not interrupt. He continued with difficulty. The reasons involved are numerous, and some, even I haven't fully sorted out yet, nor can I lay them all out for you here and now. That would be too shocking, and it might also bring unnecessary variables. Please trust me, I swear by the name of the Light Hashira, that this trip is absolutely not for selfish reasons, nor is it child's play. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible hoarseness and pleading. Wait for me to return. Wait for me to return from the Mugen train, and no matter the outcome, I will definitely give you a clear and explicit explanation. Everything you want to know, I will tell you. But for now, I must leave immediately. He took one last deep look at Shinobu, his eyes mixed with anxiety, determination, and a hint of something deeply hidden, perhaps even something he himself hadn't realized. A trust. If I can still come back alive. This last sentence was very light, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on Kachu Shinobu's heart. The perfect, mask-like gentle smile on her face disappeared completely at this moment. She stared blankly at the Terayuki before her, who had suddenly become incredibly unfamiliar, yet incredibly real. No longer the newly appointed Light Hashira who always wore a sunny smile, sometimes acted foolishly, and sometimes was astonishingly sharp, but rather like a warrior burdened with heavy destiny, preparing to step onto a path from which he might not be able to return. This extreme earnestness and gravity were something she had never seen since she had known him. The medical research room was silent, save for the occasional soft crackle of the oil lamp's wick. Time seemed to have frozen. After a long while, Kachu Shinobu slowly and very lightly exhaled. She straightened her body again, the expression on her face returning to calmness, but in those purple eyes, there was no longer the previous inquiry and scrutiny, replaced instead by a complex, deep, dark light. She no longer pressed, no longer questioned. She turned around, walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and began to write quickly on a blank sheet of stationery, her voice returning to its usual clarity and orderliness, yet with an added touch of official coldness. Upon verification, the inventory of the special medicinal herb night glow grass at the Butterfly Mansion has indeed fallen below the safety line, and there may be an urgent need in the near future. The situation is critical. Therefore, I hereby entrust Light Hashira Haitru Terayuki to immediately travel to Ming's village and related production areas to urgently procure and escort this batch of herbs. If any matters related to the Demon Slayer Corps are encountered along the way, you may assist as you see fit. This order is issued by Insect Hashira Kachu Shinobu. After she finished writing, she stamped it with her seal and handed the note to Terayuki, while saying calmly, I will file the official application document later and notify Oakata-sama and the Kakashi Corps. Terayuki-san, you may now proceed under orders to Ming's village to carry out the procurement mission. You already know the route. Terayuki took the light yet heavy as 1,000 pounds note, a great weight finally lifted from his heart, while a surge of indescribable complex emotions welled up. He clutched the note tightly, nodded heavily and sincerely at Shinobu. Thank you. Without a shred of hesitation, he immediately turned around, pulled open the door, and was about to rush into the night. Terayuki. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Shinobu's voice came from behind him, not loud, but it clearly drilled into his ears. In that voice, there was no longer the usual gentle smile, nor the previous calm and orderliness, only a pure, almost command-like solemnity. You must come back alive. Terayuki did not stop his steps, but with his back to her, He nodded vigorously once more, and then his figure completely merged into the darkness outside the door, leaving only the night wind passing through the corridor, bringing the faint chirping of insects from afar. Kachu Shinobu stood alone in the lamplight, looking at the empty doorway, not moving for a long time. Deep in her purple eyes, worry and doubt intertwined, eventually turning into a barely audible sigh. She lowered her head, looking at her fingertips that had just written that order, and curled them up gently. Chapter 26, Sneak Attack. Leaving the butterfly mansion, Terayuki held nothing back. The power of light circulated through his body to its limit, transforming him into a pale golden streak of light skimming across the ground. With a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary steed, he sped towards the route where the Mugen train was located. His speed was considered top tier even among the Hashira, and having thoroughly studied the route beforehand, he arrived at the Mugen train's departure station even before the trio of Tanjiro, who were taking conventional transportation. At a clothing store near the station, he casually bought a wide-brimmed hat and an inconspicuous dark cloak to drape over himself, pulling the brim low to cover his striking black hair and overly dazzling golden eyes. Like an ordinary night traveler, Terayuki bought a ticket and boarded the train in silence, finding an inconspicuous seat in a dimly lit corner near the junction between carriages, hiding his figure in the shadows as much as possible. He restrained all the sharp aura that belonged to a Hashira, his breathing steady and his heartbeat calm, as if he were truly just a weary, ordinary passenger. Not long after, Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira also boarded the train. As Tanjiro passed the corner where Terayuki was sitting, his footsteps faltered almost imperceptibly. His nose twitched slightly, and a flash of doubt crossed his eyes. He seemed to smell a faint, extremely subtle scent of warm sunlight mixed with clean grass and trees. It was somewhat familiar, but it vanished in an instant, lost among the complex scents of the carriage. He shook his head, thinking it was just his imagination, and didn't dwell on it, quickly being led into the carriage by the excited Inasuke and the weeping Zenitsu. Soon they met Kyojiro Rengoku, who was already on the train, devouring a bento. The flame Hashira's booming voice and energetic laughter could be heard faintly even from a distance. Tanjiro's respectful greeting, Zenitsu's screaming, Inasuke's noisiness, and Kyojiro's enthusiastic response. Everything seemed to be proceeding as planned. Hidden in the shadows of the corner, Terayuki's gaze swept across that direction calmly. Confirming that Kyojiro Rengoku was safe and in high spirits, he felt a bit more at ease. His goal was not this moment, nor was it the lower moon hiding on the train. That was a trial that Tanjiro and the others needed to face. Excessive protection would only stifle their potential for growth. Terayuki understood this principle very well. His battlefield was not here. Time passed, and the train traveled steadily through the night. Before long, the conductor, with his empty gaze and slightly stiff movements, began to check tickets one by one. Terayuki knew this was the medium for the blood demon art of the lower moon one, Enmo. When the conductor walked up to him and extended a hand imbued with invisible power, preparing to touch his ticket, Terayuki cooperated by handing it over. He even deliberately relaxed part of his body's defenses, allowing that sliver of cold, eerie energy to follow the conductor's fingers, attempting to quietly invade his body using the ticket as a bridge. A sense of almost absurd curiosity even rose in Terayuki's heart. Dreams, huh? What will I see? Is it a scene of me wielding a radiant Nichiren sword, standing before the corpse of Musen Kibitsuji, announcing the clearing of demons from the world? Or something more distant, something almost buried deep in my heart, an ordinary and peaceful daily life from another peaceful world. However, just as that strand of ghost power belonging to Enmu, which specialized in weaving dreams and prying into hearts, touched Terayuki's skin and tried to burrow into his meridians, an anomaly occurred. Without needing Terayuki to actively stimulate it, the vast, pure, and scorching power of light within him reacted autonomously, as if it had encountered the filthiest intruder. That strand of ghost power was like a drop of water falling onto a red-hot iron, failing to even produce a wisp of smoke. The moment it touched the power of light, it was completely evaporated and purified, It disappeared without a trace, leaving not even the smallest remnant of energy, as if it had never existed. Terayuki only felt an extremely faint, fleeting warmth at the point of skin contact. The residual heat generated when the power of light spontaneously purified the foreign object, and then everything returned to normal. No drowsiness struck, no illusions sprouted. His consciousness was as clear as if he had just washed his face with cold mountain stream water. And useless. Terayuki was slightly stunned, then realized. That's right. The essence of Enmu's blood demon art was manipulating dreams and spirits, requiring his own ghost power to be implanted into the target's body as a seed and bridge. But his own body, tempered countless times by sunlight, had the power of light flowing through it, which possessed an almost absolute repulsion and purification characteristic against all ghost energy. The bit of ghost power Enmu used to construct dreams was automatically cleaned away as impurities the moment it entered his body. It didn't even have a chance to take effect. This was an unexpected joy, and it saved him a lot of trouble. Terayuki maintained his posture of leaning against the carriage, the corners of his mouth under the hat brim curling up imperceptibly. That's fine too. Being able to watch with my own eyes makes me feel more at ease. Time flowed on in the oppressive atmosphere. Terayuki could feel that the dreams of Tanjiro and the others were fiercely resisting Enmu's invasion. It was a battle of will and desire. Finally, at one moment, he keenly captured a drastic change in Tanjiro's aura. It became hotter and more determined, as if a fire were burning within it. Immediately after, there were the sounds of battle. The sound of a Nichiren sword cutting through the air, the sound of bodies colliding, Inosuke's roar, the lightning and electricity bursting from Zenitsu in extreme fear. The battle was raging intensely in different carriages. Enmu's main body seemed to be moving, too. The position of that cold, evil aura was shifting. Terayuki did not move. He just quietly listened, perceived, and evaluated the battle situation. He could feel that Enmu's blood demon art was weakening, and the auras of those nightmare puppets were dissipating. Tanjiro and the others were relying on their own strength to win, arduously yet firmly. When the last trace of the cold ghost aura belonging to the lower moon, one fluctuated violently and then suddenly dissipated like a popped balloon, Terayuki knew that Enmu had been slain. However, in his final moments, the dying Enmu, manipulating his remnant body fused with the train, made a crazy move. The entire Mugen train, amidst the teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal, suddenly tilted and overturned. The huge carriages rolled like toys, passengers screamed, cargo flew everywhere, and it was a scene of chaos. In the confusion, no one noticed a dark figure, like a slippery fish, slipping silently out of a broken window the moment the carriage overturned, and everyone's line of sight was blocked. In a few leaps, he disappeared into the dense, dark woods beside the railway, leaving not a trace behind. Deep in the woods, far from the noise and fire of the train wreckage, Terayuki leaned against a thick tree trunk, restraining his breathing and heartbeat to the point of near stagnation, his entire presence seeming to merge with the shadows. At this moment, an unprecedented, violent, scorching, and destructively oppressive ghost aura descended abruptly from the night sky in the distance like a volcanic eruption, instantly shrouding the entire area of the overturned train. Akaza Upper Moon 3, he had arrived. Kyojiro, Rengoku, and Akaza were already confronting each other. Terayuki was like a rock merged into the shadows, his aura restrained to the limit, his heartbeat even seeming to synchronize with the night wind. His sharp gaze pierced through the gaps in the branches, tightly locking onto the earth-shattering duel in the clearing. The Flame Hashira, Kyojiro Rengoku, and Upper Moon 3 Akaza were already engaged in a fierce battle. Fiery fighting spirit and cold killing intent collided madly, with deafening explosions ringing out endlessly. Every style of Kyojiro's flame breathing carried the will to burn everything to ash, the scorching blade light illuminating the night sky as if it were day. While Akaza was like a ghost, shaking the flames with astonishing speed and destructive power, the ground cracking and the air twisting wherever his fists and feet passed. Impressive, truly impressive, Kyojiro Rengoku. Akaza laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with excitement at meeting a strong enemy. Your fighting spirit is like a burning sun. Come, become stronger. Then become a demon and fight with me forever. Absurd, I refuse. Kyojiro's roar was like thunder. Human life is indeed short, but because of that, it shines all the more radiantly. The will to protect one's juniors will never lose to the greed for eternity. Every clash between the two erupted with astonishing airwaves, tearing the ground and shattering trees. Terayuki hid in the darkness, holding his breath and focusing, his golden eyes locked onto the battle without blinking, especially on the technique deployment. Destructive kill. Compass needle that was constantly expanding beneath Akaza's feet, precise as a snowflake crystal. That compass needle could not only keenly perceive killing intent and fighting spirit, but it was also the foundation for all of Akaza's attacks and dodges. Without the transparent world, I can't see through the flow of his power. Even if I launched a full-force sneak attack, with this guy's combat instincts and the compass needle's early warning, it's highly probable that I wouldn't be able to kill him in one blow. Terayuki calmly assessed, his palm gripping the sword slightly sweaty, but there was not the slightest wavering in his eyes. But I have to try, even if it's impossible. I must give it a shot. I might only have one chance. The battle became increasingly fierce. After a hard clash with Kyojiro Rengoku, Akaza used the recoil force to suddenly leap backward and upward, seemingly to adjust his stance or launch some kind of crushing blow from above. Just as he was suspended in midair, his old force exhausted and new force not yet generated, and his attention seemingly completely drawn by Kyojiro Rengoku, who was chasing tightly from below. Now is the time. Golden light flashed in Terayuki's eyes. His body, poised for a long time, was released like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Breath of light first form flash. Before the low growl faded, only a faint golden afterimage remained in his original lurking position. The next instant, a straight beam of light, condensed to the extreme and pure gold within a scorching white, shot out from the shadows of the woods on the side like thunder piercing the darkness. It moved at a speed exceeding the limits of visual perception, aiming straight for the defenseless side of Akaza's neck after he leaped. In this strike, Terayuki held nothing back, pushing his speed and piercing power to the peak of his current state, compressing the power of light highly at the tip of the blade, striving for a decapitation in one blow. The blade light was incredibly fast, almost a product of Terayuki's thoughts. Even Kyojiro Rengoku, in the midst of the fierce battle, only saw a flash of gold in the corner of his eye. It hit. This thought had just risen in Terayuki's mind. However, at the critical moment, when the glistening Nichiren sword was about to touch the skin on the side of Akaza's neck, Akaza's beast-like combat intuition and the limit perception of killing intent from the compass needle beneath his feet allowed him to react in the impossible. His leaping body twisted violently in midair, and with a weird angle that completely defied physics and nearly broke his spine, he forcibly tilted his neck back several inches. At the same time, his right arm, covered in hard bones, instinctively blocked the direction from which the blade light was coming. The muffled sound of a sharp weapon cutting into flesh and bone came, accompanied by a roar from Akaza, mixed with pain and rage. Terayuki's strike, which he was determined to land, ultimately did not fully achieve its wish. The blade light flashed, and blood mixed with a small amount of bone fragments splashed. The entire right half of Akaza's head, along with a small part of his right shoulder, was neatly cut and split by this slash, which condensed Terayuki's full strength and power of light. A small half of his skull flew up with an expression of astonishment and fury. On the remaining left half of his face, that scarlet eye instantly bloodshot, staring dead at the attacker who had suddenly appeared, Terayuki. The sharp pain and serious injury made Akaza let out an inhuman roar, but his remaining half-body used the force of Terayuki's slash to plummet backward like a cannonball. At the same time, the remaining left hand's 5 fingers formed a claw carrying violent fighting spirit and grabbed fiercely at Terayuki, who had paused slightly because the strike had not fully succeeded. Chapter 27, Don't Bark. Breath of Light, Third Form, Radiance. Facing Akaza's still violent counterclaw attack while severely injured, Terayuki did not hesitate. He drew a full arc with his Nichiren sword, and a blazing, solid golden ring of light suddenly bloomed, like a shield of dawn instantly unfurled. The radiant sword light not only firmly blocked the claws wrapped in cold fighting spirit, but also burned and purified the corrosive energy attached to them, emitting a hiss-hiss sound. Terayuki used the force to drift backward, landing lightly beside Kamado Tanjiro, who had just steadied himself and was still shaken. Terayuki-sensei. Kamado Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira exclaimed in unison. Only then did they realize that this light, Hashira, had been on the train all along. Kyojiro Rengoku also quickly withdrew his attack and stepped back, standing shoulder to shoulder with Terayuki and Kamado Tanjiro. A flash of surprise crossed his golden red eyes, but more than that was a sense of excitement that reinforcements had arrived. His booming voice rang out, "Terayuki, why are you here?" Terayuki glanced at the Nichiren sword in his hand. Its light slightly dimmed, then looked at Akaza not far away, who was growling deeply as the flesh on half his head and shoulder writhed and regenerated crazily. A trace of regret flashed in his heart for failing to land a decisive blow, but his face had already returned to calm. He turned to Kyojiro Rengoku and explained rapidly. Kachu Shinobu entrusted me with an urgent procurement of medicinal herbs in Ming's village, and I happened to take this train. I sensed a demon earlier, but seeing that Kamado Tanjiro and the others were capable of handling it, I didn't intervene, treating it as training for them. He omitted the complex reasons, attributing everything to coincidence and training his juniors, a reason that sounded perfectly reasonable. Kyojiro Rengoku heard this, raised his thick eyebrows, and nodded vigorously. I see. Regardless, it is wonderful that you could make it. He locked his gaze back onto Akaza, his expression extremely grave, and his voice deepened. This opponent before us is unusually strong. Just as they were having this brief conversation, a chilling sound of writhing flesh came from the front. Akaza's severed half-head and shattered shoulder were regenerating crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pink granulation tissue intertwined, bones extended and reshaped, skin covered over. In just a few breaths, the hideous wounds had healed for the most part, leaving only some shallow traces and residual blood stains. The newborn skin gleamed with an unhealthy pale blue under the moonlight, but the burning anger and fighting spirit in his scarlet eyes were even more intense than before he was injured. The residual power of light on Terayuki's sword seemed to cause him some hindrance and pain, but it was nowhere near enough to be fatal or significantly delay his recovery. Kyojiro Rengoku took it all in, sighing inwardly. Just as Terayuki had said at the meeting, his power of light has a miraculous effect on demons, but against an upper rank. The effect is indeed much weaker. To recover to this extent in such a short time, despite such heavy injuries. On Akaza's newly regenerated head, a twisted expression almost tore through the new skin. His remaining scarlet eye stared fixedly at Terayuki, filled not only with killing intent, but also with an extreme rage born from being severely desecrated and having his reverse scale touched. He pursued the ultimate martial way, advocated for strong duels in head-on confrontations, despised the weak above all else, and hated any methods he deemed base, poisons, schemes, and sneak attacks. Akaza's voice trembled slightly with rage, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. You despicable coward who uses sneak attacks. You clearly radiate a not insignificant aura, yet you are willing to use such dirty, base methods. It makes me sick. A guy like you doesn't even have the qualifications to become a demon or pursue the supreme martial way. In his twisted value system, Terayuki's actions had already tainted combat itself. Facing Akaza's surging rebuke, Terayuki was not angry at all. Instead, he looked as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous, the corners of his mouth curling into an undisguised, mocking arc. He even chuckled, the sound exceptionally clear in the heavy atmosphere of the battlefield. Sneak attack? Despicable? Terayuki repeated these two words, his golden eyes filled with undisguised mockery. You, who keep spouting strong and claim to pursue the ultimate martial way, what do you rely on? Is it that near-immortal recovery ability, allowing you to recklessly trade injury for injury? Is it that pathetic? Give and take. When dealing with us juniors who have only practiced swordsmanship for a few years, a dozen years, relying on the time you've accumulated after living for who knows how many centuries. His voice suddenly rose, his tone as sharp as a knife. A guy who relies on the gift of Musen Kibitsuji to attain immortality, having practiced martial arts for hundreds or thousands of years, yet can only struggle here with us, short-lived, humans, and even has to rely on constant regeneration to remain undefeated. Terayuki tilted his head slightly, his face wearing an expression of extreme mockery, and asked word by word, "Do you even deserve to call yourself strong?" He paused, as if admiring Akaza's face, which was even more twisted with rage, and continued in that infuriatingly relaxed tone. "If I were you, possessing such a long life, yet only able to find a sense of existence by picking on humans who are much weaker and much younger than you, and struggling so hard to fight, I would have been too ashamed to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, or simply end it all. How do you have the face to be here? Barking like a mad dog." He said the last 4 words slowly and lightly, full of extreme contempt. Terayuki's words were like the final straw that completely broke the string of Akaza's so-called reason. Especially the explanation he lightly added at the end, full of pity and insult. "I see that with your appearance, you don't look like someone who has read books or understands reason. Never mind, since I am kind-hearted, I will do you the favor of telling you, barking like a mad dog, to put it simply and straightforwardly, is." He deliberately dragged out his tone, and then, under Akaza's gaze that was almost spitting fire, spat out 2 words clearly and loudly. "Is dog barking?" "Roar." An indescribable roar of rage erupted from the depths of Akaza's throat. The sound hardly resembled a human voice. It was more like the frantic roar of a wounded beast. The fighting spirit that had been condensed around him instantly went out of control, running wild. The destructive kill, compass needle beneath his feet spun and expanded crazily, the snowflake pattern flickering violently as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Violent air waves swept out from him as the center, sweeping up all the gravel and dust on the ground, and even the wreckage of the train overturned in the distance emitted a groan of being unable to bear the weight. In his remaining scarlet eye, the light of reason was completely replaced by pure, frantic killing intent to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Even Kyojiro Rengoku on the side, feeling this suddenly surging pressure filled with destructive aura, had a flash of gravity in his golden red eyes and couldn't help but glance at Terayuki. He was surprised in his heart. This guy Terayuki usually looks like the warm sun in winter, gentle beyond belief, and his smile always makes people feel at ease. I didn't expect that when facing an enemy, his words would be so sharp and stinging, specifically targeting pain points. Such a psychological attack, combined with his special power of light, no wonder he can repeatedly achieve such feats. It's just, I'm afraid this has completely enraged this evil demon. This evil demon, once completely enraged, will likely be even harder to deal with. Terayuki, however, seemed completely unaware. Even at the moment Akaza's momentum climbed to its peak, he had the leisure to tilt his head slightly and quickly said a word to Kamado Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasuk, who were watching the battle nervously behind him, almost unable to breathe from the terrifying aura. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered their ears. "Watch closely, you brats. Opportunities for this level of combat are rare. Watch carefully, learn well, use your eyes, use your noses, use everything you have to perceive." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, swoosh, 2 figures and 1 demon shadow disappeared from the spot at almost the same instant. No, not disappeared, but the speed was too fast to the point where Kamado Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasuk's dynamic vision could not capture them at all. They only saw the ground where they had been standing suddenly explode with spiderweb-like cracks. The next instant, within a range of dozens of meters in front, blinding golden light, scorching flame shadows, and a blurry cyan demon shadow were already like 3 entangled and biting thunderbolts, crazily colliding, separating, and colliding again. Clang, 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 clang. Rumble. Bang. The explosive sound of metal clashing, the roar of flames bursting, the muffled thunder of clashing energy. Various sounds mixed together, sweeping out like a storm, shaking people's eardrums until they ached. Wherever the three figures moved at high speed and clashed fiercely, the ground was plowed into deep gullies. Trees as thick as a person could hug were cut in half or blasted into fragments like straw, and hard rocks were cut to pieces by the stray sword energy and fighting spirit like tofu. Dust, wood chips, and gravel were swept into the sky by the violent airflow, forming a pervasive cloud of smoke and dust, further obscuring the view. Kamado Tanjiro desperately widened his eyes, his nose twitching violently, trying to distinguish the battle situation from the blurry smoke and dazzling afterimages. But apart from the occasional flash of radiant golden light or bursting flames, and the terrifying, heart-stopping impact sounds, he couldn't see anything, couldn't capture anything. Zenitsu was already scared silly, hugging his head and squatting on the ground, muttering unconsciously, can't see it, too scary. Inasuk was waving his dual swords anxiously, his eyes under the boar mask trying to widen, but he could only see a chaotic mess of light and shadow and flying dust. Watch closely, learn well. Kamado Tanjiro felt a surge of helplessness and anxiety in his heart. This speed, this power, he couldn't see anything at all. Chapter 28, Enchantment. The dust had not yet settled, and the killing intent had already arrived. Akaza struck in anger, his speed and power even greater than before. His figure sank slightly. The snowflake pattern of the compass needle beneath his feet flashed with light, and his whole body transformed into a blurred blue shadow, blasting across the ground, aiming directly at Terayuki, who had just insulted him. His right fist was pulled back to his waist, the tip of his fist condensed with a chilling pale light and cold battle spirit. It was the sign of him pushing destructive kill to the limit. Destructive kill, air type. It was not a direct attack, but rather a compression of battle spirit to create a brief vacuum collapse zone. It could restrict the opponent's movement, and the explosive impact itself was enough to shatter gold and split stones. However, both Terayuki and Kyojiro Rengoku were battle-hardened veterans, and they were not flustered despite the surprise. To the left, Kyojiro Rengoku shouted, the golden red flame patterns on his cheeks glowing brightly. Although he could not fully see Akaza's movements, relying on his rich combat experience and judgment of the flow of killing intent, he had already anticipated the general trajectory of the attack. He did not block directly in front of Terayuki, as that might have trapped them both in the range of the air type. Instead, he stomped forward violently, the ground beneath his feet cracking, and his scorching flame battle spirit erupted as his Nichiren sword slashed diagonally forward towards the side of Akaza's incoming trajectory with the force of splitting mountains and breaking rocks. Flame-breathing second form, rising scorching sun. A scorching flame blade rose from bottom to top, not intended to directly hit the high-speed moving Akaza, but to seal and interfere with his charge path, forcing him to change direction or slow down. Meanwhile, Terayuki's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He did not rely on Kyojiro Rengoku's warning. The moment Akaza moved, his golden pupils had already captured the subtle light flow of the compass needle beneath the opponent's feet and the trend of his muscle exertion. Facing this fierce air type, he did not choose to clash head-on, nor did he retreat completely. Exposing his back to an enemy with this kind of speed was fatal. Breath of Light third form, Radiance. He gave a clear shout, and his crystalline Nichiren sword drew a small, sharp, golden arc of light in front of him. This radiance was not the large-scale defensive form from before, but rather the power of light highly compressed and condensed along the trajectory of the blade, forming an arc-shaped light shield that was barely half a meter in diameter, but incredibly solid. The timing of the light shield's appearance was perfect, exactly blocking the edge of the vacuum collapse force field triggered by the air type. Boom! The vacuum force field collided violently with the golden light shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather a low, teeth-gritting hum and a muffled sound. The radiance shield trembled violently, the light on its surface flickering rapidly as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The muscles in Terayuki's arm holding the sword tensed instantly, and his feet slid back half a foot with a chirp, plowing two shallow trenches, but he ultimately held the blow steadily. The light shield did not shatter, but instead deflected and dissipated part of the impact of the air type. At the same time, Kyojuro Rengoku's rising scorching sun also whistled in, the scorching flame blade grazing Akaza's side. Although it did not hit directly, it forced him to slightly adjust his sprinting posture, and his fist momentum also stalled. Akaza snorted with dissatisfaction, seemingly surprised by the two's tacit cooperation, but his fighting spirit grew even stronger in his eyes. Borrowing the reaction force from his air type being blocked, his body twisted in midair with unreasonable flexibility, and he changed direction out of thin air. His left leg, carrying a shrill sound of breaking air like a steel whip, swept towards Kyojuro Rengoku, whose figure was slightly stretched after just unleashing his slash. Destructive kill, leg type, flowing flashlight. In an instant, shadows of legs filled the air, as if dozens of blue lights were blooming at the same time, each containing terrifying force enough to kick a giant rock to pieces, completely enveloping the space around Kyojuro Rengoku. Well done, Kyojuro Rengoku did not dodge, flames burning fiercely in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, waving his Nichiren sword rapidly in front of him. Flame-breathing, fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Scorching flames rotated with the blade light, instantly forming a flame vortex that protected his whole body. Akaza's sky-filling leg shadows bombarded the flame vortex, erupting with a continuous roar. Flames and blue battle spirit collided and annihilated each other fiercely. The ground beneath Kyojuro Rengoku's feet kept shattering and sinking, but he gritted his teeth and blocked all of these violent kicks. It was just that the light of the flame vortex was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Akaza's attention seemed to be completely drawn by Kyojuro Rengoku, his crimson single eye swept to the side. A golden figure had already ghosted into his blind spot, the side rear that was exposed while he was attacking Kyojuro Rengoku. It was Terayuki. He seized the split-second gap when Akaza was attacking Kyojuro Rengoku with full force, with old strength fading and new strength yet to be born, and pushed his speed to the limit. Breath of Light first form, flash. His figure turned into a straight golden line, and his Nichiren sword thrust directly at Akaza's waist and ribs, which were slightly suspended and difficult to exert force from due to the kicking technique. At the tip of the blade, a point of scorching white light, condensed to the limit, was ready to strike. However, a cruel arc curled at the corner of Akaza's mouth. It was as if he had eyes on his back. The sidelong glance at Terayuki was not panic, but a cold sneer of a plan succeeding. Seeing his right leg, which seemed to have exhausted its strength, the ankle bent at a strange angle the moment it collided with the flame vortex during the final strike of flowing flashlight, not to borrow force to retreat, but to stomp down violently at an even faster speed towards the lower diagonal, the path of Terayuki's surprise attack. Destructive kill, leg type, crown splitter. This stomp landed heavily on the ground. With a loud boom, a shallow pit exploded on the ground, and countless gravel was carried by the violent battle spirit, shooting at Terayuki like shotgun pellets. At the same time, he also used the recoil of this stomp to avoid Terayuki's sure-hit thrust by a hair's breadth and gained a moment to adjust his posture. His left fist was already poised, flickering with a dangerous cyan white light, looking like it was about to launch a thunderous counterattack against Terayuki, who was leaning forward due to the missed thrust. Terayuki, duck. Kyojuro Rengoku's roar exploded like a thunderclap. He didn't care about his own state of having just resisted a round of fierce attacks, his blood surging. The moment Terayuki was in danger, he forced himself to exert power, running flame breathing to the limit, the flame patterns on his cheeks appearing as if they were about to burn. He held the sword with both hands, and from bottom to top, a flame crescent, thicker and more scorching than any before, tore through the air with the momentum of burning everything, slashing horizontally at Akaza's waist as he was about to throw the punch. Flame-breathing fifth form, Flame Tiger. This strike was unreserved, attacking the enemy where they must save. If Akaza insisted on attacking Terayuki first, he would inevitably be severely injured by this violent flame tiger. A trace of irritation, flashed in Akaza's eyes. Kyojiro Rengoku's desperate rescue had indeed disrupted his rhythm. Facing the scorching flame tiger rushing towards him, he had to temporarily abandon the best angle of attack against Terayuki, changing the trajectory of his poised left fist from a direct strike to a horizontal sweep, pale battle spirit erupting, destructive kill, annihilation type. He punched the side of the flame tiger. Boom! The cyan-white battle spirit and crimson flames collided violently, erupting with a deafening roar. Scorching air waves mixed with raging battle spirit swept in all directions, forcing Terayuki, who had just blocked the gravel attack with his sword and looked slightly disheveled, and Akaza, who was blocking with his fist, to slide back several steps. Kyojiro Rengoku also groaned due to the recoil of this clash, stepped back, and the arm holding the sword trembled slightly, but his gaze remained locked on the enemy like a torch. The confrontation of just over 10 seconds was extremely dangerous. The battle of speed, power, timing, tacit understanding, and even wit was fully displayed. Terayuki and Kyojiro Rengoku were already covered in dust and minor abrasions, and their breathing was slightly rapid. Although Akaza had the upper hand, his continuous offensives were blocked, and he was even forced to clash head-on with Kyojiro Rengoku. The violence on his face subsided slightly, replaced by an excitement and gravity as if he had found an interesting prey. Akaza stood in place, and although the scorched black scars on his body were still slowly healing, that monstrous fighting spirit and fierce might did not diminish in the slightest. He shook his left fist, which was still numb from clashing with the two's combined attack, and his crimson single eye scanned back and forth between Terayuki and Kyojiro Rengoku, lingering for a moment on Terayuki's Nichiren sword, which was still flowing with a pale golden halo. A strange, almost appreciative light flashed in his eyes. I have to admit, Akaza's voice was no longer purely violent as it was initially, but carried a strange heat like encountering an interesting toy. The two of you, especially you, kid who plays with light, are much more interesting than I imagined. This will to struggle and erupt in desperation, this light that can hurt me, is truly nostalgic and exciting. He took a step forward, the cyan-white battle spirit fluctuating slightly, and the compass needle beneath his feet rotated steadily. How about it? Akaza suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a twisted, sincere invitation. Give up that fragile, short-lived human body. Become a demon and gain eternal life and power. That way, we can fight on, constantly growing stronger, constantly pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. In this boring world, only battle is real. Come, join me and enjoy this eternal feast. Hearing this, Kyojiro Rengoku's golden-red eyes suddenly erupted with incomparably sharp and angry flames. He straightened his blood-stained back, his voice as loud as a bell, carrying undeniable firmness and rebuke. Silence, evil creature. How could the value of life be understood by a twisted monster like you? The belief in protection, the bonds of companions, the short and brilliant life that blooms under the sun, these are the meanings of our battle. Why would I fall into a demon that eats people for the sake of so-called eternal battle? Your theory is absurd. I, Kyojiro Rengoku, in the name of the flame Hashira, will never allow it. His words were like a raging fire, burning away all evil thoughts. Akaza did not comment on Kyojiro Rengoku's rebuttal, but turned his gaze to the silent Terayuki, seemingly waiting for his answer. Terayuki slowly lifted his lowered eyelids, his golden pupils calm and waveless, without the intense anger of Kyojiro Rengoku, but with a deeper coldness. He did not answer Akaza's invitation, nor did he even look at him. In the slightly surprised eyes of Kyojiro Rengoku and Akaza, he suddenly made an inexplicable movement. He stretched out his left hand, without holding his sword, and then, under Kyojiro Rengoku's shocked gaze, grabbed the blade of Kyojiro Rengoku's Nichiren sword, which was still radiating residual heat. Immediately after, amidst Kyojiro Rengoku's exclamation of Terayuki, "What are you doing?" he forcibly wiped his palm along the sharp blade. Chirp! Warm blood gushed out instantly, staining the crystalline blade, and under the residual heat of the scorching flame breathing, it made a sizzling sound. But it was not evaporated, but strangely permeated and attached to the blade, dyeing the originally crimson sword with a layer of faint, flowing golden red color. Terayuki, Kyojuro Rengoku was both shocked and angry. Terayuki's face paled, but his eyes remained calm. He let go and used the remaining power of light to quickly wrap around the wound on his left hand. The bleeding stopped immediately, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the newly grown skin appeared abnormally pale. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the anxious and puzzled Kyojuro Rengoku, and whispered very quickly, "My blood is quite special. It can store and carry the power of light for a short time. Now on your sword there is my blood, and it is also attached with a trace of light energy. Although it is weak and will not last long, if you cut him again, the wounds caused will heal slower than when I slash directly, and the effect will be better than the simple flame damage before. This is our last chance, Mr. Rengoku." Kyojuro Rengoku's pupils shrank, looking at the strange, golden red blood color on his sword that seemed to flow slowly as if it possessed life, feeling the trace of light aura contained within it, which was weak yet incomparably pure and tenacious, and instantly understood Terayuki's determination and intention. This near-self-mutilating method was to add the last and most critical chance of winning to their combined attack in this desperate situation. He didn't say any more nonsense, just nodded heavily, his grip on the sword tightening, as if he wanted to completely fuse the golden red blood color with his own flames. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle. Terayuki quickly adjusted his breathing, the power of light circulating within his body, repairing the subtle vibrations. He lowered his voice and spoke rapidly to the slightly panting Kyojuro beside him. "Kyojuro-san, be careful of that glowing pattern beneath his feet. I suspect that thing can sense the flow of our killing intent or fighting spirit, much like a compass needle, giving him a complete understanding of our attack intentions and our strengths and weaknesses. That is why it is so difficult for our attacks to truly catch him off guard." Upon hearing this, Kyojuro Rengoku's golden red eyes narrowed sharply. He instantly recalled the previous times his attacks had been dodged or blocked by the opponent with minimal movement, and he suddenly realized, so that's it. No wonder I always felt like my movements were being seen through. Terayuki, framing it as a recent discovery, informed Kyojuro about some of the capabilities of the compass needle. Not bad observation skills, little bug playing with light. Akaza had clearly overheard their whispers. Far from being annoyed, he bared his stark white teeth. But so what if you've seen through it? In the face of absolute speed and power, and this compass needle of mine, honed through countless battles, your struggles will only make the hunt more interesting. Before the words had even faded, the compass needle beneath his feet flared with brilliant light, and his figure blurred once again. This time, Akaza clearly did not intend to probe any further. In the distance, Tanjiro and the other two could only see three figures colliding like cannonballs amidst the swirling dust, erupting with light even more dazzling than before and a terrifying roar. They still could not see the details, but the suffocating pressure and scent of death that washed over them were 10 times stronger than before. The brief gaps were filled with killing intent. Terayuki's words had enlightened Kyojuro Rengoku, but as Terayuki had expected, the flame Hashira instantly grasped the core. Faced with a compass needle that could sense the flow of killing intent and fighting spirit, intricate feints and complex variations were far less effective. Only unavoidable frontal assaults and seamless, coordinated suppression offered a glimmer of a chance at victory. Understood. The flames in Kyojuro Rengoku's eyes blazed intensely. No longer attempting to find blind spots, he poured his boundless fighting spirit and scorching will entirely into the Nichiren sword in his hand. The blade hummed as if it were a burning sun. "Then I shall use flames to burn through this compass needle of yours." "That suits me perfectly." Golden light circulated around Terayuki. He no longer deliberately hid his intention to launch a surprise attack. The power of light surged, raising his speed and instantaneous explosive power to a new height. The two exchanged a glance. No words were needed as they both lunged forward simultaneously. Akaza laughed wildly as he met them, the compass needle beneath his feet swirling with light. He pushed his speed to the limit, his figure leaving a trail of blue afterimages as he cut into the gap between Terayuki and Kyojuro's coordination. Destructive kill, disorder type. His fists struck out alternately at a dazzling speed, aiming directly at the connection point of their attacks. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Kyojuro Rengoku roared, meeting the fist shadows head-on with a violent upward slashing flame blade. The collision of flames and fighting spirit exploded with a deafening sound. Almost simultaneously, the golden light in Terayuki's eyes locked onto the brief moment of exhaustion Akaza experienced due to his high-speed change of direction. Breath of light, first form, flash. His figure turned into a bolt of golden lightning, the tip of his blade thrusting straight toward his shoulder blade. Got you. Akaza barked sharply, not dodging or evading at all. His right hand transformed from a palm into a claw, wrapped in condensed fighting spirit, and he lunged down fiercely toward the middle section of Terayuki's thrusting blade. Clang! The screech of metal grinding against metal was ear-piercing. Akaza's hand, covered in fighting spirit, gripped the crystalline blade tightly. The forward thrust came to an abrupt halt, and the blade groaned. His palm was also sliced by the edge, black blood seeping out, but his sinister smile did not fade. His 5 fingers clamped down like iron tongs. His left leg rose silently, blue light flickering on his heel, locking onto Terayuki's chest and abdomen, destructive kill, leg type, crown splitter. Terayuki, Kyojuro's eyes were wide with fury, his flame breathing running frantically. Flame breathing, fifth form, flame tiger. A massive tiger of blazing flames reappeared, devouring toward Akaza's back. Akaza seemed completely deaf to the flame tiger behind him. His crimson, single eye stared only at Terayuki, his left leg tearing through the air as he kicked out viciously. In the nick of time, a wild arc curled at the corner of Terayuki's mouth, the golden light in his eyes blazing intensely. SSS. The gripped blade erupted with pure, intense light like the core of a sun. Highly compressed power of light exploded wildly from the point of contact. The fighting spirit on Akaza's palm instantly dissipated, and his skin, muscle, and bone rapidly charred and carbonized from the point of contact. Erg, Akaza howled in pain. His gripping fingers instantly turned to ash, and his entire palm withered and charred, visible to the naked eye. The primed kick was distorted and deflected by the excruciating pain, grazing past Terayuki's ribs and drawing a streak of blood, but it failed to cause a fatal wound. The blade felt light again. Terayuki flicked his wrist, and the freed Nichiren sword swept from bottom to top, carving out a blazing golden arc. Breath of light, fourth form, morning sun. However, at the very instant the blade light reached his body, Akaza's beast-like battle instinct and the warning from the compass needle beneath his feet came into play. Even with his right hand in agony and his left leg kick missing its mark, he still managed, in the nick of time, to forcefully sink his remaining right arm, using the outer side of his charred, withered forearm to block the upward sweeping blade. At the same time, the muscles in his waist and abdomen contracted to their limit, and he leaned his body slightly backward. Pache! The blade light of morning sun slashed into Akaza's charred right forearm, deep enough to reach the bone, and then continued to slice through the clothing and skin across his chest and abdomen, leaving a charred bloodstain running diagonally from his lower right abdomen to his left chest. But because of his timely block and backward lean, this strike failed to disembowel him. Although the wound was long, it was not extremely deep. The power of light hissed and burned at the wound, black smoke rising, and the healing speed was significantly slowed. Almost simultaneously, Kyojuro's flame tiger had arrived. Akaza roared, turning his only remaining left hand to strike a punch, hastily meeting the side of the flame tiger with destructive kill, annihilation type. Boom! Explosions erupted again. Akaza was blasted backward by the impact of the flame tiger, his left fist torn and bloody, and his back was also scorched by the dispersing flames, leaving a large charred area. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he ultimately used the force of the recoil to put distance between himself and Terayuki and Kyojuro. Amidst the dust, Akaza knelt on one knee, his breathing heavy and ragged. His right arm from the palm to the forearm was charred and withered. A new charred knife wound deep to the bone marked his forearm. A long, diagonal charred bloodstain with upturned flesh ran across his chest and abdomen. His left fist was dripping with blood, and his back was scorched. The injuries were not light, especially with the power of light lingering at the wounds on his right arm and chest abdomen, slowing the healing and causing a continuous, stinging pain. Cough, damn light, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and slowly stood up. His charred right arm hung limply, but his left hand had already clenched back into a fist, blue-white fighting spirit rising again. I will tear you all to pieces. Terayuki and Kyojiro drew close to each other, both panting with injuries. The clothing at Terayuki's ribs was torn, with blood seeping out. The webbing between Kyojiro's thumb and index finger was split, his breathing uneven. Their expressions were grave. Seeing that although Akaza's injuries were healing slowly, his aura was condensing again, Terayuki and Kyojiro, Rengoku knew they absolutely could not let the opponent catch his breath. Fatigue and pain followed them like shadows, but deep in the pupils of both, the flames of battle had not extinguished. Instead, they burned with greater determination. Entangle him, Kyojiro muttered, suppressing his roiling blood and stepping forward again. Flame breathing circulated, but his blade's stance changed. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. The scorching flame blade did not aim directly at the enemy's body, but instead slashed deviously toward the side of his knee and the outer edge of the compass needle, intending to disturb his lower stance and the stability of his perception field, creating a slight opening. Futile, Akaza scoffed, easily dodging, his left fist following through to strike at Kyojiro's chest and abdomen. But Kyojiro's move was intended to restrain. The flame blade retracted upon contact, and he retreated rapidly. In that split second, when Akaza's punch had spent its force, and his attention was diverted by Kyojiro's precise harassment, Terayuki moved. He compressed his remaining power of light to the extreme, focusing it on his senses and the tip of his blade. Breath of light, first form, flash. The blade vibrated vertically and rapidly, and a condensed, searing white, narrow beam of light burst forth suddenly. It did not aim for his eyes, but pointed directly at the connection point between his right instep, which had shifted slightly due to his dodge, and the core pattern of the compass needle. This beam of light contained no slashing power, but it was as fast as a thought, carrying the pure characteristic of light purification. SSS, the beam hit accurately. A needle-pricking, burning pain shot from his instep, and the compass needle pattern rippled slightly. Although it was instantly dispersed by his powerful fighting spirit, this sudden interference, which struck directly at the source of his perception, caused Akaza's fluid movements to experience an almost imperceptible lag, and even the feedback from the compass needle was half a beat slower. Combined, Kyojiro and Terayuki were of one mind. Kyojiro's retreat halted abruptly, and his flame breathing changed again, third form, blazing universe. The flames did not attack the enemy, but instead swirled into a scorching wall of air that distorted the light, briefly obscuring Akaza's vision and his absolute tracking of killing intent. Terayuki's figure blurred in its wake. Breath of light, first form, flash. He transformed into a zigzagging golden light, using the cover of the air wall to cut into the opening on Akaza's right side, exposed due to that tiny lag, and his Nichiren sword silently pointed toward the lower edge of his right ribs, which were slightly raised due to his movement, not a fatal spot, but a key node for the circulation of power. Annoying, Akaza snorted angrily, twisting his body to block with his armored right elbow. Clang, elbow and blade clashed. Terayuki's arm went numb, and cracks appeared on the bone armor of Akaza's elbow, with wisps of power of light seeping in, bringing a burning pain. Almost simultaneously, Kyojiro dispersed the air wall, turning himself into a line of fire. First form, unknowing fire. He thrust straight at Akaza's left shoulder, which was slightly exposed due to his block. A fierce light flashed in the depths of Akaza's eyes. Instead of putting his full effort into defense, he charged up his left fist, destructive kill, crush type, willow flash. The fist shadows were like a waterfall covering Kyojiro. He was actually willing to trade a minor injury for a heavy blow. At the same time, his right leg whipped out, sweeping toward the side of Terayuki, whose move had spent its force. Destructive kill, leg type, crown splitter. Puff, bang, thud. The three muffled sounds occurred almost simultaneously. Kyojiro's flame blade stabbed into Akaza's left shoulder, sinking an inch deep, the flames burning in, and the clothing on Akaza's left shoulder instantly charred black. But several punches from Akaza's willow flash grazed Kyojiro's right chest and upper arm, leaving several blue-black fist marks. Kyojiro groaned and retreated, his right arm's movement slightly sluggish, his blood roiling. Facing the sweeping leg shadow, Terayuki used Breath of Light, third form, Radiance, at his limit. A golden ring of light bloomed, but because of his exhaustion, the range was somewhat narrow. The leg shadow slammed into the edge of the light shield, and a massive force traveled through. Terayuki was sent sliding sideways, blade and all. He took a solid hit to his left waist and ribs, and intense pain followed. However, thanks to the buffering of the light shield and turning his body in time, his ribs were not broken. Only his muscles were injured, and his internal organs were shaken. He stumbled to a steady stance, leaning on his sword, the taste of blood in his throat. Akaza stumbled half a step. The wound on his left shoulder was charred black, and the flesh moved slowly. The dual erosion of light and fire hindered the healing, causing a continuous, stinging pain. But his right leg was unharmed, and the injury on his left fist was recovering rapidly. He shook his left arm and looked at the two, whose breathing was chaotic and whose injuries had worsened. Killing intent and excitement intertwined in his single eye. Not bad, still able to struggle, he licked a trace of black blood from the corner of his mouth and approached step by step. But your movements have slowed down. Kyojiro panted heavily, the blue-black fist mark on his right chest throbbing with pain, and his right arm was not as agile as before, but his eyes remained burning. Terayuki's left side was in pain, his power of light was bottoming out, his breathing was painful, his golden eyes locked onto the enemy, and his brain spun rapidly. Chapter 30 Ultimate Moves Clash. Terayuki and Kyojiro Rengoku stood back to back, their rapid breathing filled with a desperate resolve. They could not drag this out any longer. Whether it was their dwindling stamina or the opponent's tenacious regenerative ability, neither allowed for even a moment of hesitation. Rengoku-san, Terayuki's voice was hoarse, yet exceptionally clear. Kyojiro Rengoku understood immediately. Flames burned fiercely in his golden red eyes, reflecting the resolve to stake everything on the next strike. One strike, to decide the outcome. The two men stopped holding back, stopped maneuvering. They channeled, compressed, and concentrated all their remaining fighting spirit, will, and even the brilliance of their very lives without reservation. The dim golden light around Terayuki flared up again like a final surge of vitality, but it was no longer warm and gentle. Instead, it was a scorching, violent, incandescent brilliance that seemed ready to incinerate itself, frantically gathering and compressing toward the Nichiren's sword in his hand. The blade trembled violently, emitting a high-frequency hum. Inside the crystalline material, it was as if a miniature sun was gestating and expanding, radiating light and heat that one could not bear to look at directly. He gripped the sword with both hands, raised it over his head, and assumed a simple, unadorned vertical slash stance that concentrated every ounce of his spirit and strength. This was a concept he had formed by combining the characteristics of Breath of Light with the philosophy of extreme burst, something he had glimpsed during countless training sessions and life-or-death battles, but had never fully executed in actual combat. Now, in this desperate situation, it was forcibly deduced and brought into form. Breath of Light, sixth form, solar flare. At the same time, the dim flame patterns on Kyojiro Rengoku's cheeks suddenly erupted with a final, searing radiance that seemed almost ready to bleed. He also gripped his sword with both hands, pushing flame breathing to an unprecedented limit. What rose around him was no longer just flames, but a torrential flow of fighting spirit, viscous and scorching like liquid red gold magma. All his strength, all his conviction, and all his burning will were concentrated into this single strike. The ground beneath his feet melted and sank, unable to bear the terrifying energy. Flame-breathing, esoteric art, ninth form Rengoku. This was the ultimate of flame breathing, the final flame that incinerated all and illuminated all. On the other side, Akaza watched the two men, whose auras were suddenly climbing and condensing with destructive energy. Instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. The scarlet light in his single eye was so excited it seemed almost ready to drip blood. He laughed wildly, also holding nothing back. The destructive kill, compass needle beneath his feet, expanded to its limit. The cyan-white fighting spirit was no longer contained. Instead, it surged into the sky like a violent tornado, enveloping him completely. He held his hands in a void embrace before him, as if cradling an invisible core of destruction. The cyan-white fighting spirit frantically compressed and condensed between his palms, emitting waves that made the soul tremble. Destructive kill, final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. He pushed this ultimate technique to the absolute limit of his current state, intending to crush all the light and flame before him with the purest, most violent destruction. Now, Terayuki and Kyojuro Rengoku's roars merged into one. The Nichiren sword in Terayuki's hand, which seemed to carry a miniature sun, slashed down ferociously. There was no earth-shattering blade aura. Instead, a pure beam of light, concentrated to the extreme, no thicker than a bowl but so incandescently white it seemed capable of evaporating one's vision, erupted from the tip of the blade and shot out in a straight line. It was not a spreading light, but a highly concentrated torrent of light energy, solar flare. Kyojuro Rengoku's ultimate flame blade slashed out at the same time. It was not a massive blade aura of fire, but rather, after all his power was highly concentrated, a lifelike, claw-flashing red-gold flame dragon composed purely of destructive flame-fighting spirit took form. The flame dragon roared silently at the sky, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, and with the supreme might to burn the heavens and boil the seas, it pounced toward Akaza. In the next instant, a miraculous scene occurred. That incandescent beam of light and the red-gold flame dragon did not travel in parallel. The moment they left the tips of the blades and escaped control, as if drawn by some invisible force field, they began to spiral and intertwine, rapidly closing in on each other. Light and fire, two diametrically opposed, yet equally extreme energies representing purification and destruction, did not repel or annihilate each other after leaving their master's control. Instead, amidst the high-speed rotation, they frantically merged, devoured, and underwent a qualitative change. Roar, a dragon's roar, as if from the ancient primordial wilderness, shook the soul and echoed through the night sky. Light and fire fused completely, transforming into a golden flame dragon with a body flowing with the luster of molten gold. Every scale reflecting an incandescent white light, its form half-solid flame and half-pure light energy. This flame dragon was larger and more solid than the one Kyojuro Rengoku had formed, and its might had surged by more than several times. Wherever it passed, space distorted, and light was swallowed, leaving only a scorching, brilliant, and destructively beautiful golden trajectory that pierced straight toward Akaza. Well done, well done. Akaza laughed maniacally, his face full of the excitement and distortion of someone who had encountered the opponent of their dreams. He thrust his void-cradling palms forward violently. A cyan-white beam of destruction, condensed to the extreme and equal in diameter to the golden flame dragon, tore through the air like a spear of judgment from hell and ferociously met the attack. In the next instant, silence. It was as if time and sound had both been swallowed the moment those two extreme forces made contact. Immediately following, boom, a terrifying explosion that defied description occurred. It was as if 1,000 suns had detonated in the night sky at the same time. The extreme light and heat instantly swallowed everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. A massive ball of light, over 100 meters in diameter, rose slowly, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Following close behind was a destructive shockwave capable of overturning mountains and collapsing city walls, spreading frantically in a spherical shape in all directions. Wherever it passed, the earth was lifted, pulverized, and vaporized layer by layer. The wreckage of the overturned train was torn apart and blown away like pieces of paper. Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira, who were watching the battle from afar, didn't even have time to react before they were violently blown away by the raging airwaves. Like kites with broken strings, they were thrown dozens of meters away and slammed heavily onto the ground, dizzy and disoriented, their ears filled only with sharp ringing and the roar that seemed to be destroying the world. For a long time, the destructive light and the deafening roar slowly subsided. Dust and smoke that blotted out the sky, along with slowly falling ashes, completely shrouded the center of the explosion, making it impossible to see anything. Tanjiro coughed up a mouthful of dirt and blood, struggled to climb up, and ignoring the intense pain throughout his body, he widened his eyes, which were streaming with tears from the intense light, and stared intently at the chaotic center of the battlefield, his heart almost leaping out of his chest. Zenitsu and Inasu also climbed up in a wretched state, their faces filled with shock and bewilderment. What exactly happened? Who won? The dust and smoke slowly settled, and the scene of the ruins gradually revealed itself. A massive, charred crater 20 meters in diameter and several meters deep had replaced the original ground. In the center of the crater floor, the outlines of 3 figures were vaguely visible. The dust finally settled slowly, like a heavy curtain falling on this tragic duel. The sight that met the eyes of the struggling, rising Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira was one that made their blood almost freeze and their souls tremble. At the center of the battlefield, that huge charred crater, over 200 meters in diameter, looked as if the earth had been gouged out by a god using a scorching ladle. At the edge of the crater floor, soil and rock had been melted by the high temperature into glass-like crystals, reflecting an eerie light. The air was filled with a heavy, burnt smell, the pungent scent of ozone, and the lingering stench of blood. The only one standing was that cyan-white figure, Upper Moon 3, Akaza. But his appearance was also miserable to the extreme. His arms were severed at the shoulders and gone without a trace. The stumps were charred black, with lingering traces of energy, interwoven gold and crimson, slowly eroding them. Even more terrifying was that most of his upper body, diagonally from his left shoulder to his right waist and abdomen, had been almost completely vaporized. Through that huge hole, with charred flesh granules squirming at the edges, one could even vaguely see the slightly trembling internal organs and fractured spine behind. A small part of his head was also missing, his cheekbone exposed. One eye had completely disappeared, but the remaining scarlet single eye burned with a light of almost manic excitement and satisfaction. However, right under this despair-inducing gaze, his terrifying regenerative ability was working at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the shoulders of his severed arms, pinkish-white flesh granules shot out frantically like countless tiny poisonous snakes, weaving and intertwining, beginning to outline the contours of new arm bones and muscles. At the edges of the huge hole in his upper body, the charred tissue was being forcibly pushed away and replaced by newborn flesh. Although the speed was exceptionally slow due to the residual power of light and flame energy, it was indeed, bit by bit, filling in that horrific defect. He was like a terrifying puppet that, after being shattered, was beginning to piece itself back together, exuding an ominous vitality. Opposite him, Kyojiro Rengoku was kneeling on one knee, using his only intact left hand to firmly support himself on the scorched ground, preventing himself from falling completely. His right arm presented a terrifying, scalp-numbing twist that completely defied human anatomy. White bone shards had pierced through flesh and clothing, exposed to the outside, clearly having suffered a destructive impact during the final clash. His iconic Nichiren sword had been knocked dozens of meters away, stuck diagonally into the scorched earth. The flames that had flowed across the blade had long since extinguished, leaving only a dull metallic luster. He vomited blood in large gulps, each cough bringing up fragments of internal organs. His handsome, resolute face was twisted in extreme pain, but those golden red eyes were still struggling to stay open, staring fixedly at Akaza in front, though his pupils had already begun to dilate somewhat. Inside his body, who knows how many bones were broken, and his internal organs were ruptured and bleeding in many places. His life force was like a candle in the wind, fading rapidly. and Haitru Terayuki's situation was equally miserable to the extreme. He was half-kneeling, not far from Kyojuro Rengoku, using that crystalline Nichiren sword deeply inserted into the ground to barely support himself from falling. The left side of his abdomen had been grazed by the terrifying energy, taking away a large chunk of flesh. One could even vaguely see the condition inside his abdominal cavity, and the edges of the wound were charred black. His face was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of any blood color. His golden eyes, which usually flowed with a warm halo, were now as dim as dust-covered amber, his pupils slightly dilated. The power of light within him, once vast as the sea and inexhaustible, was now exhausted, like a lake completely drained dry, leaving only the cracked riverbed at its deepest point. He could only force the last remaining, almost imperceptible trace of power of light to concentrate on the horrific wound on his abdomen, barely stopping the gushing blood. But anyone could see that this was merely a futile struggle to delay the arrival of death. His breath was so weak it seemed, as if it would cease the next moment. Ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha-ha. Akaza's mangled head emitted a broken yet hearty, unrestrained maniacal laugh. The voice was hoarse and shattered, yet filled with the madness and satisfaction of a victor. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Haitru Terayuki, Kyojuro Rengoku. His only remaining eye swept over the two dying men, flickering with strange brilliance. This final strike that fused light and flame, this will and strength that staked everything. It made me feel a long-lost excitement and trembling that made my heart feel like it would burst. For these past hundreds of years, no battle has ever let me enjoy myself this much. The outlines of his regenerating arms were already vaguely visible, and the huge hole in his chest had also been half-filled. He walked slowly, step by step, toward the two men who could no longer move. With every step, the newborn flesh squirmed and grew, bringing forth a teeth-gritting, subtle sound. To show my highest respect for this brilliance of yours, Akaza's voice lowered, carrying a cold and solemn tone that announced the end. I will personally send you on your final journey. This is the highest tribute between warriors. He raised his left arm, which had just regenerated for the most part, and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. Cyan-white fighting spirit, though not as condensed as in his prime, yet still deadly and terrifying, began to gather and compress at his fist. He intended to get up close, and, in the most direct and ceremonial way possible, shatter their heads and end their lives and convictions. No, don't. In the distance, Tanjiro let out a heartrending cry. He wanted to rush over, wanted to do something, but his body felt as if it had been filled with lead, or as if it were pinned to the ground by invisible fear. He could only watch helplessly as that shadow of death shrouded the 2 Hashira who had protected them with their lives. Extreme anger, sorrow, and helplessness almost made his heart burst. Zenitsu Agatsuma was already scared witless, slumped on the ground, unable to even cry. Inasu Kashibira struggled frantically, wanting to brandish his dual blades, but was pinned down by the residual terrifying pressure, able only to let out howls like a trapped beast. And Kyojuro Rengoku, kneeling on one knee, felt his vision begin to blur, and the sharp ringing in his ears was gradually replaced by a strange tranquility. The approaching scent of death from Akaza seemed to trigger some kind of switch. His father's back, always turned toward him, immersed in alcohol and decadence. That man who was once as scorching as the sun was now left with only a cold shadow. His mother's gentle yet weary smile, as she softly stroked his hair before her sickbed. Kyojuro, you must become someone who is like the sun, warmly illuminating others. Senjuro, his younger brother's admiring and worried eyes. Every time he went out on a mission, he would always stand at the door, waving vigorously until his figure disappeared on the horizon. Image after image, like shattered glass, flashed rapidly across his dilating pupils. There was the sweat from training, the oath taken when becoming a Hashira, the brief moments fighting side by side with his colleagues, and even more, the countless faces he had rescued from the claws of demons, faces filled with grateful tears. Did I do my best? Did I protect? The things I wanted to protect, father, mother, Senjuro, and everyone, I'm sorry, it seems, I can only go this far. The corners of Kyojuro Rengoku's mouth moved upward with difficulty. ever so slightly, as if he wanted to squeeze out one last smile, but it was ultimately drowned by the gushing blood. The light in those golden red eyes, which had once burned like raging flames, was fading rapidly. Chapter 30 won the sun. Just as Akaza's fist, pulsating with destructive fighting spirit, was about to strike Kyojuro Rengoku, a blood-stained figure, moving with incredible speed like a moth to a flame, suddenly slammed in from the side, arms spread wide, firmly blocking the path in front of Rengoku. It was Haitru Terayuki. He did not reach for the Nichiren sword stuck in the ground, nor did he adopt any defensive or offensive stance. Instead, he simply spread his battered, depleted body, his power of light exhausted, wide open, exposing his chest and abdomen, his vital points, to the full force of Akaza's fist without reservation. Terayuki. Kyojuro Rengoku's unfocused pupils contracted sharply, and broken syllables wheezed from his hoarse throat. A faint, fleeting trace of astonishment flashed in Akaza's only remaining eye. He did not understand why this guy, who was clearly at the end of his rope and barely able to stand, would make such a foolish and meaningless move at the very last moment. Using his flesh and blood to block his fist, it was simply laughable. But this flicker of doubt did not cause him to hesitate in the slightest. The momentum of his punch remained unchanged, perhaps even growing 3 parts more violent because of Terayuki's death wish. The cyan-white destructive fighting spirit erupted, slamming squarely into Terayuki's defenseless chest. Puh! The dull sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. However, the scene of Terayuki being punched through, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, did not occur as expected. The moment Akaza's fist touched the skin of Terayuki's chest, a look of immense calm, even a trace of relief and determination, appeared on Terayuki's face. The smile was faint, but it inexplicably made Akaza's heart skip a beat. Immediately after, an indescribable humming sound erupted, not from the outside, but seemingly from the very depths of Terayuki's body, from every cell on the verge of collapse. His broken body suddenly erupted with a blinding, scorching golden light, like the sun itself. This radiance was not like the warm or sharp power of light he had unleashed in previous battles. It carried a pure, absolute, and extreme heat and brilliance, as if it were burning away his very existence. What? Akaza's eye stung, and he instinctively wanted to pull back his fist, only to find that the cyan-white fighting spirit condensed on his fist, capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks, was rapidly dissipating like melting snow in the face of this sudden, close-range, scorching golden light. No, it wasn't just the fighting spirit. The skin of his fist touching Terayuki's chest felt an unimaginable, searing pain that reached deep into his soul. It was not a high-temperature burn, but a more fundamental, terrifying sensation, as if his very existence was being negated and purified. In the reflection of Kyojuro Rengoku's suddenly constricted pupils, stung by the golden light, yet unwilling to look away, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Terayuki's body did not fly backward under Akaza's fist. Instead, it became like an ignited, highly concentrated sun. His silhouette quickly blurred and melted into the blazing golden light, eventually transforming into a golden sphere, barely a meter in diameter, yet emitting infinite light and heat, composed entirely of light. This sphere was unstable. Flames danced and erupted violently on its surface, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Yet, the light radiating from its core carried an indescribable, soul-shuddering aura where sanctity and destruction coexisted. Boom! It was not an explosion, but a more violent release of energy. The golden sphere poured the vast majority of its energy, along the point of contact, back into Akaza's fist and arm. No, Akaza let out a shrill, miserable scream, filled with extreme pain and disbelief, far surpassing any injury he had sustained before. His entire left arm, which had just regenerated for the most part, along with a small portion of his left shoulder, was vaporized and dissipated inch by inch under the scouring of that pure golden light, like a wax statue thrown into the true scorching sun, starting from the fist. There was no flying flesh, no shattering bones, It was just the most direct, complete disappearance. Furthermore, the severed area was as smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of regeneration. Tiny, fragmented golden dust remained, stubbornly preventing any flesh from wriggling or growing. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. He flew backward, crashing heavily onto the edge of the scorched crater. His remaining right arm clutched the smooth, bloodless, terrifying stump of his left shoulder, his single eye filled with a look of extreme horror. He could feel that his once invincible, almost law-like regenerative ability had fallen into a near-stagnant state under the influence of the remaining golden dust. The regeneration speed of his left arm and shoulder had slowed to a negligible level. This is impossible. Akaza's voice trembled with pain and shock. He stared intently at Terayuki, whose light was gradually fading, revealing his form as he collapsed softly, as if all his bones had been removed. What was that just now? That wasn't your power of light. That feeling is almost like. He stopped abruptly, as a thought that made his soul tremble emerged. Since fighting him, Terayuki's power of light, while derived from the sun and possessing a special effectiveness against demons, capable of causing burning pain and delaying regeneration, was essentially a highly purified and converted energy, like concentrated fire or lightning, only extremely effective against demons in terms of attributes. But the golden light that erupted from Terayuki just a moment ago, which had directly purified his arm, its nature was almost identical to the true sunlight hanging high in the sky. It was the power of a natural enemy, inscribed in the depths of a demon's roots, absolute and fatal upon contact. That was why his regenerative ability had been rendered almost ineffective in such a short time. Although Terayuki swayed like withered grass in a storm, although every step landed in his own dripping blood and visceral fragments, and although the wound on his abdomen had burst open again from this forced exertion, blood flowing like a stream and staining the scorched earth red, he ultimately, swaying and panting, faced Akaza once again. There was no color left on his face, pale as delicate porcelain, with blue-purple veins clearly visible beneath his skin and his lips cracked. Only his golden eyes, refocused and locked tightly onto the enemy, burned with a near-nihilistic, pure, and extreme killing intent. Not done, yet, the hoarse, broken voice squeezed out from between his bleeding teeth. In Akaza's incredulous gaze, Terayuki's blood-stained, trembling right hand slowly, yet with unwavering determination, gripped the hilt of the crystalline Nichiren sword stuck in the ground beside him. His fingers were cold and stiff from blood loss and exhaustion, barely able to hold on, but he used all his strength to pull the long sword, bit by bit, out of the scorched earth. The blade hung low, pointing toward the ground, no longer shimmering with light, remaining only with the scratches and stains left by the battle. Terayuki raised his head. Every word sounded as if his throat had been sanded down, hoarse and out of tune, yet carrying a hatred and determination as heavy as a mountain. I will kill you. The moment the words fell, the power of light within him, which should have been completely exhausted and drained, seemed to be ignited by this extreme killing intent and obsession. From the depths of his bone marrow, from the final potential of every dying cell, he forcibly squeezed out one more glimmer, truly just a glimmer, as weak as a candle in the wind, yet incomparably pure and scorching. This glimmer of light traveled along his near-ruptured meridians, arduously and slowly, flowing toward his hand, gripping the sword and pouring into the dim blade. Breath of light, sixth form, solar flare. He roared the name of the technique again, his voice broken but decisive. Although this time, the light gathered at the tip of the blade was like a firefly compared to the bright moon when compared to the previous heaven-burning and sea-boiling power. Weak, dim, and flickering, as if it would extinguish completely in the next moment. The blade only barely managed to emit a layer of golden halo, so faint it was almost invisible, unable to even stabilize its form. However, facing this ridiculously weak strike, in Akaza's only remaining eye, there was not only no contempt, but it contracted sharply, and for the first time, the shadow called fear was clearly reflected in the depths of his pupils. He dared not gamble. His arm regeneration was near stagnant, and his combat power was greatly compromised. And this human before him, this guy who should have died 8 or 10 times over, kept standing up again and again, erupting with power and eerie light that defied common sense. The purifying strike just now, which was nearly sunlight, had completely shattered his arrogance. Who knew if this seemingly weak final blow would be another trap for mutual destruction? Would it trigger that terrifying, true power of sunlight again? Terayuki's face was as pale as paper, his figure teetering, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. The light on the sword was as dim as an oil lamp about to go out at any moment. But Akaza dared not gamble. He could not afford to. Before confirming that the other party was truly and completely dead, he dared not easily approach this eerie light Hashira. Just at this moment, in this deadly standoff where the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. In the east, at the end of the horizon, the skyline shrouded in smoke and night, without warning, tore open a tiny, golden-red fissure. It was as if an invisible giant hand had gently lifted a corner of the black curtain covering the world. A ray of morning light, weak, yet incomparably pure, warm, and containing infinite vitality and hope, pierced through the vast distance and the pervasive dust, gently yet irresistibly falling upon this devastated, scorched battlefield. The moment this ray of light appeared, Terayuki's dying body shuddered violently. The source of his power of light, which had been completely dried up and was only being squeezed out by sheer will, suddenly felt a tremor and a response, as tiny yet clearly distinct as a desert receiving sweet rain after a long drought. A wisp of light, thinner than a strand of hair yet so pure and warm it almost made him weep, was instinctively captured and absorbed by his body from the morning light outside, merging into the internal light source that was about to be extinguished completely. Although it was just a wisp, so weak it could be ignored, in this desperate situation where he was at the end of his rope, it was like throwing the smallest yet hottest spark into dying ashes. Without any hesitation, and without even time to think, Terayuki relied on instinct to pour and squeeze all of this newly absorbed, insignificant wisp of morning light from the true rising sun, mixed with the last light of life he had squeezed out, into the Nichiren sword in his hand, regardless of the cost. On the blade, the pale golden halo that was originally dim and about to die suddenly brightened for an instant. Although it was still weak, it gained a trace of indescribable activity and vitality that it hadn't had before. And Akaza, on the opposite side, the moment that first ray of morning light pierced the darkness and shone upon him. He let out a scream even more shrill and full of primal fear than when his arm was severed. That ray of sunlight was like a red-hot iron, searing his newly regenerated skin, bringing a needle-like stinging pain, and even more so, triggering an extreme fear of the sun, deeply rooted in his soul and derived from his racial instinct. His only remaining eye was instantly filled with terror, his gaze sweeping frantically toward the increasingly bright eastern horizon. It's over, the sun is rising. All fighting spirit, all madness, all obsession were crushed at this moment by that irresistible fear stemming from the roots of life. Eternal battle, the pinnacle of martial arts, all of it was bullshit under the true, omnipresent sunlight. Survive must survive. Haitru Terayuki, Kaijuro Rengoku, you're lucky this time. Akaza roared in frustration and fear, swinging his remaining right arm violently, kicking up a large cloud of dust from the scorched earth to obscure vision. At the same time, his figure turned into a blurry cyan shadow without hesitation, moving faster than when he arrived, fleeing desperately toward the nearest patch of ruins and deep trenches, formed by the train's overturning and explosion, that still held shadows without looking back. A fight, there was no need for it anymore. Before the sun completely illuminated the earth, he had to find shadows, he had to survive. Terayuki forced himself not to collapse, his hand holding the sword trembling violently from excessive exertion and weakness. The tip of the blade pointed in the direction of Akaza's flight, but he was already too weak to pursue. Chapter 32 Life hangs in the balance. After confirming that Akaza's presence had completely vanished into the depths of the shadows, with no sign of return, the last shred of Terayuki's will, which he had been forcing himself to hold tight, suddenly snapped like a cut bowstring. That final move he had forced out, solar flare, was nothing but an empty shell. He had drained every ounce of strength in his body just to remain standing. How could he possibly have the energy to unleash a form of that magnitude again? It was merely a final exertion of his spirit to mimic the illusion of gathering energy. He was betting on Akaza's state of mind, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, after being severely wounded and purified by that previous pseudo-sunlight. He was betting that Akaza would not dare risk his nearly stalled regenerative ability against the impending sunrise. He won the gamble. The price of winning was that the final support maintaining this false facade collapsed instantly. The next moment, Terayuki's vision was completely swallowed by darkness, and all sounds in his ears, the cries of Tanjiro and the others, the hurried footsteps of the Kakashi Corps, and the soft sound of his own blood dripping, rapidly faded away. He couldn't even control the direction in which his body fell. Like a puppet with cut strings, he collapsed straight backward, hitting the scorched and scorching ground with a heavy, dull thud, and then fell completely silent. Terayuki-sensei. Master. Ryuya. The three of them finally broke through the physical paralysis caused by extreme fear and pressure, scrambling over to surround the two fallen figures. Tanjiro knelt beside Terayuki, his vision blurred by tears, his trembling hands not daring to touch the body that seemed as fragile as if it would shatter at the slightest contact. Zenitsu Agatsuma was crying so hard he was almost gasping for air, repeating only, "Don't die." Inasu Kashibira had also set aside his usual manic behavior. His eyes, visible beneath the boar mask, were wide open, and he was letting out uneasy, low growls. Kyojiro Rengoku struggled to prop himself up with his only functional left hand. His face was a ghastly gold, blood mixed with foam constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his right arm was twisted at a horrific angle. Yet his golden red eyes remained stubbornly open, fixed in Terayuki's direction. His voice was weak but clear. Cough. Still. Alive. Quickly. Save him. Every word was accompanied by violent coughing and a fresh surge of blood, but he forced himself to stay conscious. Only when he saw the members of the Kakashi Corps arrive in a hurry to begin treating their wounds did his strength finally fail him. His vision went black, and he too lost consciousness. The members of the Kakashi Corps were well trained. Although they were deeply shocked by the horrific injuries of the two Hashira, they did not dare to delay their actions for a single moment. They quickly examined Kyojiro Rengoku's injuries: multiple comminuted fractures in his right arm, a collapsed sternum, and severe internal organ damage with hemorrhaging, yet his heart was still beating stubbornly. When it was Terayuki's turn, everyone's expression turned even grimmer. Terayuki's skin, already fairer than most, was now deathly pale, lacking any trace of color. It even faintly radiated an ominous, ashen hue and was terrifyingly cold. The skin felt extremely inelastic to the touch, truly like that of a corpse that had been dead for a long time. His breathing was so faint that the rise and fall of his chest was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only by carefully placing a fingertip under his nose could one feel a trace of a faint, cold, and intermittent airflow. Although the wound on his abdomen had been barely staunched by his own final power of light, preventing further massive bleeding, the horrific damage and the surrounding charred flesh indicated the devastating impact his internal organs had likely suffered. The power of light within him was so depleted that even the most perceptive members of the Kakashi Corps could barely detect any active energy fluctuations. There was only a deathly, frigid silence. We must return to the Butterfly Mansion immediately, with the fastest speed possible. Neither of the two lords can afford to wait. The captain of the Kakashi Corps ordered in a hoarse voice, filled with unquestionable urgency. Simple but sturdy stretchers were quickly prepared, and thick cushions and bandages were used to secure the severely injured bodies of the two Hashira, minimizing secondary injuries from the jolting as much as possible. Kyojiro, Rengoku, and Terayuki were carefully lifted onto the stretchers and carried by several Kakashi Corps members, rushing toward the nearest path where a carriage was already waiting. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasu were allowed to follow alongside the carriage. Tanjiro leaned almost his entire upper body into the jolting carriage, his gaze locked tightly onto the two mentors lying side by side, especially Terayuki, whose face was as pale as paper and whose breath was so weak it seemed it could snap at any moment. He unleashed his sense of smell to its fullest, desperately tracking that sliver of life force on Terayuki that was faint to the extreme, yet stubbornly refused to be extinguished. It was this sliver of life that kept him from completely breaking down. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he held them back. He was afraid that if he blinked, that sliver of life would vanish. The carriage sped along the bumpy road, heading toward the butterfly mansion. The interior of the carriage was dim, save for the increasingly bright morning light that occasionally filtered through the gaps in the swaying curtains. Just then, a ray of sunlight, brighter and warmer than before, happened to pass through the gap in the curtains and fell, precisely and squarely, onto Terayuki's snow-pale face, illuminating his closed eyelashes and bloodless lips. Tanjiro's nose twitched violently. He keenly caught that at the very moment the sunlight landed on Terayuki's skin, Terayuki's breathing, which was so weak it was almost imperceptible, became, ever so slightly, a bit steadier. It was like a parched riverbed, finally receiving an insignificant drop of water. Although it was far from a recovery, the desperate sensation of sliding into an abyss seemed to experience an extremely brief pause. The sunlight seemed to be subtly nourishing Terayuki's nearly exhausted life force in a way that Tanjiro could not understand. Although the effect was negligible, his breathing was still heartbreakingly weak, and his face was terrifyingly pale. This subtle change was like the first star in the darkness, giving Tanjiro a glimmer of faint but incredibly precious hope. He gripped the edge of the carriage tightly until his fingertips turned white, praying frantically in his heart, his gaze following the moving sunlight, hoping it would linger on Terayuki-sensei for a while longer, just a little while longer. The carriage sped on, carrying the two Hashira whose lives hung in the balance, rushing toward the only place that could bring them a chance at survival, the butterfly mansion. Kachu Shinobu had long since received the urgent report from the Kasugai Crow and was waiting under the corridor at the entrance. The usual gentle smile on her face was gone, and her purple eyes were filled with a rare gravity and urgency. When she saw the people being carefully lifted down from the stretchers, even though she had mentally prepared herself, her breath involuntarily hitched for a moment. Kyojiro Rengoku, the flame Hashira who always had a booming voice and a smile as bright as the scorching sun, now had his eyes tightly shut, his face a ghastly gold, his right arm twisted at a terrifying angle. The bandages on his chest were stained red with blood, his breathing was heavy and erratic, and every breath was accompanied by an ominous, wet, rattling sound. And Terayuki, he lay there quietly, his face so pale it was almost transparent, the blue-purple veins beneath his skin clearly visible. Long eyelashes cast fragile shadows beneath his eyelids, and his lips lacked even a hint of color. If not for the extremely weak, almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest, he would be indistinguishable from an exquisite corpse. The bandages on his abdomen were likewise soaked with blood, and his entire being radiated a withered, lonely aura, as if the flame of his life was about to be extinguished completely. Such horrific injuries. From what kind of hell on earth did they struggle and crawl back from? A flash of pain flickered deep within Kachu's purple eyes, but it was immediately suppressed by absolute reason and professionalism. Now was not the time for shock or sorrow. Take them to the emergency room immediately. Number 1, number 3, prepare for the highest level of resuscitation. Notify all staff to stand by. AI, go get my spare wisteria extract and cardiac stimulants. Kano, prepare to record. Kachu Shinobu's voice was clear, rapid, and unquestionable, instantly dispelling the panic in everyone's hearts. As she issued orders, she quickly followed the stretchers. Her slender fingers were already placed on Kyojiro Rengoku's uninjured left wrist to gauge his pulse, while her purple eyes scanned Terayuki's complexion and wounds with sharp precision. The entire butterfly mansion began to operate at high speed, like the most precise instrument. The emergency room was brightly lit, filled with the mingled scent of herbs and disinfectant. Under Kachu Shinobu's command, Several experienced nurses and medical staff performed emergency treatment on the two Hashira, cleaning wounds, stopping bleeding, setting broken bones, administering life-sustaining potions, and using breathing style to assist in stabilizing heart and lung function. Time passed second by second in the tense atmosphere. Outside the window, the sky shifted from morning to noon, then gradually toward the west. Finally, after several hours of unremitting effort, Kyojiro Rengoku's condition stabilized first. His broken bones were properly set and secured, the internal bleeding was brought under control, and his damaged internal organs began to show signs of slow healing under the combined effect of potent medicine and his own tenacious vitality. Although he remained in a coma, and his injuries were extremely severe, requiring a long time to recuperate, at least his life was no longer in danger. Everyone who participated in the rescue breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, when the focus shifted to Terayuki, the atmosphere in the emergency room became extremely heavy once again. Terayuki's external wounds had also been carefully treated. The horrific damage to his abdomen had been cleaned, stitched, and dressed with the best healing and hemostatic ointments. But the condition within his body made all the medical staff, including Kachu Shinobu, feel an unprecedented level of difficulty and a trace of bewilderment. Kachu-sama, Terayuki-sama's external wounds have been treated, but a senior nurse hesitated, her face wearing an expression of disbelief. His pulse is extremely strange. It comes and goes weakly, but even stranger is the vitality of his organs. As if. Kachu Shinobu had already taken over the examination herself. She placed her fingers on Terayuki's cold wrist, concentrating to perceive, and then used a special stethoscope to carefully listen to his heart and breath sounds. She even risked injecting a trace of a very subtle, probing wisteria toxin into his meridians to investigate. The more she examined him, the more the look of shock and suspicion deepened in her usually calm purple eyes. The data on the instruments showed that Terayuki's vital signs had dropped to an incredibly dangerous threshold. His heartbeat was slow and feeble, his breathing barely audible, and his blood pressure was so low it was almost unmeasurable. But that was not the most terrifying part. What shocked Kachu Shinobu the most was that inside Terayuki's body, it seemed as if he had experienced a fundamental and complete overdraft and exhaustion. His internal organs had not suffered severe structural damage like Rengoku's, but their functional activity had declined to an appalling degree, like an elderly person on the verge of death, or even worse. His meridians were dried up and atrophied, cellular vitality had dropped to freezing point, and his metabolism had almost come to a complete halt. And the power of light within him, which should have been as vast as the sea and warm and vigorous, was now like a completely drained deep well. Only a trace of embers, faint to the extreme and ready to be extinguished at any moment, remained in the deepest part. Forget about recovery. It couldn't even maintain the most basic life activities of this body. Why is it like this? Kachu Shinobu withdrew her hand, wearing a rare, nearly blank expression, and whispered to herself. This was by no means an ordinary severe injury or exhaustion. It was more like a fundamental depletion, as if he had completely burned out some essential element constituting life and power during that battle. Ordinary medicine, medical techniques, and even the assistance of breathing style seemed to have little effect on this situation. They could repair external wounds, but they could not awaken this body that seemed to be dying from within. What to do? Is there any way to save him? Countless medical classics and difficult cases flashed through Kachu's mind, but she could not find any situation that matched this. A deep sense of powerlessness, mixed with anxiety, gripped her heart. Was she just going to watch the flame of his life be extinguished completely? No, she could not give up. Kachu Shinobu slammed her eyes shut, took a deep breath, and forced her churning emotions to calm down quickly. The more desperate the situation, the more a clear head was needed. When she opened her eyes again, her purple eyes had regained their usual sharpness and clarity, though a heavy shade of worry remained deep within them. She recalled the details Tanjiro had mentioned in his report. On the carriage ride back, when the sunlight shone on Terayuki, his breathing seemed to have steadied just a fraction. Although negligible, It was the only positive signal that had appeared. Sunlight, power of light. A bold, almost counterintuitive thought formed in her mind. Move Terayuki-sama's hospital bed. Kachu Shinobu's voice rang out decisively, breaking the silence of the emergency room to the ward on the east side with the largest window. Open all the windows, remove the curtains, and let the sunlight shine directly onto him. Kachu-sama, the nurses and medical staff nearby were stunned. The older nurse who had raised the question couldn't help but say, "But Terayuki-sama is so weak now, and his injuries are extremely severe. Exposing him directly to sunlight, the intense light and temperature changes might increase his burden or even." "I know," Kachu Shinobu interrupted her, her gaze not leaving Terayuki's pale face. Her tone was exceptionally calm, yet carried an unquestionable power. Conventional methods are already ineffective for him. His power originates from sunlight, and his vitality may also be related to sunlight. Now, perhaps only the sunlight itself can awaken that tiny, remaining spark within him. She paused, her voice very soft, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. Believe in him, and believe in the light. Chapter 33, Thank You for Saving My Life. In the room on the east side, which had been specially cleared out with its windows wide open, the afternoon sunlight poured in without obstruction, illuminating the room and making it warm. Haitru Terayuki was placed on a hospital bed right next to the window, his pale face and body completely bathed in the golden radiance. Kachu Shinobu held her breath, her purple eyes fixed on him without blinking, hoping to see the miraculous scene like at the Hashira meeting, where the sunlight seemed to have a life of its own, actively merging into his body. However, there was none. The sunlight simply shone down as usual, warm and bright, but there was no unusual flow or convergence. Haitru Terayuki lay in the light, still pale, still quiet, his breathing so weak that the rise and fall of his chest was barely visible, as if he were simply asleep, showing no reaction to the abundant light energy around him. Time passed minute by minute. Just as Shinobu's heart began to sink, doubting whether her judgment was wrong and whether she had been too whimsical, an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible change occurred. It was not that the sunlight was pouring in, but rather that Haitru Terayuki's pale, almost transparent skin, under the continuous irradiation of the sunlight, seemed to, extremely slowly, absorb a negligible trace of its brilliance. That feeling was not like active absorption. It was more like parched, cracked earth passively enduring the most superficial moistening of rain and dew, where only the very top layer received extremely limited nourishment. At the same time, the simple equipment monitoring Haitru Terayuki's vital signs, which had been showing alarming, constantly declining curves, finally stopped the trend of further deterioration. His heartbeat, though still slow and weak, became rhythmic and stable. His breathing, though shallow and barely audible, no longer showed signs of ceasing at any moment. His blood pressure, though still at an extremely low level, no longer continued to drop. The desperate, comprehensive organ failure within his body seemed to have been forcibly pressed with a pause button by an invisible hand, no longer sliding into the abyss, but maintaining itself on an extremely fragile, precarious, but at least temporarily stable low-level plateau. Did he survive? This question simultaneously surfaced in the minds of all the medical staff in the ward, as well as Tanjiro and his two companions who had been waiting outside the door, anxiously peering through the crack. There was no cheering, no relaxation, only a heavy sense of bewilderment and uncertainty, like survivors of a catastrophe. Such stability was less of an improvement and more like finding an extremely narrow foothold on the edge of death, one that could fall back into total doom at any slight turn of events. Kachu Shinobu stepped forward again to conduct the most meticulous examination. Her fingertips could feel the extremely weak, cold, and sluggish blood flow beneath Haitru Terayuki's skin. Her perception could detect his internal organs operating with difficulty like an old machine about to stop. The embers of the power of light within his body remained dead silent, not reignited or strengthened by the sunlight, but it seemed they were no longer continuing to extinguish. Why is it like this? Shinobu withdrew her hand, her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, her purple eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion and gravity. Haitru Terayuki's physical condition had already exceeded any medical category she knew. It was not simply a state of being severely injured and weak, but a strange withering and stagnation that touched the very source of life. In his current state, let alone recovering his strength, even maintaining basic vital functions felt like walking a tightrope. She had never seen, nor had she ever read in any records, a similar situation. But it seemed this was all she could do. Maintain the existing treatment, provide the best nutritional support, keep the sunlight exposure, and then wait. Wait for a turning point that no one knew if it would appear, or in what form it would appear. Continue to observe and record all data every hour. The sunlight exposure must not be interrupted. If there are any subtle changes, notify me immediately. Shinobu could only give such instructions in the end, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible fatigue. She took a deep look at Haitru Terayuki, who seemed to be sleeping in the sunlight, and turned to leave the ward. There were many other wounded who needed her, and the report on this battle also had to be compiled as soon as possible. Almost at the same moment, the Kasugai crow carrying the urgent battle report, like an ominous black arrow, cut through the sky and flew toward the residences of the various Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Urgent report, Mugen Train incident. Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku and Light Hashira Haitru Terayuki encountered Upper Moon 3, Akaza on the Mugen Train. A bloody battle until dawn. Upper Moon 3 was defeated and fled. The Flame Hashira is severely injured. The Light Hashira has fallen into a deep coma. Repeat, Upper Moon 3 has appeared. 2 Hashira are severely injured. The news exploded like a thunderclap in the hearts of all the Hashira who received the report. Impossible. This thought appeared almost simultaneously in the minds of Wind Hashira Seinmi Shinazugawa, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzui, Love Hashira Mitsuri Kenroji, Serpent Hashira Iguro Obanai, Stone Hashira Jaiomai Haimjima, Mist Hashira Muakairo Takido, and Water Hashira Gyutomioka. Iguro Obanai stood up straight from the shadows, his slender snake-like pupils contracting suddenly, and Kaburamaru also raised its head in alarm. In his mind, Haitru Terayuki's unique golden eyes and warm yet tenacious power of light flashed, as did Kyojuro Rengoku's powerful presence, like a burning flame. Kyojuru's strength was top tier among the Hashira, and that guy Haitru Terayuki's power of light was even more bizarre and difficult to defend against. The two of them joined forces, yet were forced to the point of one being severely injured and one on the verge of death, just to barely drive back that Upper Moon 3. That Akaza, just how strong was he? A cold chill, mixed with worry for his colleagues' injuries and unprecedented gravity, swept through his entire body. Seinmi Shinazugawa crushed the wooden training stake in his hand, the scars on his face twisted, and a terrifying, fierce light and disbelief erupted in his eyes. 2 against 1, and still ended up like this. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Under Tenjin Yuzui's flashy mask, his face was as gloomy as water. This is truly a not at all flashy result. Mitsuri Kenroji covered her mouth, her pink-green eyes instantly brimming with tears. Kyojuru-san, Haitru Terayuki-san, how could this be? Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, tears streaming down his face, and chanted a Buddhist prayer in a low voice, his voice filled with compassion and shock. Namu, the might of the Upper Moon, to think it has come to this. Muakairo Takido's colorful pupils turned slightly, as if he too were digesting this shocking news. Jiu Tomioka stood by the water at his residence, his deep blue eyes gazing at his reflection on the water's surface, silent for a long time, and then slowly gripped the Nichiren sword at his waist. Everyone knew what this meant. The Upper Moon demon had finally appeared openly again, and had displayed terrifying strength far exceeding their estimations. The loss of the Demon Slayer Corps' top combat power was adding frost to snow. An immensely heavy pressure, accompanied by concern for their comrades' injuries, quietly permeated the hearts of every Hashira. Thanks to the tenacious vitality and resilient physique of Hashira-level swordsmen, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, plus the all-out treatment from Kachu Shinobu and the Butterfly Mansion, Kyojuro Rengoku finally opened his eyes slowly after being in a deep coma for 3 days. The first thing he felt was the severe pain coming from all over his body, as if he had been crushed and then pieced back together, especially in his right arm, which sent piercing pain and a feeling of heavy restraint. Kachu Shinobu came to the bedside almost the moment he opened his eyes, her purple eyes focused, her fingers gently and quickly checking his pupillary response, heartbeat, and breathing, and carefully examining his right arm, which was in a thick cast and properly immobilized. Kyoujiro-san, you are awake. Shinobu's voice carried a trace of relief, but more of a professional calmness. You have passed the most dangerous, life-threatening hurdle, thanks to your own powerful vitality. However, she said, her tone turning serious, her purple eyes looking directly into Kyoujiru's still somewhat unfocused golden red eyes, for the next few months you must strictly rest, especially your right arm. She gently pointed to the heavy cast. The ulna, radius, and multiple small bones in your right arm suffered comminuted fractures, the joints were severely damaged, and the tendons were torn. The surgery took a long time, and although the connection and fixation are complete, healing takes time, and you must absolutely avoid any improper stress. Before the bones and soft tissues are completely healed and confirmed by me, this arm must absolutely not be used for any strength, and you must not attempt to hold a sword. Otherwise, it is highly likely to leave permanent functional impairment, or even make it impossible to perfectly wield a Nichiren sword in the future. Please remember, Kyoujiro-san, the combat power of every Hashira is crucial, and I must ensure you can fully recover. Kyojiro Rengoku lay weakly on the hospital bed, his face still pale and his lips cracked, but after the initial unfocused state, his golden red eyes quickly regained their burning luster, though they were much dimmer than usual. He listened to Shinobu's serious warning and tried hard to nod, the movement tugging at his chest injuries and making his brows furrow slightly, but his voice remained steady as he tried. I understand, Shinobu-san. Thank you for your treatment. He paused, his gaze involuntarily turning to the empty bed on the other side of the ward, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible tension. What about Haitru Terayuki? Is he? How is he? Kachu Shinobu's hand, which was checking his IV, paused almost imperceptibly, then immediately returned to normal. She lowered her eyelids, not looking into Kyojuru's eyes, and replied in a steady tone. Haitru Terayuki-san's injuries have also been properly treated, and his vital signs are currently stable. It's just, he was also severely injured and exhausted, and he is still in a coma, needing time to recover. She skillfully avoided the cruel truths of extreme exhaustion, slim chance of survival, and only maintained by sunlight, choosing a relatively conservative explanation. Telling Kyoujiro, who was still recovering from serious injuries, the whole truth now would be of no benefit. Is that so? Kyojiro Rengoku repeated in a low voice, seemingly relaxing slightly, but the worry in his eyes did not completely dissipate. He looked back at Shinobu, trying to pull the corners of his mouth to reveal his usual smile, but it appeared somewhat strained due to the pain, yet the sincerity within it was pure, regardless. Thank you very much for saving my life, Shinobu-san. This time, it is really thanks to you. Kachu Shinobu waved her hand gently, her face showing her usual gentle smile. This is my duty, Kyoujiro-san. Please don't worry about it. Both you and Haitru Terayuki-san are indispensable combat power for the Demon Slayer Corps, and treating you is my responsibility. No, Kyojiro Rengoku shook his head, a flash of lingering fear and gravity in his golden red eyes, his voice weak but exceptionally clear. I am not just referring to the treatment. If it weren't for your urgent request for Haitru Terayuki to go to Ming's village to purchase medicinal herbs, he would not have happened to appear on the Mujin train. To be honest, Shinobu-san, if Haitru Terayuki had not arrived in time, relying on myself alone to face that Upper Moon 3, I would not be confident that I could protect Tanjiro and the others, nor would I be confident that I could survive until dawn. His words were calm, but they exploded like a thunderclap in Kachu Shinobu's ears. The gentle smile on Kachu Shinobu's face suddenly froze, and her amethyst-like pupils contracted violently. A cold shiver instantly shot from her spine to the top of her head. due to being fully focused on rescue and treatment for days. She had almost forgot about Haitru Terayuki's clumsy excuse of purchasing night glow grass. Now that it was mentioned by Kyojuro Rengoku in such a solemn and fearful tone, the absurdity and coincidence behind that excuse were instantly magnified infinitely, becoming glaringly obvious. Haitru Terayuki, how did he know the Mugen train would be in danger? How did he know Kyojuro might not be able to handle it alone, and even need him to happen to pass by? A terrible, yet seemingly the only reasonable, conjecture slithered into Shinobu's mind like a viper. He didn't just happen to pass by. He knew exactly what was going to happen there, which is why he went there on purpose. The so-called purchasing medicinal herbs was simply an excuse he fabricated to be able to reasonably head in that direction. And she, after being moved by his sincere acting and the heavy entrustment regarding comrades' lives, had personally signed his travel permit. Countless details connected in an instant. Haitru Terayuki's extraordinary attention and protection towards Tanjiro and his sister, the shocking intelligence he threw out regarding Yoriichi Tsujikuni and sun breathing, his speculation about Musen's abilities at the Hashira meeting, and the subtle contradiction between the attitude he had when asking her for information earlier and the profundity he later displayed. Could it be he knew all along? Did he know Upper Moon 3 would appear? Did he know Kyojuro-san would? This thought made Kachu Shinobu feel a dizzying chill. She forced herself to steady her breathing, but the shock, the anger of being deceived, and the deeper suspicion of Haitru Terayuki's eerie precognition ability surging in her purple eyes could not be concealed no matter what. She looked at Kyojuro Rengoku's frank and grateful eyes, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. Kyojuro seemed not to notice Shinobu's momentary loss of composure. He was just immersed in the relief of surviving a catastrophe and gratitude toward his companion, continuing in a low voice, Haitru Terayuki. He fought until the very last moment, even to protect me. He did not finish, but the heaviness and pain that flashed in his eyes said everything. Kachu Shinobu took a deep breath, barely suppressing the raging waves in her heart, and put her smile back on, though it was much stiffer than before. Kyojuro-san, please rest well first and don't overthink it. Everything can wait until you and Haitru Terayuki-san have recovered a bit. I'm going to check on other wounded. She ended the conversation somewhat hurriedly and turned to leave the ward. Walking into the corridor, the morning sunlight was bright, but she couldn't feel any warmth at all. Her purple eyes looked toward the sun-filled ward where Haitru Terayuki was, her gaze extremely complex. Haitru Terayuki-san, just how many more secrets are you hiding? What is your so-called feeling actually about? Did you risk your life to rush to the Mugen train, really just to save Kyojuro-san? Or is there some other reason that even I cannot imagine? Chapter 34, The Old Man. Kachu Shinobu dismissed the nursing staff on duty in Terayuki's ward and took over his care personally. Sunlight streamed through the open window, spilling unreservedly over Terayuki's paper-pale face and body, yet it seemed unable to penetrate the depths of that shell, which felt as if it had already withered away. Kachu Shinobu sat on a low stool by the bedside, gazing at the unconscious Terayuki with a complex look in her eyes. In that gaze, heartache and worry were like fine needles, constantly probing her calm facade, watching him so fragile and quiet, a person completely unlike the one she knew, and feeling his precarious life force, hanging by a thread maintained only by the sunlight, an indescribable, wrenching pain spread through her. Yet, beneath this wrenching pain, a more turbulent and complex undercurrent was churning. Kyojuro Rengoku's grateful words, after surviving the ordeal, acted like a key, instantly unlocking the door of suspicion in her heart that had been forcibly closed by days of busyness. Terayuki's original excuse about procuring medicinal herbs, those subtle inconsistencies once masked by the heavy entrustment of a comrade's life, now echoed with crystal clarity, transforming into a cold anger at being deceived and used, intertwined with deep suspicion regarding his potential precognitive ability, scorching her reason. Why did he know? Why did he hide it? Why did he go into danger alone? These questions coiled around her heart like poisonous vines, making it almost impossible for her to face that pale face with any semblance of calm. Yet, everywhere she looked, she saw the tragic result he had exchanged his life to achieve, forcing her overflowing questions and anger to ultimately subside into a whisper trapped in her throat, filled with confusion and exhaustion. Why Terayuki-san? Why did you go to the Mugen train? How did you know that Upper Moon 3 would appear there? Why didn't you tell me the truth? Her voice was very soft, tinged with confusion and a trace of suppressed trembling, but she received no response. Only Terayuki's breathing, so faint it was almost still, rose and fell weakly in the sunlight. And it was precisely this unresponsive silence, along with the body on the verge of extinction before her, that turned the various intense emotions churning in Kachu Shinobu's heart into a deeper sense of powerlessness and an almost suffocating contradiction. She could not sternly interrogate someone who lay on the line between life and death, having seemingly exhausted everything to protect his comrades, yet the lingering clouds of suspicion made it impossible for her to offer the same unquestioning concern as before. A few days later, Kyojuro Rengoku, his injuries slightly stabilized, forced himself to dictate a detailed report on the Mugen train incident, which was recorded and polished by the Kakashi Corps. This report, along with the various intelligence previously provided by Terayuki, was submitted to Kaguya Yubayashiki. Kaguya Yubayashiki once again urgently summoned all the Hashira who were still at headquarters or nearby, and able to move for a Hashira meeting. In the courtyard, the atmosphere was stern and heavy. Kaguya Yubayashiki conveyed the contents of the report in a gentle yet clear voice. Upon hearing of Upper Moon 3's terrifying strength and the tragic battle situation of the two Hashira, the faces of all the Hashira were filled with gravity and disbelief. The meeting focused on analyzing Akaza's compass needle ability and the special effects of Terayuki's power of light. Everyone felt unprecedented pressure. Just as the discussion drew to a close, Kaguya Yubayashiki shifted the topic, his gaze landing on Kachu Shinobu, who stood quietly to the side. His voice carried sincere praise and relief. Furthermore, although the outcome of this Mugen train incident was tragic, Kachu Shinobu played an indispensable role in forcing back Upper Moon 3 and preventing even more horrific casualties. The eyes of all the Hashira instantly focused on Kachu Shinobu. Kaguya Yubayashiki continued. According to Kyojuro Rengoku, the reason Terayuki was able to arrive in time was precisely because he had accepted an urgent commission from Kachu Shinobu to go to Ming's village to procure night glow grass, which was urgently needed by the Butterfly Mansion. Thus he happened to be on the Mugen train. Had it not been for this seemingly coincidental travel arrangement, Terayuki would not have arrived in time, and Kyojuro Rengoku would have faced the powerful enemy alone. The consequences would have been unthinkable. Kachu Shinobu, your keenness and decisiveness in logistical deployment inadvertently facilitated this critical support. On behalf of Kyojuro Rengoku, and on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps, I thank you. As the master's words fell, the looks from several Hashira toward Kachu Shinobu held a bit more understanding and admiration. Tenjin Yuzui nodded. I see, that was indeed a flamboyant assist. Mitsuri Kenroji also looked at Kachu Shinobu with teary eyes. Kachu Shinobu-san, that's wonderful, thanks to you. However, standing in the focus of everyone's attention, Kachu Shinobu maintained that flawless, gentle smile, her purple eyes lowered in modesty, while her heart was a frozen wasteland of absurdity and stinging pain. An unintentional act just happened to be nearby. These words pricked her like needles. She knew the truth was far from that. This credit, this relief, were all built upon the lies Terayuki had meticulously woven, and upon her own cooperation while being kept in the dark. Accepting this thanks now was, to her, nothing less than a silent torment and irony. But she could say nothing. She could not, at this moment, when everyone was heavy-hearted over the tragic losses and slightly comforted by this stroke of luck, throw out those astonishing speculations that lacked evidence, would only shake the morale of the troops and would further place herself in an awkward position. She needed answers, a clear and unambiguous answer from Terayuki himself. Master, you overpraise me. Kachu Shinobu bowed slightly, her voice soft and steady, betraying no anomaly. Allocating supplies is my duty. Being able to help by chance was Terayuki-san and Kyojuro Rengoku-san's luck, as well as the Demon Slayer core luck. Now, I only hope for both of them to recover soon. She locked all her churning emotions firmly beneath her perfect mask of a smile. All questions, anger, and confusion transformed into a firm resolve to wait. To wait for Terayuki to wake up, and then she must get an explanation. The meeting drew to a close in a heavy atmosphere, when the discussion turned to Terayuki's special power of light, especially the detail mentioned in Kyojuro Rengoku's report about Terayuki briefly enchanting his Nichiren sword with his own blood before the battle to enhance the damage effect against Akaza, Seinmi Shinizugawa's eyes, always filled with irritability and inquiry, suddenly lit up. He crossed his arms, his rough fingers unconsciously tapping his elbow, and looked at Kachu Shinobu standing to the side. His voice was direct and carried his characteristic gruffness. Hey, insect Hashira. About that kid's blood, since it has this effect, could it? Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice so cold it seemed capable of shedding ice shards. No. Kachu Shinobu turned her head sharply. The usual gentle smile in her purple eyes was gone, replaced by a nearly biting sharpness and chill. She stared directly at Seinmi Shinizugawa, her speech fast and clear, each word like a poisoned needle. Terayuki-san's current physical condition is only temporarily stable. He is far from out of danger. His vital signs are unbelievably low. His internal functions are severely failing in a way I cannot comprehend, and he is maintaining the most fragile balance solely by relying on sunlight. Any additional stimulation, even routine examinations, requires extreme caution for fear of breaking the precarious peace he is barely maintaining within his body. In this situation, what do you want to do? Take blood? Conduct research? Seinmi Shinizugawa-san, do you want to kill him right now? Her tone was unprecedentedly stern, even carrying obvious aggression, which startled all the Hashira present. Seinmi Shinizugawa was also choked by this sudden, cold interrogation. A flicker of annoyance at being misunderstood crossed his face, but seeing the genuine gravity and a deeply hidden anxiety in Kachu Shinobu's frozen purple eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed. He gave an irritable tusk and finally turned his head away, stiffly whispering, "Forget I said anything." "Sorry." The other Hashira also frowned slightly, their gazes towards Seinmi Shinizugawa filled with disapproval. At this moment, dwelling on the utilization of Terayuki's special abilities indeed seemed inappropriate, and even somewhat cold-blooded. Jayome Haimjima chanted a Buddhist prayer, Tenjin Yuzui shook his head, and Mitsuri Kenroji looked at Kachu Shinobu with even more worry. Kagya Yubayashiki timely and gently ended this topic, reiterating that treating the wounded was the current top priority. After the meeting, the hearts of the Hashira were heavy. Beyond their wariness of the upper moon demon who had not appeared, they felt even more concern for their two severely injured comrades. They unanimously followed Kachu Shinobu to the Butterfly Mansion. On one hand, they wanted to see Terayuki's condition with their own eyes. On the other, they wanted to learn more details about the battle with Upper Moon 3 from the now-awake Kyojuro Rengoku. A written report, after all, was not as intuitive or profound as a personal account. The unique scent of medicinal herbs in the Butterfly Mansion, mixed with the smell of sunlight, could not dispel the gloom in everyone's hearts. They first arrived outside the sun-filled special care ward. Through the open door, they could see Terayuki lying quietly on the bed by the window, his whole body bathed in the golden radiance of the afternoon. However, when they truly saw the person on the hospital bed and felt that aura permeating the air, so faint as to be almost nothing, all conversation and footsteps ceased abruptly, and they fell into a deathly silence. Terayuki lay there, his complexion a near-transparent pale, the blue-purple veins beneath his skin visible in minute detail, exuding an ominous sense of fragility. His eyes were tightly shut, his long, dense eyelashes casting faint shadows under his eyelids, his lips devoid of any color. The rise and fall of his chest was so faint it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only the weakly pulsing, low-level curves on the extremely precise monitoring equipment connected to him proved that he had not yet departed. But the feeling of that flame of life flickering and about to extinguish was so strong that even these battle-hardened Hashira, who had seen death many times, felt a chill that struck at their hearts. Even the most irritable Seinmi Shinazugawa, who was most curious about Terayuki's abilities, completely shut his mouth the moment he saw this scene. His brows were locked tight, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and the earlier thought about taking blood had long since been obliterated by the sight before him. How could this be the new light Hashira, who always wore a warm smile and had bright eyes? This was clearly a delicate, fragile glass doll, hanging onto its last breath solely by the sunlight. After a long while, Tenjin Yuzui lowered his voice, the flamboyance gone, and asked in a deep voice, "Is he always like this?" Kachu Shinobu stood by the door, her gaze falling on Terayuki. The coldness in her purple eyes softened slightly, replaced by a deep exhaustion and helplessness. She shook her head gently, her voice very soft, as if afraid to disturb something. The external injuries have been treated, the bleeding stopped, and the broken bones set. But the trouble lies within. She paused, seemingly searching for the right words to explain this irrational situation. His vital signs have temporarily stabilized and are not deteriorating further. But the internal organs in his body, all of them, their activity, has decayed to an unimaginable degree. Metabolism is almost stagnant, cellular vitality is extremely low, and the meridians are withered and shriveled. She raised her eyes, looking at her colleagues, and used as vivid a metaphor as possible. Simply put, his internal body functions are now roughly equivalent to those of a dying, elderly person of 70 or 80, perhaps even worse. And what is maintaining this, aging, body barely functioning is not his own life force, but the sunlight outside the window. A 70 or 80-year-old, elder, Mitsuri Kenroji covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes again. The other Hashira also showed shock, finding it hard to associate such a young, powerful Hashira with a waning elder. Was it that final move? Iguro Obanai asked hoarsely, his gaze sharp. Kyojiro Rengoku's report mentioned that he finally used his body to block Akaza's attack, and then erupted with intense golden light. I suspect so. Kachu Shinobu nodded, her tone carrying deep confusion and powerlessness. That seems to be a means of burning one's essence, transcending limits. The price is his current state. Ordinary medical techniques, medicine, and even the assistance of breathing styles have little effect on this situation. All I can do is maintain the status quo, provide support, and then pin my hopes on the sunlight. I hope his special connection with light can slowly awaken the possibility of recovery that might still remain in this body. Her words were filled with uncertainty, which was extremely rare for the insect Hashira, who was known for her exquisite medical skills and calm decisiveness. Everyone could feel the heavy pressure and confusion hidden beneath her calm tone. Jaume Heimjima pressed his hands together, tears sliding down his rock-like face. Namu, Terayuki Shiju, to have paid such a price. May Buddha have mercy. Jiu Tomioka stood silently at the edge of the crowd, his deep blue eyes quietly watching Terayuki on the bed, then looking at the weary-faced Kachu Shinobu. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Tenjin Yuzui patted Kachu Shinobu's thin shoulder, his tone rarely gentle. "You have done your best, Kachu Shinobu. This is not your fault. No one has ever encountered such a situation. Yes, Kachu Shinobu-san, don't blame yourself too much." Mitsuri Kenroji also comforted her with a tearful voice. Seinmi Shinazugawa also stiffly added, "Tusk, troublesome kid. But it really isn't your fault." Facing everyone's comfort, Kachu Shinobu's face reappeared with that perfect, gentle, faint smile, and she nodded slightly. "Thank you all. I will continue to do my best." However, only she knew how many unspeakable doubts and waitings were hidden behind this doing my best. She did not blame herself for having limited medical skills, but she needed the truth. She needed the person lying in the sunlight to give her an explanation himself. Before getting the answer, this heavy burden and cold suspicion would not be lightened in the slightest by any comfort. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.